I just have a few quick opening remarks about the background to our wonderful seminar here. Speleothem, or cave stalagmite data, is an extremely important paleoclimate proxy, probably the most important of the 5 available today. This is Ursulor Cave in Romania, but of course it's the global paleoclimate record that is of interest to us. Only a few years ago, 7 years ago, the International Union of Geological Sciences formalized the 4.2 KABP event as the marker of the 3rd stage of the Holocene. That is the official marker of when the late Holocene began, 4.2 K years ago. And here is that particular publication from 7 years ago, formalizing on the basis of this particular Speleothem record from, which is very interesting for us, from India, because of course the Indian summer monsoon is the source of Nile River flow. 90% of the Nile is derived from the Indian summer monsoon. And here you see the 4.2 KABP event in the left-hand portion of the screen with that particular abrupt change in the Speleothem from northeast India. And here is that Speleothem. I'm holding it in my hands so that you can understand what kind of records these are. It's that band between my thumb and my forefinger. And here is the most recent review of those data 7 years later, with more than 200 representations of the 4.2K event globally, which were obscured by our relatively complex data analyses of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, which were essentially multivariate and treated the Nile and its behavior as something relatively stable and only changing in very small amounts. Aberrant Nile behavior, not only the single external variable in evidence, but the most prominent agent overall, but surrounded by other agents as well, which were famously represented by Carl Butzer in his chance concatenation of negative events, which can be contrasted with the major event, which is, in fact, what we can term the counterfactual. That is, what happens when something goes wrong? Did C cause E? Did the cause the effect? Is it singular? Can we weight all of these variables? That is, how do we weigh the causal strength of many variables? Is one more important than the other? Is Nile flow more important than old kings or poor rulership? That is, how do we understand the differences between different variables and their weights? That is, when crop harvests fail, do we innovate with new crops? Do we change our agricultural technology? Do we change our political organization? Or do we give up and change the entire system? And so that's what I've tried to represent here. Innovation, magnitude, technology, economic reorganization, and perhaps collapse and moving to other places, that is habitat tracking. And these are the 3 vectors of megadrought on the screen here: abruptness, magnitude, and duration that we need to consider with regard to the 4.2 Ka event. That is, how abrupt was it? What was its magnitude? 10% reduction, 20% reduction, 30% reduction? And how long did that take place? Was it 10 years or 200 years? So with regard to all of that, we have this problem in Egyptology and other archaeological domains, and that is, how are new ideas received? A big problem. And so one of those answers is new ideas are received and accepted when their old proponents actually die. Or the reception of new ideas when new ideas influence actually pervades a discipline, when it actually manages to extend itself beyond the domains of individual practitioners. Or thirdly, and this is my closing set of remarks, thirdly, the reception of new ideas in 4 stages. The first stage being it's not real. The second stage being it's deterministic. The third stage being it's not important. And of course, the famous academic 4th stage, we knew it all along. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to share the first session as if I have a choice. I was asked this morning by Professor Barta to share the first morning session. Unfortunately, Claire will not be with us, as you may know. She will talk to us today about archaeological evidence for agriculture in Egypt during the 4th and 3rd millennia, methods and results. Please welcome Claire Malleson from Lebanon, I think. Just one remark, Claire. You will receive questions in the chat and then from the hall also. Our students here will read the questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen and hear me clearly. Good morning, and thank you for making the space for me to present virtually. My paper today takes a look at agriculture in Egypt based on archaeobotanical data. I will focus a lot on methods and then present results, and finally discuss some tentative interpretations in relation to the 4.2K event. I'm deliberately taking a broad chronological approach because this best illustrates the long-term trends. The study of ancient Egyptian agriculture has a long history. To the best of my knowledge, the first Egyptological discussion is a chapter in Description de l'Égypte by Louis Costas, in which he described and interpreted the scenes in the tomb of Paheri at El Kab. The first study of archaeobotanical remains, then from Theban tombs, was published by Carl Kunth in 1826. The first botanical study of remains from a settlement was conducted by Percy Newbery from samples at Lahun in 1890. And in 1923, Fernand Heiertman published the first full monograph dedicated to the subject. The first scientific archaeobotanical work in Egypt was conducted by Wilmer Wetterstrom in 1978 at Nagada. That same year, Jeremy Geller recovered some samples from the Hierakonpolis breweries, but those were not studied or published until some years later. The 1990s saw archaeobotany flourish. Many delta sites were investigated. More archaeobotanists were working in Egypt, most notably Ursula Tannhäuser, who worked at multiple delta sites, Ahmed Fahmy, who worked at Hierakonpolis, Willem van Zeist and Gerrit van der Lola, Elena Marinova and Marianne Murray, who worked at multiple sites, and others who worked at sites who are not included in this analysis today. Now, there are many reports available, but not much work is being done with this rich archive of legacy data. Plant remains found in tombs are often well preserved and very attractive, but they are a curated assemblage and not a reflection of everyday routine activities or habits. Plant remains from settlements, which have been excavated using single context approaches, carefully separating materials from each individual feature, context, or layer, are ideal for understanding everyday routine activities. Like the majority of remains in settlement archaeology, we're looking at waste or garbage. Finding things in situ where they were used is exceptionally rare, especially for something that's going to be consumed by other organisms. For archaeobotanists, this means that more than 99% of the time, we're looking at the parts of the plants that humans did not consume. They are in the archaeological features because people discarded them or used them for other purposes, and they ended up in dumps. This includes things like mud brick or mortar temper, matting, baskets, fodder, and fuel. Only very rarely do we find food stores because they simply don't survive. Our first questions always relate to assemblage formation. How did those plant parts end up where we found them? What's happened to them along the way? It's important to establish if the assemblage is a good reflection of general practices. Are the plants found at a site or in a particular feature the result of a more unique action, activity, decision, or circumstances, and thus special and not a good reflection of everyday life or habits? We have to consider the different processing activities for wheat and barley because that affects what may be included or missing from an assemblage. and the route of entry into samples for charred versus desiccated remains are very different. Looking first at the processing of the cereals. Firstly, the crops are harvested. There's no difference for the two crops, perhaps, except for timing. The transportation of the crops doesn't vary between them. It changes over time. Both crops are threshed in the same way, but the byproducts from the two cereals are different. So here there is a divergence between emmer and barley. Barley is free threshing, which means the grain florets break away from the chaff, the rachis internos, during threshing. The chaff is removed at that stage. Emmer wheat ears break into spikelets during threshing, so the chaff, which is spikelet forks formed of gleam bases and rachis internodes, has to be removed during a second stage of processing. Most of the straw, the barley chaff and the inevitable weeds would have been raked up and collected after threshing. All the remaining material would have been winnowed. This separates out the lighter chaff, such as awns, and more of the weeds, and sieving helps separate and clean things further. All those byproducts would have been stored for use in the future. The emmer spikelets, so the grains with their chaff, and the barley florets with many weeds would have been stored in silos and granaries. The barley florets and emmer spikelets were removed from storage when needed, either for human and sometimes maybe for animal consumption. Emmer had to be pounded, the second stage of processing, certainly if being used to make bread, possibly also for beer. And all grains needed to be hand sorted before grinding to remove the remaining unwanted weeds. This second set of byproducts, the emmer chaff and the weeds, were used probably immediately as fuel and or fodder. The key point to bear in mind here is that the barley chaff is removed during threshing and mixed with the straw and weeds in a byproduct store produced once a year. Whereas when the emmer chaff was removed, it would have been on a weekly, probably daily basis. At present, the evidence suggests that the threshing byproducts were more likely to be used as mud brick temper, mortar temper, and possibly fodder. Whereas the second stage byproducts were more likely to be used as fodder and certainly as fuel. Every settlement site in Egypt has plant remains preserved by charring, burning, whereas only southern sites, at the moment, generally speaking, have remains preserved by desiccation. So here I'm really only focusing on the charred plants. The route of entry into the assemblage for cereal grains versus chaff and the crop weeds are different due to the different processing requirements. Understanding this helps guide interpretations of the data. All of these plant items are either agricultural products or agricultural waste, which is a valuable byproduct. Some may derive from grazing, some may derive from fodder cultivation, but this is questionable. The remains are ideal for understanding agricultural activities, as well as field ecology and therefore the environment. To summarise the routes of entry or assemblage formation in order to understand what may be over or underrepresented in samples, we only rarely find burned stores of grain in Egypt. But grains destined for use as human food may end up burned and deposited in fireplaces or general settlements and layers, fills, through accidental burning during cooking. Stray grains that ended up in the byproducts by accident get mixed with the chaff and weeds and used as fodder or temper in both cases. There is a low chance of them surviving. The ones in brick temper will decompose, the ones in ceramics will be destroyed by the high temperature firing, and cereal grains rarely survive digestion of cows, sheep or goats. For that reason, also, any grains provided specifically as fodder will usually not be found in charred assemblages. The barley chaff removed during pre-storage processing, threshing, winnowing, sieving, and is stored. If that was used as temper, it will not show up in the charred assemblage, and the chaff is quite fragile, so it does not survive the digestion of animals. It's also not especially good for them. The emmer chaff was removed on a weekly or daily basis, and if used as fodder or fuel, it survives very well. It can dominate our assemblages. And the crop weeds, which are removed both during the early processing and the later processing, will occur frequently in charred assemblages if used as fodder and or fuel. So we end up with a nice uncurated mix of cereal grains from cooking accidents that's likely to be a good representation of what was grown and consumed, and a nice mix of crop weeds that's a good reflection of field ecology. The cereal chaff may be biased towards emmer, so a direct comparison of the two crops is not a good idea when we're looking at chaff, but we can look at the temporal factor for each one. When separated by site and phase, there are currently around 67 data sets available from modern archaeobotanical investigations at pre-Ptolemaic sites. These all derive from settlements or specific assemblage and cemeteries that have been proven to derive originally from settlements, jars of ashes in early dynastic burials. Here, using data from 18 sites, some with several localities or phases. The data comes from published reports and some additional data awaiting publication. Sampling strategies at the sites vary a great deal, due in part to limitations of time, storage, workspace and resources, as well as research goals. All archaeobotanists employ flotation or dry sieving of samples using fine mesh, but in some cases, archaeologists collected additional material from a larger mesh sieve or just by hand during excavations. While those latter approaches are not bad, they are not optimal for the kind of research we're trying to do on agriculture. At some sites, the same botanist has been responsible for all the work. At others, a number of different specialists have been involved. Most archaeobotanists follow the same protocols, but that's obviously different in methods from site to site due to the preservation of the materials, variations due to differences in research questions, and naturally, there are variations based on the level of experience of the botanist and personal preferences regarding how cautiously or confidently we make the identifications. Some sites have been excavated extensively over decades. Others have been investigated just over 1 or 2 seasons with 1 or 2 sondages. In total, in this paper, I'm considering results from 4,078 contexts and almost 1 million items identified. Regarding the variability from site to site, for example, there was 1 season of work at Dendera in which 3 Old Kingdom contexts and 6 pre-dynastic contexts were sampled and studied. But it has a high number of items per context. It's actually the second richest in terms of density of items per context. The average is about 50 contexts per site, whereas there have been 2,358 contexts sampled at Giza since the early 1990s, with almost 450,000 items identified, which is about 40 times more than the average of 20,000. The lowest item count is El Abadia, but not especially low density. That prize goes to Kom al-Hisn, where there was an extensive sampling policy adopted. So how do we start to draw comparisons where there is so much variability in the extent of sampling and preservation? We have been attempting to apply advanced statistics, including machine learning, but the results have actually not been promising. It can be helpful for a site-based analysis, but perhaps ironically, the inherent and unavoidable variability in the data is proving extremely difficult to overcome using these advanced methods. After extensive work, we're coming to the conclusion that it requires a careful approach in which certain results are included or excluded based on specialist knowledge of archaeobotany in Egypt. We have to be somewhat subjective. The process of analysing this large data set has therefore not been simple. Firstly, it's been important to identify the data sets that are not statistically valid. For example, Buto Old Kingdom only has 2 samples and 107 items. It cannot be included. Dendera, as we've seen, has a larger item count, so only 3 samples, so it can be used in some analyses, but not others. Outlying features or anomalies need to be identified and potentially excluded. In some cases, one context at one site may contain an exceptionally large quantity of just one item, so that data has to be excluded because it's not a deposit representing a habit, a normal activity. For example, at Adaima, there was one context that was a major anomaly and was excluded. Additionally, the research focus in that settlement was on one feature type, so the results may not be representative in all analyses. When interpreting results, we also need to consider the status of the site. Some are not what we might consider normal villages. They had to be supplied, like Giza or Ain Sokhna. Depending on which material is being analysed, sometimes it's important to exclude the material recovered using a larger mesh sieve. Sometimes those results can be included. For example, when looking at chaff, anything recovered using larger than 1 millimeter mesh, those samples have to be excluded. Sometimes it's not possible for even the best botanists to identify which species or subspecies the specimens are because they're simply too damaged. But when things are less damaged, some botanists are a lot more cautious than others. This issue affects wheat especially, not least because unlike barley, there are many species and they grow in different conditions and need different processing. In Egypt, it's somewhat simpler than other places because only a very limited range of the species were present, and 99% of the time the grains will be Emma in pre-2nd century BC samples. However, some botanists are more cautious, and thus it's important to recognise the practice of different specialists and sometimes lump their more uncertain wheat together with their Emma. Identification of the material as cereal processing byproducts is usually based on the ratios of chaff, weeds, and grains. We expect the samples to be dominated by chaff and weeds. While it's usually a good rule to use only samples from settlement contexts, so they will be processing byproducts, in some cases, for the early dynastic, there are plants that are derived from the settlements in the cemeteries. These are ashes taken from fireplaces and stored in jars. It's been shown clearly that those burned plants were not specifically selected to be burned for placement in the burials. They're the same as we find in the settlement contexts. To ensure comparison of like for like with respect to preservation, it's important to separate charred and desiccated remains. I'll be presenting two main measures. The count of items is a measure of the relative quantities of the cereals, and we always work with a ratio or percent of the overall count. And the count of context containing the different items is a measure of relative presence. This is a binary data set and shows how common the plant item is across the site. Again, we work with percent and ratio. This is all the data for charred remains by period and organised left, right, north, south. Bear with me, the charts are a visual cue. There is really no need to read them carefully at all. This is the pre-dynastic. We can see lots and lots of cereal chaff. The early dynastic, the pattern changes a little. Into the Old Kingdom, only one site from the first intermediate period and a few samples from the Middle Kingdom. The sites that stand out as having a lot more chaff than others are all actually in the south. So there is a clear geographical divide here in the assemblages. Sites that cannot be considered to be cereal processing byproducts because more than 50% of the sample is grains and they have almost no chaff is HK29A, which is ceremonial, Einsuchner, which we think is supplied and it's donkey dung being burned, Abydos A and B, which is burned storage, and B is actually the larger mesh recovery, and Elephantine B, which is also the larger mesh recovery. We have to use extreme caution and potentially exclude those data sets when we look at weeds or chaff, but we can use them to look at cereal ratios, bearing in mind, particularly for Abydos, it represents only a small window. A few reports don't state if the remains are charred or desiccated. Of those, only one data set shows an outlier with mainly grains. This is Mardi B, which is a different recovery, so I'm including those here. The desiccated material only comes from the south. So because the charred is a far bigger data set and it covers all Egypt, I'm only using that here. So here, reminder of the comparison of cereal grains. We're looking at cooking accidents and we're looking at quantities and presence, alongside possibly some things burned from fodder. Knowing which cereals were grown and the relative amounts is very useful because they thrive in different conditions. When grown in similar conditions, stable carbon isotope 13 is about 2% higher than in barley than it is in wheat. This is due to stomatal limitations. So plants with higher carbon 13 lose less water through transpiration. They retain it for seed development. Barley is therefore better suited to drier conditions, more tolerant to drought, and it is less well suited to lower water. In a study of archaeological samples of charred grains from the Fertile Crescent, the charred barley had similar 13C to the wheat or lower, which shows it was grown in much drier conditions than the wheat. They were selecting it specifically. Another study, a limited ethnographic study in Turkey, showed that Emma was well adapted to waterlogged soil and favoured for that reason. So we would expect to find barley favoured in Egypt where they were using drier land for cultivation, further away from the flood level or less well-flooded lands. This chart shows the northern sites only because we've identified the clear north-south difference. It includes the site where preservation is not recorded and the data sets from larger sieve recovery at Mardi and Elephantine. It also includes the less certain identifications of wheat, where the botanists were more cautious. The one obvious outlier is Middle Kingdom Einsuchna. We know it was supplied, but so it was in the Old Kingdom in Giza. So it's not the supplying on its own that's the cause. This is a case of deliberate selection for that time and place. Otherwise, on average, although there was some variability, there was no obvious major difference across time. In general, barley appears to have been favoured. When looking at the averages for each period, the pattern does appear, with increased barley or decreased wheat in the early dynastic, but a decrease in barley into the Old Kingdom, back to the pre-dynastic levels, and a continued decline of barley increase in Emma in the Middle Kingdom. Turning to the south, again, the site with unspecified preservation is included, as are the assemblages recovered via a larger mesh. Generally, barley is obviously favoured. Adyma is something of an outlier, and it shows like this all the way through. Abydos is just one house, and many samples come from storage, so the results have to be treated with caution. But it's not out of the pattern. The average for the pre-dynastic is almost the same as it is in the north. There's a lot of variability in the pre-dynastic data set, but here there is a much clearer pattern of temporal change in later periods. The relative quantity of barley increases a lot in the Old Kingdom compared to the pre-dynastic. Emma decreases, increases a little into the first intermediate period with a small decline in the Middle Kingdom. The Abydos data has to be used with caution, but the similarity between the Old and Middle Kingdom seems to show this is a general trend. Turning to presence analysis, the count of context containing the two items, and we have two ways to quantify. So we have the overall count of contexts at the site, and then we look at the percentage for each type of cereal within the site, and then we do a direct comparison, a ratio of one to the other. Some sites can't be included because the publications don't provide data by context, and some sites can't be included because despite having a large amount of plant remains, they come from a very small number of contexts. This is an overview of the percentage of contexts at each site containing the two grains. From this, we can see that there are almost always more contexts with barley grains, which is in line with the general dominance of barley in the counts. The exceptions to the dominance of barley are Hierakonpolis 24b, which is a brewery, Area C at Giza, and Einsuchna Middle Kingdom. So we always have some exceptions. Looking at the ratio of the presence for the northern sites, here the red line shows 1 to 1. So anything above that is more context with barley, anything below is more context with Emma. On average, the ratio is between 1 and 1.5 to 1 in favour of barley. Tel Ibrahim Awad is an outlier. This comes possibly from just one season because it's from one burial. So it's an exception. The temporal differences are minimal, but in the early dynastic, there is a slight average increase in the context with barley compared to the pre-dynastic, followed by a return to the pre-dynastic levels in the Old Kingdom, slightly lower, and decrease in the Middle Kingdom. This matches the pattern found in the grain quantities, but there is not much difference. For the south, Old Kingdom, Dendera and Edfu and Hierakonpolis Operation C don't have enough samples. This leaves us with mainly pre-dynastic results. But as with the grain counts, there is an obvious significant increase in the presence of barley or decreased Emma in Edfu, Abydos and Elephantine for the Old Kingdom, First Intermediate and Middle Kingdom. Turning now to the chaff, which is a bit more complicated. As explained earlier, the route of entry can vary for the two cereals because barley chaff is removed early and possibly used differently. Quite a lot of the chaff at some sites was identified just as wheat, spikelet forks or gloom bases, but this means it must be from a gloomed wheat, which can only be Emma or einkorn, and einkorn is distinctive and basically never really occurs in Egypt. So it's a safe assumption that the remains are all of Emma. But in the charts here, I do indicate the difference as I did with the grains. So we have to remember barley may be underrepresented. Starting with the north, it's abundantly clear that through all phases, Emma wheat chaff massively dominates the item counts. This seems to confirm differential use of the chaff of the two cereals. Here, Einsuchna is kept in because although it's not from byproducts, the data aligns with Mitrahina. There are two major outliers, Halwan and Kenkawas town. These sites both have far better preservation due to being less affected by the water table. This difference demonstrates the taphonomical effect on cereal chaff. So it shows even more clearly why a direct comparison of chaff of the two crops is not as good a reflection of the relative quantities. We have to look at the changes through time and the fact that we have these outliers at Halwan and Kenkawas, so that might be due to taphonomy. So the differences from period to period are minimal, as we've seen. The pattern of change through time for the chaff is the same as it was for the cereal grain quantities and presence, with an increased relative presence of barley in the early dynastic, a return to pre-dynastic levels, and a decrease through the Old into the Middle Kingdom. In the south, the Abydos contexts were mainly, but not all, cereal storage, but like Einsochna in the north, the results do not stand out as being a major outlier, so I'm including them cautiously here. We have some outliers. Adaima just seems to be very different to anywhere else. And as for the grains, the pattern of change through time is clear. The pre-dynastic on average has far more Emma chaff, slightly less dominant than in the north, but not much. This does show again that the south has more variation than the pre-dynastic, which was seen in the grain quantities. In the Old Kingdom through to the Middle Kingdom, there's an obvious major increase in the relative quantity of barley chaff. Turning to an overview of the chaff presence, with the hand-collected samples excluded, looking at the percentage of context containing the two types of chaff. As for the chaff quantities, there's almost more Emma than there is barley, except at a few small number of sites which are outliers. The 4 sites that are outliers are all southern, and the cluster of sites on the south site chart with barley chaff in many contexts is also southern and mainly pre-dynastic. This does seem to reveal a regional difference in the use of the two cereal chaff, but as we've seen, it may also possibly a reflection of taphonomy. Again, looking first at the north, and the red line shows 1-to-1 ratio. So here it's clear that Emma chaff is always present in far more contexts than barley because everything is less than 1-to-1. The pattern revealed here shows a decreased relative presence of barley chaff in the early dynastic from the pre-dynastic, and then increases into the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. This pattern does not agree with the other cereal statistics, so it's a rather annoying glitch in my nice matrix. The south is very different. Again, a very cautious reading of the Abydos results, but the data for the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom do show the pattern of increased relative number of contexts containing barley from the pre-dynastic, showing higher in the Old Kingdom, and then decrease again back from the first intermediate into the Middle Kingdom, in agreement with all the other measures. Turning now to another measure of field ecology, it's important to understand some of the relevant floodplain dynamics. Low flood levels can actually lead to an increase in marshal wetlands due to low flow allowing clumps of sedges to accumulate. The plant roots can get hold more easily, which prevents erosion, and the marshes can then increase, and more secondary or shallow channels develop because the water flow is not strong enough to break through the barriers. So this adds to the marshiness of land closer to the river. The lower flood also obviously means less deposition of silts because it's settled earlier, and the water doesn't spread so far away from the river, so we have less land available for agriculture. Land that used to be farmed becomes drier. There are five major sedge genera that we find in samples in Egypt. Many are perennials, they all favour wetlands and the banks of watercourses. Here I'm measuring the relative percent of the weeds assemblage represented by sedges. Presence is not useful because it has to be measured as a ratio, and most of these occur in 100% of the contexts at many sites. Looking at the north and the south on the same slide here, the assemblages recovered using larger mesh have to be excluded because these plants have very small seeds. During the analysis, I ascertained that one site had 2 contexts with loads of sedges, so those contexts have been excluded. I've got no idea why Edfu is such a massive outlier. The sedges are in most contexts. I just need to do more work there to understand it. I've adjusted the charts here to remove the odd outlier of Edfu and levelling out the image, so we're looking at like for like, left, right, north and south. The pre-dynastic southern sites either have loads of sedges or basically none, so this is showing more variability in the pre-dynastic site, south, but we do have more data, so maybe we should expect this. The sedge average quantities pattern is the inverse of the barley pattern and the same as the Emma pattern. In the north, they decrease in the early dynastic and then increase through to the Middle Kingdom. In the south, they decrease and then bump up a little in the Middle Kingdom. Looking at the results in summary, altogether, with the exception of the chaff presence data, there is there is a clear pattern in the quantities and presence of barley. Wheat is the inverse of this. Overwhelmingly, the evidence shows that production of cereals and field ecology did change through time. In the north, the relative amount of barley was greater in the early dynastic, or Emma was less, than it had been in the pre-dynastic, and barley decreased in the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. It's very important to know that the Old Kingdom averages are almost the same as the pre-dynastic. My interpretation of this, along with the results from the sedges, is that the northern farmers were having to move and or expand cultivation into lands that were drier. The lands along the river may well have become far too clogged with sedges to be good for crops, and due to the lower flooding, the normal fields were drier than usual, so they switched to grow more barley in those drier lands. However, by the Old Kingdom, things had changed, and they were farming somewhat wetter lands again, growing less barley and more emmer wheat, with the accompanying increase in sedgy weeds occurring. They may have expanded out of the drier areas, clearing the wetter sedge-clogged marshlands, but the similarity between the pre-dynastic and Old Kingdom is quite remarkable. A change then occurs in the Middle Kingdom with an increase in emmer and sedges, indicating increased wetter land farming. The situation in the south was different. Unlike in the north, the Old Kingdom farmers were producing considerably more barley than their predecessors in the pre-dynastic, and the data from Abydos, which we do have to treat with caution, indicates that in the first intermediate period, the emphasis on barley was even greater. However, like in the north, in the Middle Kingdom, there's a slight shift back towards emmer, but really only slight. Barley was still very much the dominant cereal and grown in far greater relative quantities than in the north. This, along with the data from the sedges, indicates that they were farming land which was considerably drier in the Old Kingdom and First Intermediate period, with a very slight recovery in the Middle Kingdom. This investigation needs more work. Not only do we ideally need more samples from non-pre-dynastic sites, but the data analysis can be refined more. For example, we could do a site-by-site approach and identify changes through time based on like or site phasing, but this would be a very limited study because not many sites provide fine-level phasing. I'm continuing to investigate possible complex statistical approaches, but as I mentioned, the work I've done with a specialist has been extremely challenging and we keep on hitting walls. However, the result I've presented here is on very strong statistical grounds. Almost all the various measures applied show real agreement with each other on the general pattern in the crops and field ecology. Because we don't have early dynastic or first intermediate period across Egypt, it's hard to identify exactly when the changes occur. But in the north, the botanical remains show that farmers chose the more drought-tolerant barley more often in the early dynastic than pre-dynastic, but shifted back to pre-dynastic ratios in the Old Kingdom and the very slightly increased emmer production in the Middle Kingdom in wetter lands. In the south, the results show that the farmers shifted from growing a similar ratio of the two cereals as the north in the pre-dynastic to producing mainly barley in the Old Kingdom, with a small shift back to including a little more emmer in the Middle Kingdom. In both regions, we do see a shift from the Old Kingdom through to the Middle Kingdom across the 4.2K event, but it's minimal. It's perhaps not unexpected that the northern and delta farmers felt the impact less than their southern neighbours due to the nature of the landscape. So the change in the north shows during the early dynastic, which seems to align more with the slow end of the African humid period, whereas the shift in the south does show in the Old Kingdom, which may relate to the 4.2K event. But honestly, without early dynastic data, it's very hard to know. It's clear that this issue is very complex, but this broad overview does reveal that the 4.2K event may have affected agriculture in the north and south of Egypt very differently. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Claire, and thank you for keeping on time, even we had a technical issue. And now how we do it. I think I will start first with the audience in Prague for questions, and then we move to online questions if we have any. So if anybody have, because we still have some time, I think, for 2-3 questions.
Claire, thank you so much for your presentation. Is this working?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I'm wondering how we're going to correct for the sampling bias of having one first intermediate period site and having 19 other Old Kingdom sites. I'm sure you realize the magnitude of this problem, but I'm wondering, what is your answer, or how do you intend to resolve it? Thank you.
It's very difficult because, of course, I'm working with all the data that's available. So unless, obviously, the first intermediate period is much shorter than other phases, so we wouldn't expect to have such a broad amount of data anyway because it's a shorter period of time. But unless we start excavating more settlements with clearly dated first intermediate period samples, there's nothing I can really do. It's just basically a matter of who's chosen to excavate where and what they've excavated. And that bias is nothing I can do about, sadly. I'd love to be able to tell directors where and what to excavate, but that's obviously not something I can do.
Well, I think, Claire, you have to take charge.
Yeah, I will say Elephantine has great potential because we have a long period of time. My samples for Elephantine are very much biased towards the Middle Kingdom because of the project I was involved in. There is new work taking place at Elephantine, which does have some early dynastic material, but it's not complete and it's not available to me yet. So hopefully in the future, I'll be able to include that. But that's one extra early dynastic. We can potentially get some first intermediate period samples from there as well. But unless someone can come up with some nice funding to pay for it, then it's going to be challenging.
I'd like to raise one more question that extends out from the research you've been doing, and that is it possible for us to understand how many sites and how many persons were occupied or in existence during any of these periods or any particular moment in time during these periods? That is, for instance, is the number of archaeological sites during the Old Kingdom far greater at any particular moment in time than the number of occupied archaeological sites during the first intermediate period? And of course, how is that a function of Nile flow? That is, if Nile flow is reduced, do we in fact observe a similar reduction in the number of hectares cultivated and the number of persons occupying those sites? So those are important relationships that I think end up being reflected in the availability of the paleobotanical data, your paleobotanical data.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the number of settlements or sites. I have actually done some modelling based on, and I know they probably need revising, but based on Karl Butzer's estimations of population and land availability tied in with work I've done on crop yield and how much grain is required to feed the population of Egypt. And actually, there's more than enough land available. So even if there was a real crisis, there would have been enough land available, particularly up until, I think you only start to hit a crisis point of land availability and enough land to feed the population, really during the third intermediate period. Before that time, the amount of land is very much more than sufficient to provide enough grain to feed the population of Egypt. But I do know those land estimations and population estimations, it's from Butzer 1976. So it would be nice to have some updates on that.
Thank you, Claire. I think we have one more questions from the audience also here.
Hello, Claire. John Byrne here. How you going?
Hi.
I saw your results for the sedges and Edfu, and I was wondering if that might be a result of the fact that Edfu was an island and gradually incorporated itself into the mainland, and so the sedges acting as like a water barrier or a bridge between the two. I just thought of it. Thought I'd ask an expert rather than myself. Thank you.
That is a very interesting point. I hadn't thought about that. Thank you for raising it. There is also possibly... we've got exceptionally well-preserved samples at Edfu. So, but we do also at Elephantine. So the difference between Elephantine and Edfu is a real difference because it's the same sampling procedure and it's the same set of eyes looking at it. It's both my data sets. So I like that point about Edfu. I will bear that in mind and we should chat further.
Thank you. I think we have one and only question from online audience. It will be read to you now.
So the question is, are there any distinctions possible between the time periods within the Old Kingdom? I would imagine that the first few dynasties would differ quite much from the 5th and 6th dynasty here in terms of weather shifts.
So, okay, yes, I have looked at that. It's slightly tricky. The majority of the data sets actually come from post-4th dynasty. And the early dynastic data set, as we've seen, is not particularly big. And I have run that analysis. You can see a very slight trend from the 4th up into the 5th and the 6th dynasty. And I've looked particularly closely at Kenkawa's town, where we have really clear, very refined phasing. But actually, there isn't much change over time. It varies quite a bit over time at Kenkawa's town, where we have really, really clear phasing and lots of samples from really well excavated contexts, and a lot of them. But generally across the Old Kingdom, yeah, but unfortunately, most of the materials from 5th and 6th, and then late, 7th and 8th, not many people are willing to date to those. So it's tricky to say without more refined dating and without some more samples from earlier Old Kingdom sites.
Thank you. I think that's all from Prague and online audience. Thank you, Claire, again, and thank you for making the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce our second speaker of this morning session, Alejandro, Jiménez-Serrano, and Carmen Romero-Fernández, who are going to talk to us today about the 4.2 event in Egypt, a sequence of events from the recent Paleoenvironmental Studies, and I think it will be from Aswan. So thank you. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank to the organizers to count with us. Probably I can have an idea why Mirek called me one day, apart to talk about the weather in the south of Spain comparing to the Central European climate. Probably he was interested that I could offer a vision from Kubet-el-Hawa. As you know, we have been working in Kubet-el-Hawa for the last 16 years, but we have been focused on the 12th dynasty, the Middle Kingdom. However, we are near the end of this excavation investigation, and sincerely I wanted to shift because we had begun to excavate first intermediate period tombs. So before Mirek invited me to participate in this workshop, when I asked to Carmen to begin her research about the first intermediate period in Kubet-el-Hawa. So it was a happy coincidence that he called me and we have already begun that work. However, unfortunately, we do not have conclusive results yet. So it would be futile to give a picture about what is happening in this necropolis. This is one of the things that I wanted to say. The other thing, it is, well, basically, it will be Carmen who will be the responsible to answer these questions. The second thing that I would like to say is that we are also, we have in mind to work with dendrochronology, overall with the coffins, 12th dynasty coffins that we have discovered in Kubet-el-Hawa, and that might offer perhaps a vision about the draw and the duration of the draw at the end of the 3rd millennium. But we will see. I'm not an expert in the chronology, so it will be my colleagues who will deal with this during the next years. So what I'm going to present in the name of Carmen and me today here, basically, we are happy to, we have read a lot during the last decades about the results that confirm the existence of the climate change at the end of the 3rd millennium. But nobody has, well, as far as I know, presented a coherent succession of the events that could provoke the climate change at the end, the 4.2 event in Egypt. So this is going to be perhaps crazy presentation of what might happen after the data that we have. I'm not going to read a lot of data that if you need any data, I can provide you the bibliography that probably you will know much better than me, or much better than us. So I'm just going to try to create a picture to finish with a sequence, a suggestion of the sequence of the events that might happen. When we think of the Old Kingdom, our minds travel to the pyramids, to a culture of unparalleled power, stability, and divine kings. But what happens when this culture, which endured for 500 years, the Old Kingdom, collapsed abruptly, giving way to a period of chaos known as the First Intermediate Period? For decades, the answer has focused on internal causes. Historians have spoken of the decentralization of power, administrative crisis, corruption, economic exhaustion, and the loss of king's authority. We have been taught that it was a long and complex process stemming from internal tensions. However, in recent years, a new powerful factor has entered this debate, the climate. The question I want to address today is, what role did a global climate change event play in the demise of one of history's most iconic cultures? The objective of this presentation is to update and evaluate the most recent evidence confirming the existence of a drastic climate change event around 2200 before Common Era, and to analyze the impact that this event, known as the 4.2 Ka event, might have had on the decline of the Old Kingdom. Traditionally, archaeology and Egyptology have been cautious about attributing the collapse of cultures to environmental causes. In many cases, it was considered that climate change, if it existed at all, was not a determining factor. It was argued that ancient societies had adaptation mechanisms and that their problems were fundamentally of human origin. Scholars like Weiss in the 1990s were pioneers in linking collapse in the Near East with climatic events, but this idea was not always well received. For the case of Egypt, the discussion focused almost exclusively on the politics of the nomarchs and the bureaucracy. However, scientific advances have been relentless thanks to the paleoclimatology and geoarchaeological techniques. We can now reconstruct the climate of the past with astonishing precision. And what we have discovered in the last 2 decades is undeniable that at the end of the 3rd millennium, before Common Era, the planet experienced a period of global aridity known as the 4.2 event. Let's now delve into the evidence. How do we know this happened? Through natural archives, ice cores, marine sediments, speleothems in caves, and fossil pollen. Stanley and others observed a tendency towards aridification in the Nile Valley, which was around 2200 before Common Era, based on the analysis of strontium proportions present in sediment cores extracted along the course of the Nile River, as well as in its tributary areas. Egypt is the Nile, and the Nile is life. The Egyptian culture was entirely dependent on the annual cycle of the river's flood. If the Nile did not flood the fields, there were no harvests. And this is where the evidence becomes crucial. This can be seen also on the lakes fed by the Nile's water. A period of markedly reduced depositional rates is shown. This phase prevailed primarily for 200-300 years, between 4,300 and 4,000 before present, which is identified with the 4.2 event. It is illustrative that during the early and middle Holocene, the deposition rate ranged between 287 and 2 centimeters per 1,000 years, while this range was drastically reduced in the late Holocene with values between 32 and 1 centimeter per 1,000 years. The same is true for the average, which was 106 centimeters and 8.4 centimeters, respectively. These changes in sedimentation can only be due to the changing climate. Furthermore, geoarchaeological studies directly on the Nile, like those by Welk and Marks, have found direct evidence of a period of very low floods. Radiocarbon dating of these deposits placed them precisely at the time of the collapse. Outside the Nile Valley, the situation was even more pronounced. Pennington and others in 2019 performed an X-ray fluorescence elemental analysis of an 8-meter-long core extracted from the Nile Delta near the Kom El Ahmar and Kom Wasit sites. Ceramics and radiocarbon analysis of the cores have allowed precise dating of the samples. This analysis confirms a gradual increase in the calcium to titanium ratio between 5,000 and 400 before present, which is related to the development of hyperaridity in this region. This increase is due to the high amount of aeolian material entering the Nile River system from calcareous rock sources in the Egyptian Sahara. In summary, we have a growing scientific consensus. The 4.2 event is not a theory. It is a confirmed fact supported by a multitude of evidence from different parts of the world, and most notably, the Nile region. Kyperosite pollen is a sensitive marker of rainfall in the headwaters of the Nile River and therefore affects its resulting flow. Thus, a decrease in this type of indicator means a decrease in the Nile's flow. There were several periods when Kyperosite pollen decreased, but the most marked peak undoubtedly occurred around 4,200 before present, coinciding with the increase of microscopic carbon, both signs corresponding to a period of severe aridity. Now comes the central question. How does this aridity translate into the decline of Egyptian culture? The first and most direct impact was the agriculture. If the Nile floods were insufficient or erratic, the fields were not inundated. The land was not fertilized, and crops were lost. A few years of poor harvest could be managed, but a decade or more of water crisis would have led to widespread famine. Historical sources, such as texts that speak of years of misery, are perfectly consistent with this scenario. Famine and resources scarcity would have completely destabilized society. People would have moved in search of food. The great royal project, such as the pyramids, would have ceased because there would be neither the labor nor the resources to fund them. The central power, which depended on an agricultural surplus to feed its bureaucracy and projects, would have been weakened. In a context of crisis, local leaders, the governors, would have gained prominence, with the central government unable to provide food or security. The governors would have taken control of their region to manage the crisis at the local level. And in this context, I would like to just to make you think about what happened with the royal possessions, the royal estates. If the Memphite estate fall, who manage these royal estates? It would be the governors. This is the decentralization that is observed archaeologically in the first intermediate period. Power fragments and funerary monuments are built in the provinces, not in the capital, with the size that were common. Political power eroded from the ground up. Therefore, the climatic crisis was not the sole cause, but it was the trigger, the extrinsic factor that exacerbated all the internal vulnerabilities that Egyptian society might have already had. It was the catalytic that ignited a pre-existing instability. Based on the historical data and the new evidence presented in this study, we can delineate 4 distinct phases. Pre-42 Ka event, the first one would be the growth and stability of the Old Kingdom of Egypt. For much of the Old Kingdom, the Egyptian state flourished. This period was characterized by a stable monarchy centered in the Memphis region, which effectively managed resources for the construction of monumental buildings, among other things. The state developed an increasingly complex central and peripheral administration. Climatic conditions were generally stable, with a predictable and sufficient Nile flood regime that sustained the intensive agriculture foundational to the Egyptian economy. However, a progressive trend of decreasing flood heights had been observed through the 3rd millennium before Common Era. The second would be the transition and onset of the 4.2 Ka event. Towards the end of the 3rd millennium before Common Era, approximately 2200 before Common Era, an abrupt and severe climatic shift began. Paleoenvironmental studies confirm a period of significant aridity at a global scale, and critically within the Eastern Mediterranean and North African regions. This is evidenced by a reduction in precipitations, for instance, African monsoons, a decline in lake levels, for instance, Fayum, shifts in the desert vegetations, increased salinity, and evidence from ice cores, stalagmites, and marine and lacustrine sediments. The third phase would be the impact and consequences. The most direct consequence of this climatic shift for Egypt was a drastic and repetitive decline in the Nile floods. Agricultural crisis and food shortage would produce low floods, led to a decline in agricultural production, especially cereals, a reduction in the production of other foodstuff, including livestock, widespread famines, impoverishing of the population. This provoked a socio-economic destabilization. A decrease in the agricultural surplus needed to maintain a large and complex state bureaucracy. The cessation of major agricultural projects increased mortality and movement of human groups. Nobody talks about movement of human groups in the Nile Valley. We have seen always the foreigners trying to come into Egypt, but perhaps there was movements inside the Nile Valley. Potential conflicts over dwindling resources. The centralized government in Memphis lost its ability to effectively administer the country and to redistribute or authorize the use of state resources to the provinces. Provincial governors gained greater autonomy and control over local resources, including properties or areas previously managed by the royal palace. This resulted in a progressive disengagement from royal control. The combined impact of the climate crisis, famine, and the weakening of central authority culminating in the fall of the Old Kingdom. Egypt entered a period of political and social fragmentation, known as the First Intermediate Period. The period of aridity and its effects lasted for several decades, leading to a time of significant instability. But all the bad things always have an end. Over time, climate conditions stabilized, and Egypt was eventually reunified under the Theban monarchy, demonstrating the remarkable adaptive capacity and resilience of Egyptian society. In conclusion, Paleoenvironmental research from recent decades compels us to restructure our view of the Old Kingdom's collapse. We can no longer ignore the impact of climate. This is not a debate between internal or external causes, but about understanding how they interacted. The 4.2 Ka climatic crisis was not an isolated cause, but a powerful catalyst. It was the final blow that led to the collapse of a structure that might have already shown signs of weakness. So, what's next? The future of this research lies in continuing to refine the chronology of these events. We need more studies with precise dating to synchronize climatic records with archaeological ones. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alejandro, for interesting talk. And now time for questions.
So if I've understood correctly, you see this collapse as a combination of these internal and external factors. So as a hypothetical question, if you only had one group, right, you had sort of political issues, but not this climate event, or the other way around, if you had this climate event, say in the 4th dynasty, when they seem to have had a strong central administration, would the same thing have happened? Or do you have to have these two factors? Do you understand what I'm getting at? Do you have to have these two factors coming together?
This is science fiction. So what happened if, in this case... You mean
my question, science fiction?
No.
No, sorry. I mean, it could be. I don't know.
We are just simply trying to delete one of the main factors in this equation. So, under my point of view, the crises are the result of several causes, several problems. So we have seen, or we can detect from the text and even from the architecture that Egypt is suffering a decline due to many reasons, mainly in the royal court. This is not seen in the provinces. The provinces is probably another. They are trying to imitate the complexity of the royal court, so they are trying to absorb more and more resources. This also affects to the economy of the whole country, the quantity of resources that the royal palace has. So if the royal palace has several crises or several elements that are affecting to its stability inside, and we have also other factors in the provinces, and economic factors and political factors. So if we sum to this an abrupt climate change, that makes that the castle collapse.
So that's kind of a tipping point.
Sorry?
It's what we would call the tipping point.
Yeah.
But if that hadn't happened, I mean, of course, that's highly theoretical, right?
At the end, might happen a war provoked by some different parties in the royal palace, or the power of the provinces would try to challenge the royal power. So that's why I'm saying this is science fiction. But the point is that we have the climate crisis in the perfect moment to collapse the Memphite monarchy.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2 more questions. I will start with Karin and then Professor Barta.
Thank you very much for that presentation. My question goes to the political dynamics of the palace. We know that Pepi II had a very long reign, 94 years according to Manetho, 62 to 63, depending on based on the contemporary documents. To what extent do you think that the length of the reign of Pepi II was a factor in the breakdown of the palace?
It's difficult to say. As far as I know, we could see that I think that the royal funerary complex of Pepi II was destroyed or suffered 2 attacks during his reign. So it's saying that something is happening. But we know that before there was a nepotism in the royal palace. So the creation of internal parties, political parties. Unfortunately, we do not have all the details, but we can assume that the internal problems that are happening in the royal court might obviously condition Pepi II's reign. So perhaps he had to choose some party, or who knows. But it doesn't help to a long reign. I mean.
Thank you. If I might comment on that, if one looks at the long reign of Ramses II, he had 100 children, many wives. That would have been a very difficult... I mean, one can imagine that Pepi II may well have been in the same situation with a lot of contenders for succession, fights between the wives and within the palace itself. I mean, this may well have personally destabilised him.
But at the same... But this is a very, very nice comparison, because Ramses II, although we can see several monuments, monumental works all around Egypt, we know since some years ago, we know that Ramses II is a giant with the feet of mud. It came or happened the 1177 crisis, Klein crisis, so the crisis of the end of the 13th century. So again, it's a sum of factors that provoke the collapse, the fall, the change.
I really appreciate your talk, and I think there is no doubt now that something really serious in terms of environmental change happened around. And the timing is quite essential, and we will talk about it tomorrow with Annette Quiles and show that everything can move 100 years back to make a perfect match with Regev's chronology. And now, first of all, a brief comment, because you wouldn't notice it. Alejandro and Carmen arrived this morning, 5 a.m., 12 hours later than supposed. So,
and without drinking alcohol.
And I'm afraid this might be for the first time in my life that I will experience Alejandro not coming to an evening party. But we will see how brave the Spanish people can be. No, I wanted to ask about something you probably know best from Kubetel Hawa, and I'm coming back to my previous thing about status race that was clearly happening at the royal court in Memphis during the 6th dynasty, even during News era, you know, appropriation of monumental architecture, east-west chapels, granites, blah, blah, blah. Do you have a feeling, or do you know if something similar was happening in the iconography of the nomarchs during the 6th dynasty and then maybe continued into the first intermediate period?
Well, Kubetel Hawa in this regard is very common. We can observe a monumentalization process, a very rapid monumentalization process in the funerary complex of the governors. If most of you have been in Kubetel Hawa, if you remember the entrance of the Harhouf's funerary chapel is human size. However, if you compare this with the main entrance of the site, that is this huge staircase that goes to Junes, is more or less 70 years later, and we have a door of 5 meters. So, and this probably only in 70 years, but then suddenly we have a shift, and the funerary complexes become more similar to Harhuf, although the funerary chapel inside are larger. So it's difficult to explain. The iconography change in Pepi, the deified governor, and Jüngling, the quality of the reliefs is amazing. It's, I would not say men-fight, but a guy that probably, the artist was probably visiting at least Memphis. However, in Sabni II, buried beside Hekaib, the deified governor, probably a couple of generations after, the quality of the reliefs is provincial, let's say, typical first intermediate period. And if we go to Setka, which might be 2 generations later, talking about generation like something, so there is no any proof about this, it's just my impression. But in a short period, it's also very local or not Memphite style. So it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. What is clear is that even the language change in the biographies always is my Lord sent to do whatever. However, in the first intermediate period, I have done this. So small, but at the end, they want to claim the royal authority there. They want to be, that's why there is an explosion of representations of the funerary cults after the death of the governors that we do not have at the beginning of the reign of the Pepi II, but we have at the end. Jüngling, Hekaib, the deified. Is this related with the role of the governor that want to be similar in a smaller scale, obviously, to the king?
Thank you. That was a really wonderful presentation. And my question may be a little bit naive, but with the famine that you were showing, which I truly believe was there, why did people like, with the text where they say, oh, you know, I fed Antiphys, and why did those areas not suffer?
Sorry?
Why did they have more abundant products available?
When I was studying in London with Fakir Hassan insisted in many of his classes that the geomorphology of the Nile Valley is not regular. So a flood might be amazing in your district, but 100 kilometers to the north might be a disaster. So,
thanks. That's what I thought, but I would like to have got your input. Thank you.
At Giza, we're very interested in the collapse of the Old Kingdom at the end of the 4th dynasty. The point here is that the order of magnitude of quarrying and construction in the 4th dynasty for the pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, to some extent Menkaure, or before that, Snefru, it's an order of magnitude different in terms of energy output than anything you find at Abu Sir, including the so-called Great Pyramid of Nefer-Kare. I'm sorry, this is a little bit of my sight-itis, but... and then, of course, Dynasty 6 is very different. I just would like to say, from the outside, I suppose, from the outside Egyptology, the Old Kingdom can look like a block. And then we run the danger of it being facile to talk about this block collapsing. The order of magnitude of energy output in terms of monument construction is very different from Dynasty 4 to 5. And you can almost say, depending on what your criteria for collapse are, that there's a decline into the 5th dynasty. Of course, we Egyptologists know that there was a huge expansion of fine relief carving, a reformalization of the temples. The bureaucracy, ironically, was increasing as the pyramids are decreasing in volume. And then again, Dynasty 6 is very different, both in terms of monument construction, in terms of history. To cut to one image, Barry Kemp pointed out the amazingly provincial and poor quality of the tombs of high officials around the pyramid of Pepi II. So my only point is, it's not so much a question, but that from inside Egyptology, it doesn't look so much like a block. If you look at the texture of the data, it's not like there was this monolith that collapsed at the 4.2K ABP event. I don't think anybody, well, I wouldn't argue with that event being totally real and somehow related to the onset of what we call the first intermediate period. But I would just urge that it's not a block, and you see change throughout this 300-year period, dramatic change, from, say, Menkaure, the end of monumental pyramids, to the end of the reign of Pepi II. So we're not dealing with a block that all of a sudden fell apart.
No, I do.
And I'm sure you see this record very well at Dynasty 6,
I do
as you just said in your comments.
I do completely agree with you. We cannot talk about a block. It's clear that we have different phases. This is the Old Kingdom, so yeah, I do agree. Probably sometimes one generalizes and it's not so good.
I appreciate greatly what you're, the direction you're going, and the question that Mark asks, and my own interest leads me to suggest that it's possible to quantify all of these metrics, that they're not simply presence, absence, but actually capable of quantification. So, for instance, it's possible to quantify what is Nile flow, since Nile flow is a function of the Indian summer monsoon. So we know what that amount is, and we know what Nile flow is. And when the Indian summer monsoon is reduced or displaced, we know the reduction in Nile flow, and we know literally the amount of land that is inundated and susceptible to both cultivation and harvest during regular Nile flow and during Nile flow interruptions. So it's possible to quantify how much land was not inundated and therefore cultivable and harvestable during these periods of time. And I think it's also possible to quantify just what we mean by Old Kingdom collapse at the end of the 6th dynasty, similarly, and that is how many sites were abandoned in the Delta at the time of the 4.2 KABP Nile flow reduction. That is, there's a substantial reduction in the amount of land that is occupiable, habitable, cultivable in the Delta because of reduced Nile flow. And it's possible to quantify that and to understand thereby the relationship between available harvests and deployable harvests and what was available to Old Kingdom rulers such as Pepi, but not available subsequently. So I think it's actually amenable to analysis. Of course, I am not going to do that.
Thank you. I think it's fair to give the chance to our online colleagues who have 2 questions.
What is the evidence of the weakening of central authority, and around which reigns is such evidence based?
Well, we might say that it's a long process, and the evidence are indirect evidence. For example, since the beginning of the 6th dynasty, the marriage of royal princes with governors, provincial governors, never happened before. What is looking for the king through these marriages? For example, suddenly we have an expression of power that is the funerary complexes in the provinces, and as I mentioned before, in Kubet-el-Hawa we have a visible and tangible process of monumentalization of these funerary complexes. And there is another issue, that is the weakening of the economic resources. For example, there are more and more funerary estates that do not have to pay taxes to the royal court because they are exempt. We have a provincial bureaucracy that is more and more complex, as well as in the royal palace. And these are more and more resources that have to be paid by the central state or have to be to sustain this system. So, and we can say, for example, also that there are some problems, political problems in the succession at the beginning of the Sixth Dynasty. So it's a long process, and we have to play with all these indirect evidences to try to explain what is coming next. That is the fall of the Memphite monarchy.
Thank you. And the second question from the chat is, do you think social inequalities increased or decreased during the crisis? We always think of stability and strong leaders being good, but sometimes in crisis, the average person may benefit. This happened in Lebanon over the past 6 years.
Well, it is always interesting to compare the current moment with the past, but we have to think that we are in different scenarios. Concerning if there have been social changes during the first intermediate period, I think that the poor people was poor before, during the first intermediate period, and after the first intermediate period. What we can see is that there is a changing of the people who control the resources. It seems that during the Old Kingdom, in general terms, we might say that it is the royal court who manage or at least authorize the use of these resources, the resources of the country. But during the first intermediate period, who manage these resources is the people who control 1, 2, 3 districts in Egypt. So it's, and why we have this democratization during the first intermediate period? Because basically what we have in the provinces is small courts. And these guys that works for the provincial bureaucracy now they have access to resources controlled by their master, provincial master. Before, it was the king who redistribute this mainly in those who were around him.
Something that I've wondered about for a long time, and I don't have the, I guess, statistical background to really try to answer it for myself, and it also touches on what Mark said about the energy that's being expended at Giza in the 4th dynasty versus Saqqara and Abu Sir in the 5th and the 6th dynasties, and then also what you just mentioned, how some of this construction is shifting to the provinces. And so what I wonder is, in the 4th dynasty, I mean, is there really that shift, or is it just how in energy expenditure, or is it just how it's spread? In other words, you expend your workforce, your resources on building this one enormous pile of stone versus smaller pyramids, but then you have more construction in the provinces. And I looked at it, I've thought about this also in terms of the New Kingdom, where you have the Ramessid kings who are, their tombs are large, but they're not, as far as I understand it, the energy expenditure of building a pyramid, but they're building these enormous stone temples in several parts of the country. So do you have sort of, is there a, based on the population and the resources and the food supply and other factors, a kind of carrying capacity for how much monumental stone construction is possible in any given period, assuming that sort of the population is relatively stable, at least through the New Kingdom, maybe which may not be true. So this is something I've wondered about, but I don't have the statistical background or the
I don't know. I know
to try to figure that out. I've just wondered. So since we're kind of talking about those things, I thought I'd throw that out there, and maybe somebody has a better idea.
Well, I know that Mark has think much about this.
If I may, Adele, I think you're putting your finger right on a very critical nail in this whole topic. And my working model is that the centripetal forces that were put into play for building these gigantic pyramids, largely in 3 generations, Snefru, Khufu, Khafre, that They had new farms, new ranches, new trade, new routes out to Sinai to procure copper, to the Western Desert for various other resources down into Nubia, development of the provinces, you know, the well-known inscriptions from the reign of Snefru, where, you know, Nubians are being transported supposedly with some kind of internal colonization. These centripetal forces started shifting at the end of Dynasty IV to centrifugal forces, where now the infrastructure that was created for building these gigantic monuments becomes more important in its own right than building a gigantic monument. And true, you have like 10,000 square meters of fine relief carving in Sahure's pyramid, estimated. And you now have the development of the provinces. Now you have monumental tombs appearing in the provinces. But my working model is that the emphasis on the large pyramid became less important, but that's why I always like to say, as I've said in many times, I'm more interested in how the pyramids helped to build Egypt than in how the Egyptians built the pyramids. But I think you put your finger right on a critical issue. And again, that's why I don't think we can treat the Old Kingdom necessarily as a monolith. Things shifted very dramatically from Dynasty 4 to Dynasty 5. And they're using energy, but they're putting it into they're emphasizing now the infrastructure itself, not unlike our freeway system, supposedly created to move nuclear weapons around by Eisenhower, or the internet, supposedly invented by Al Gore, but, you know, for our military. And now, of course, the internet is an infrastructure that's more important in its own right.
Hello, I just have a question about the elites. I was wondering why we should separate the Old Kingdom, late Old Kingdom, from the first intermediate period in the terms of royal courts and local courts, as you told. It is not possible that the first intermediate local courts are not the same of the late Old Kingdom. And if you see, for example, like in the one that we see in the necropolis of Mer or other big necropolis of the late Old Kingdom are quite very similar and the same, sometimes the same families that we see after the probably second period, the collapse, and etc., etc. And even if we go to see in Kubd al-Khawa, for example, Setka is not in the continuity of the late Old Kingdom politics.
Well, concerning the terminology, we have to, under my point of view, we have to locate all of us and to precise maximum as possible with the late Old Kingdom. Late Old Kingdom, I understand that is the 6th dynasty, so it's the beginning of the end. That crystallized or collapsed during what is 7th, 8th dynasties. So, concerning the governors, you were asking what? Sorry.
No, Setka, for example, is Setka is the same titles of the governors of before, and
Setka is playing. It is difficult to have a concrete chronology about him, but as Elmar pointed out, he was very close to Antifi. And perhaps we are dealing with the last years of the Memphite monarchy, because he's sending presents in the lines, textual, in the text that appear in his tomb, that he's sending presents to the house of Heti, not to a king. He's sending to an equal. Let's be friends, Heti and me, probably because Antifi already was looking to the south with this interesting eyes. So I don't know if I understand.
And why Antifi should be an autonomous, independent governor? He is a Haritap Nesut as his father. So why he should be considered an autonomous governor and not administrator linked to the capital like before it was?
Under my point of view, since he tried to control the whole south, he's autonomous. And the mention of this Neferir Karre in his text, funerary text, doesn't mean that is Heracleopolitan king. Mine refers to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming back almost on time. And now by Johannes Jüngling and Julian Posch, we will know if there is anything new by reevaluating the chronological environment of the 4.2 event. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We would like to express our gratitude to the organizers of the conference for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. And of course, thank you for the kind introduction. Is there anything new? The theory of the 4.2 Ka event rests on three premises. Drastic processes of aridification, in our case in the interconnected geographical landscapes of North Africa, Southwest Asia and the Mediterranean, political collapses and societal crises in the early states and state-like entities of these regions, and a chronological frame for all of these factors around 2200 BCE. If one of these premises goes down, the theory itself could be called into question. Therefore, it is necessary to constantly re-evaluate our data and see if our theories still accommodate them. Our joint presentation aims to provide circumstantial information from recent Egyptological research into historical chronology of the second half of the 3rd millennium BCE. Since the chronology of ancient Egypt is based on a broad and deep basis of written evidence, it is widely used as a reference for regional chronologies, especially of Southwest Asia. It may thus serve as a touchstone for the validity of the connection of climatic, political and chronological data that is the center of the 4.2 Ka theory. Now, to remind us all of the difficulties, we do not know exactly which Egyptian king sat on the throne in 2200 BCE. And this is a problem, since Egyptian timekeeping did not work according to the year of an era, but according to the regnal years of the respective monarch. So, if we want to align inscriptionally documented climatic and political events with a chronological timeline, we need to find out who ruled when and for how long. In order to get a broad as well as deep understanding of the subject, we would have to revise the entire chronology of ancient Egypt in all its subdisciplines: radiocarbon-based absolute dating, relative chronology, and the evaluation of calendrical/historical data. Since this endeavor is still underway and very much a work in progress, we will today concentrate on a few spotlights that directly affect our understanding of Egypt's historical chronology around the time of the alleged 4.2 Ka event.
One of the major sources for our understanding of the historical chronology from the Old Kingdom up until the Second Intermediate Period is the Royal Canon of Turin. This list mentions groups of kings, including their regnal lengths, and was written on the back of an administrative papyrus dated to the time of Ramses II. Especially the fragmentary status of the Royal Canon of Turin has been a major problem to the understanding of this source. A first major reconstruction, which is still followed in many parts, was proposed by Gustave Seifert. Simultaneously, Jean-François Champollion made his own observations on the papyrus that have been made accessible most recently. First photographs of this papyrus have only been published in 1935 by Giulio Farina. His publication was followed by a revised edition from Alan Gardiner. For several years, Kim Ryholt has been working on a new publication of this papyrus, which will hopefully be published soon. On the database of the Museo Egizio di Torino, his newest reconstruction is already available, making modern high-resolution photographs of this papyrus available for the first time. Now let's have a look at the part of the 6 dynasty kings marked in red on this slide. None of the kings' names are preserved. However, based on the mentioned regnal lengths, they can be substantiated according to what you can see on the slide. A major issue in the reading for this part is the length of Merenre I, for whom the numbers 14, 24, 34, and 44 have been proposed. As you can see,
The modern-day photograph does not allow to say with any certainty which of the readings is correct. This brings us back to Gustav Seyfert. During his visit in Turin, he made copies of the fragments of the royal canon, thus allowing us to get a glimpse on the status of this papyrus dating to the early 19th century. While most of the fragments received a drawing using transparent paper, Seyfert also created an overview page with his proposed reconstruction of the papyrus. On this slide, you see the detail concerning the section of the 6th dynasty kings. Red lines depict the approximate edges of the fragments. Reconstructed numbers and readings of kings are indicated with black points over the reconstructed parts. See, for example, the number 20 indicated with the blue arrow. Fortunately, also the regnal length of Merenre was recorded by Seyfert, and although part of it is indicated as reconstructed, this does nevertheless allow us to read the number 14 with some certainty.
Egyptian history is commonly divided into discrete series of successive rulers. In the tradition of the Egyptian priest Manetho, who thrived in the 3rd century BCE, these are called dynasties. Arguably, the most relevant of these dynasties for the topic of this conference is the 6th dynasty, consisting of 7 monarchs who ruled roughly around 2200 BCE. In order to understand this chronological environment of the 4.2 Ka event theory, we need to do 2 things. 1, get to terms with the internal historical chronology of this period, and 2, determine its place within absolute chronology as exactly as possible. Therefore, let's first have a look at the sequence of rulers as we reconstruct it today. While Teti, the first king of the 6th dynasty, is relatively well attested, not least by his beautiful pyramid at Saqqara, his successor Userkare poses some questions. He is mostly attested in much later king lists, and the few contemporaneous attestations remain somewhat dubious. Furthermore, a status as anti-king or a co-regency with his successor Pepi I have been proposed but never proved. For a variety of reasons, but mostly because of missing positive evidence, we chose to regard Userkare as a legitimate sole king between Teti and Pepi I. The 4 subsequent kings, Pepi I, Merenre, Pepi II, and Nemti do not cause problems regarding their number or sequence. It is only with the last monarch of the 6th dynasty that we find ourselves presented with uncertainties. Manetho tells us that the last ruler of the dynasty was Nitocris, the noblest and loveliest of the women of her time, of fair complexion, the builder of the 3rd pyramid, who reigned for 12 years. The royal canon, being the only real Egyptian king list, conveniently displays a royal name, Nit-Ikerti, in the relevant position, which surely inspired the name Nitocris, found with Herodotus and Manetho. Again, this name does not have any contemporaneous equivalent, at least none that we knew of. So instead, it has been argued that the historical model for the name in the royal canon did not have the element Nit, Nath, in it. Rather, several scholars maintain that the original royal name was that of a king of the 8th dynasty, Necherikare. But for both paleographical and phonetic reasons, this is highly improbable. Superficial phonetic similarity does not suffice in this case. Especially regarding the latter, I refer you to the work of Mark Brose, who clearly demonstrated how improbable it really is to identify these 2 names with each other. Also, Roman Gundacker has detailed his reasoning about Queen Nitocris in a conference whose proceedings are underway at the moment, suggesting another reconstruction of this royal name, which solves most of the phonological uncertainties that still remained. Taking all of this into consideration, it seems best to accept that a most likely female ruler, the historical Nitocris, whom we see reflected in the works of Herodotus and Manetho, led the country for a certain amount of time at the end of the 6th dynasty, although we cannot prove the existence of this ruler with contemporaneous material at the moment. The number and order of the kings of the 6th dynasty being established, let's have a look at the length of reign of these monarchs, hence the length of the entire period. For this purpose, we have at our disposal 4 basic source corpora: Manetho's account, the royal canon from the New Kingdom, the more or less contemporaneous annals of the 6th dynasty on the so-called South Saqqara stone, and various dated inscriptions from the individual reigns. Neither of these source groups can give us the whole picture. Rather, we have to consider them all together in order to be able to estimate an approximate total duration. The crucial thing for us to understand here is how regnal years were counted in the 6th dynasty. While for most parts of the Egyptian history, the mode of counting is simply regnal year 1, 2, 3, etc., in the Old Kingdom, timekeeping worked according to the cattle census. This census, in turn, was linked to the respective reign. So, in order to compute a given regnal length from contemporaneous sources, we have to assess the number of cattle counts that occurred in this reign. But since counts did not happen in every year, how do we convert these counts into regnal years? This is, in fact, the central question that has riddled Old Kingdom chronology since the very beginning of research into this topic. Various models have been proposed, ranging from a completely irregular cycle over an intricate 19 or 8-year cycle to a regular biennial system. For reasons too complex to be detailed here, I personally argued in favor of the latter for dynasties 4 and 5, and indeed, much of our written evidence suggests that this is also the case for the biggest part of dynasty 6. That much for regular regnal years. But what about the first and last years, and the incomplete succession years?
Often, the highest known regnal year of a king is taken as the minimal duration of the respective king's reign. However, without knowing the applied dating system, this might be off by up to 2 years, which does not sound like much but adds up over time, especially if we are talking about dozens of kings. Dating systems may be divided into 2 groups that align themselves with the new year in the civil calendar and those that do not. We know that during the New Kingdom a system of succession dating was in place. Thus, the regnal year of a king began with the death of the predecessor or his accession date and was counted up until his own death. Therefore, a king's regnal length is approximately 1 year below the highest known regnal year. The system is used up until nowadays in monarchies. Examples are the Pope, who counts his pontificate, used in official documents of the Vatican, but also by the King of Great Britain and other monarchs. The other 2 dating systems are usually named post-dating and predating. Predating refers to a system in which the first full calendrical year of a king is counted as his second. It is thus possible that, although a king's second regnal year is known, he ruled for less than a year. Contrary, post-dating refers to the first full calendrical year of a king as his first year and finds different ways to deal with the remainder of the unfinished last year of the predecessor. These days may either continue to be counted for the predecessor or a year 0 is introduced, counting for the new king. In this system, a second regnal year of a king may thus be equivalent to him reigning for at least 1 year and up to almost 2 years. During the Old Kingdom, the term Renpet Sematawi is known for several kings and is understood to refer to the first year of a king. It is noteworthy that Nusere, Jetkare, as well as Merendre have examples of a Renpet Sep 1 next to the Renpet Sematawi. This may either be a synonym or an indication that the first incomplete year was referred to as Renpet Sematawi during the Old Kingdom. Thus, post-dating may be tentatively assumed for this period. As the change of a regnal year is thereby linked to the calendrical new year, the existence of a Renpet Sematawi allows to narrow down the death of the respective predecessor, as he must have died in the same calendrical year before the first mention of a new year. Now let's get back to computing the length of the 6th dynasty.
One of the major challenges are the kings with the longest regnal lengths, namely Pepi I and Pepi II. Manetho tells us that Pepi I reigned for 53 years, Pepi II even for 94 years. At first glance, these numbers seem quite high, but they may be reflected in the contemporaneous sources if we bear in mind how counting regnal years worked in the Old Kingdom. For instance, doubling the 25 counts that are attested for Pepi I via contemporaneous inscriptions and the South Saqqara stone gets us to 50 years, which is not very far from the number of 53 years purported by Manetho. The ones digit might just be an error. In another example, 5 counts being contemporaneously attested for Meron-Re so far could align very well with the 7 years that Manetho ascribes to this king and the 14 years that are partly preserved in the Turin canon. We would just have to assume that the 2 final counts of Meron-Re's reign are not yet attested by means of contemporaneous inscriptions, and that instead of actual regnal years, only the number of counts is preserved in this part of Manetho's Aegyptiaca. Other examples for this kind of error may be found in the reigns of Snefru and Rajadev in the 4th dynasty. Of course, the entire picture is a bit more complicated, and estimations for regnal lengths cannot be based on pushing numbers alone. It's just to give you an overall idea of what problems we have to deal with and which approaches we can take to tackle them. For the time being, let us assume that the regular biennial system was still in use for the biggest part of the 6th dynasty. The question when and why this system collapsed is among the most fiercely debated, as we've already seen today. The long reign of the 5th king of the 6th dynasty, Pepi II, is widely considered an obvious candidate for this, but things might again be a bit more complicated. Manetho and the royal canon unanimously assign a regnal length of more than 90 years to this king, which would make him the by far longest reigning monarch in Egyptian history. While this is not impossible per se, the case is nevertheless highly dubious. The highest contemporaneously attested date from Pepi's reign is this edict documenting the 33rd count of this king. This would equal his 66th regnal year, the maximum if we assume a biennial census cycle. The fact that there are no attestations whatsoever of higher counts should make us very suspicious, since there should be at least 47 of them if Manetho and the royal canon are right, maybe even more. The reason behind this discrepancy is very probably just a twist of numbers. The hieratic numerals for 90 and 60 look very similar indeed. It's just a difference of one horizontal stroke. In much the same way, 20 was very similar to 50 during a certain period between the Old and the New Kingdoms. To me, it appears very likely that in an early copy of a source document of the royal canon, these two numbers got confused by a scribe in a way that Pepi I seemingly only reigned for 20 years instead of 50. Assigning 50 regnal years to Pepi I and 60 plus to Pepi II aligns well with the contemporaneous sources of the 6th dynasty kings, and thus solves most of the problems we have with the internal chronology of the 6th dynasty, allowing for a reconciliation of contemporaneous data and later written traditions. There is only one supposedly contemporaneous inscription that has often been referred to as the date of the funeral of Pepi II, prominently so by Hans Gödicke, that poses a question on us. It is this dipinto from the pyramid temple of Pepi II's mortuary complex at Saqqara, discovered and recorded by Gustave Jacquier almost 100 years ago. The inscription mentions a funeral, including some funerary goods, and is introduced by a regnal date of an unknown king. This date has for a long time been read as Renpet Zep 31. Anthony Spellinger even suggested 71, and connected to the death and burial of the king. This would set a definitive high mark for the regnal length of Pepi II. However, there are severe problems with this interpretation. First of all, such an inscription would be a unique phenomenon among the pyramid temples of the Old Kingdom. Moreover, both the form and the content of the inscription seem quite modest, almost unfitting for a king. Second, it is highly implausible why the funeral of a certain king should be dated according to the count of this same king instead of that of his successor. since the calendrical system used throughout the entire Egyptian history was based on the successors taking over the day after the predecessor's demise, one would expect that the funeral taking place a substantial amount of time later would be dated using the new king's count, which, by the way, is a practice that we find reflected exactly in the administrative texts from the New Kingdom that deal with royal funerals. They are all dated to the first regnal year of the next king. Finally, and most importantly, the reading of the Zep number is neither 31 nor 71, but 21, as a paleographic comparison shows. This would make it impossible to connect this date in any way with the death of Pepi II, from whose reign we know at least 5 Zep counts, which are higher than that. This means that, in turn, we need not assume that Pepi could have reigned for only 60 or 61 years, as the Turin canon, with its relatively narrow lacuna, seems to imply. Whether or not there were any additional ones, be it in singles or in a ligature, and if yes, what this means for the total reign length of Pepi II is still up to debate and a need for further investigation. In my personal opinion, much evidence is speaking in favor of the biennial counting system being adhered to over the biggest part of the 6th dynasty, well into the reign of Pepi II anyway, and possibly even beyond that, during the reigns of Nemti-Emsaf and Nitocris. This would allow us to reconcile the Egyptian sources with one another with a minimum of hypothesized irregularities and exceptions. And this, in turn, would provide a more stable foundation for an integrated model of the Egyptian and the Southwest Asian chronologies, if only we had enough chronological anchors and synchronisms to align them. When it comes to the duration of the Old Kingdom and possible anchors for the chronology of this time, especially in Levantine studies, a find from the Palace of Ebla has been put forward prominently. Just below the destruction layer usually associated with Ishki-Mari, a jar lid with the name of Pepi I was found in Palace G. According to the excavators, the name mentioned on this lid depicts the form of the name adopted prior to, or before, as you would like, Pepi's Hebset. Furthermore, they suggest that the radiocarbon dates from this site offer a terminus postquem for Pepi I at around 2340 to 2300 BCE. Again, the details need reconsideration. The royal name in question here is the one preserved on this stone lid, which preserves parts of the king's Horus name, followed by the epithet Zahut-Heru Nebet Unit. Several times, this has been taken as a hint that the inscription was applied either during the first 30 or the remaining years of Pepi's reign, as he is thought to have taken on a new titulary with his first Hebset. While certain royal name changes in the course of the Hebset are attested in the New Kingdom, no evidence for this practice has so far surfaced for rulers of the Old Kingdom. It is probably best to regard this for what it is, a hypothesis, and to separate it from chronological questions. That the specific name form found on our lid belongs to a certain phase of Pepi's reign can neither be proved nor disproved at the moment. Recalculating the C14 dates with the newest calibration curve, we may further see that some of them range much later than the proposed date of the excavators. While the excavators used the calculated average as a terminus postquem for Pepi I, these finds can only offer a terminus antequem in the year 2146 BCE. Although fascinating in itself, this context and finds may thus not offer an anchor for the chronology of the Old Kingdom that goes beyond what is already commonly accepted. In order to take the next step, we still need further evidence. Let's now have a short look at the 8th dynasty.
Kings associated with this dynasty are mainly known from the Abydean king lists in the temple of Seti I and Ramses II, marked in red on this slide. However, some of them are also mentioned in the royal canon of Turin, directly following the kings of the 6th dynasty. whereas an identification of the mentioned Nitocris with the first king from the Abydos king list, Necherikare, was proposed, as we already heard, such an identification must be refuted. The new reading of an already long-known graffito at Jebel el-Silsila further verifies such a rejection, as it suggests that the birth name of this king may have been Hetep. As a king named Em Hetep is known from a Wadi Hammamat inscription, one may further speculate if Hetep is a hypocoristicon for Em Hetep, and both these kings may be the same. However, no conclusive evidence verifies such a hypothesis. A major issue concerning the 8th dynasty is their duration. Only few regnal years of kings of this dynasty are known from contemporaneous sources. This is further enhanced by the fragmentary status of the royal canon of Turin and its omission of many of the 8th dynasty kings. However, this papyrus contains a summation line including the duration of the preceding kings of the 6th and 8th dynasty. Subtracting the duration of the 6th dynasty kings known from contemporaneous sources, this would leave 39 years for the 8th dynasty kings, assuming that the summation line was not calculated anew, referring only to the preserved kings. An indication of a new counting of years may be found in the summation line of this group of kings that includes a reference to missing or unreadable kings in this section, which suggests that either the entries were already incomplete in the template of the canon's template, or that the scribe of the royal canon recalculated the years after writing them down. Another source often referred to is the Menophonian Egyptiaca. Anyhow, different transmissions list 100 or 146 years for this dynasty, and it was proposed inter alia by Beccarat that the original note may have been 46 for this dynasty. However, both the entry from the royal canon of Turin as well as the Menophonian tradition leave us with a very uncertain number of years, which for the time being cannot be further verified with contemporaneous sources. So to sum up, despite an increase in understanding of the period in question via contemporaneous sources, the main sources for the chronology of this time are still the royal canon of Turin, the king lists of the New Kingdom, and the Menophonian tradition. This, of course, includes all anachronistic issues that come with these sources, from errors in the transmission to the deliberate change of the information at hand. Nevertheless, removing them from our corpus is simply no option, as it leaves us without any grasp on the kings, dynasties, and ultimately the time span under study as a whole. Hopefully we could show that a detailed examination of written sources for a historical chronology of ancient Egypt may still allow for a better understanding of this very chronology, enabling us to align different layers of scriptural tradition with the contemporaneous sources in many cases. While the Ebla date appears very promising at first, it turns out to be very limited in offering a link between the Egyptian and Levantine chronology at the core of the 4.2 Ka event. One of the major challenges in chronological studies is the synchronization of different approaches and methods, namely absolute and historical chronology. In order to be able to connect the various dimensions of the 4.2 Ka theory with one another, it is necessary to correlate paleoclimatic data to anchor points of historical chronology, information on which we might receive more in the following days. Once a firm connection can be drawn between these areas of research, it will also be possible to align them with political events reflected in both Egyptian and Near Eastern sources. While the 6th dynasty kings often ruled over longer periods of time, from all that we can tell, the 8th dynasty kings did not. Was this linked to climatic change, or rather to the long reign of Pepi II, as we have already heard the discussion today? Similar challenges to the succession of kings are noticeable for most monarchies following the exceptional long reign of a king. To what extent climatic factors may have contributed to the demise of this period and ultimately in the political fragmentation characteristic of the first intermediate period is still a matter to debate. With this talk, we hope to have demonstrated what we can and cannot contribute to the academic discourse from a chronological point of view. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Julian and Johannes, for such a problematic old issue of cattle count and other issues. Questions?
Thanks. That's a really interesting talk. I was very interested in your findings with Nitocris, especially in regards to what Ryholt had published in regards to being... I actually got a lot of pushback. I had that in my PhD. So to have something confirmed, have you published that anywhere that I could reference it in future work?
Where was it? Mark Brose's article is published in Gholami, I think.
Great.
254?
254, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. That's excellent.
And as I said, Roman Gundaker's contribution to the conference proceedings is underway. But I think if you write to him and ask him, he will forward you the results.
It's just wonderful work. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I have a similar impression like you. I really appreciate that you have had the guts to go into this, topic that is resurfacing the scene for more than a century, and really go to the sources to see the paleographic distinctions and the consequences. My first question would be when you actually started this project, because what I would really love to see, probably in the proceedings, inshallah, when do you think you might be able to come up with some tentative, your take on the relative chronology of the closing part of the Old Kingdom and the first intermediate period specifically? Because as far as I can remember, the last or the most recent take on this was by Hrech Papazian a couple of years back, dealing with the first intermediate period, and now it's obviously your turn. But I would really love to see, how you see, based on your research, the chronology or the sequence of the kings, queens, and the time frame for them. So, just thank you.
Yeah, maybe as a kind of disclaimer, both of us wrote our PhD dissertations in the framework of Roman Gundaker's Challenging Times project, which for us started in 2020. The project itself is 2 years older than that, I think. And the question as to when these results will be published or anywhere near a form that allows to publish them is crucial. We've both submitted our PhD dissertations. Julian's is completed by now. Mine is under review. And I think, well, how long does it take to publish a dissertation after it's submitted? You tell me.
Okay, thank you, and please my best regards to Roman. Maybe he's watching. So.
But maybe one take that might be still interesting to go into is also the question of Egyptological periodization. So when do we actually speak about first intermediate period? When is it still Old Kingdom? And I think one of the main issues that we have is that we can't agree on this. This is partly to the sources and partly to the fact that we weigh different events differently. So some people consider the rapid change of kings in the 8th dynasty already to be a sign of the first intermediate period, and others do not. And something that I have, for example, have proposed in my thesis was to consider the appearance of a second monarch, a nominal second monarch, as the actual starting point of the intermediate periods for the first intermediate as well as the second intermediate period, which would actually deal more with the fact of when does someone actually try to challenge this whole system rather than just political events or maybe changes in how society is organized, as it is very likely that we have similar changes also in the 4th and in the 5th dynasty. It's just that they don't lead to a new dynasty appearing. And maybe this could be a possible way to actually differentiate the Old Kingdom from the First Intermediate Period and kind of settle this discourse, because I think we can all kind of agree on that. Or at least I hope so.
Thank you. Questions from Prague still? Because we have one online question, I think.
Online question is more general one. How narrow do you feel we should take the 42K event with regards to the effects? Which rains do you estimate might have been affected?
Well, this is exactly what our presentation aimed to show, that we can't really tell. Well, obviously, a reign of 60 plus years that we assume for Pepi II would be the obvious candidate for a reign being affected by climatic phenomena that take maybe decades to unfold. But of course, if you think it's possible that these things occurred during this 60 plus years reign, where do you exactly draw the line? Are the preceding reigns affected as well? Maybe even stronger than that? Are the subsequent reigns affected in the same way? Because they are all very, very short, and it's not really possible to tell where to draw the line in this case. And yeah, it's still a matter for future research, I'm afraid, because from the historical chronology alone that we wanted to present today, it's just not possible to tell. Sorry.
What you refer to as a 4.2K theory is kind of strange for a paleoclimatologist to hear, because there are more than 200 paleoclimate data sets that are resolved with sub-decadal resolution, and therefore this isn't a theory in the sense of Ptolemy or Copernicus. These are simply hard scientific data. So I think you should alter your nomenclature a little bit. The only theory might be what are the chronological dates for some Egyptian rulers, but the paleoclimate event is not exactly a theory in the scientific world. It's a hard and fast data set that has been replicated more than 200 times. So that's one point that struck me as curious about your presentation. The second is that the Old Kingdom collapse is not exactly a theory either. That is, the Pepi's control of Memphis and the treasury and pyramid construction, all of this ceases, and the state literally fissions into at least two, perhaps violently. So all of these are happening synchronously, as far as we can determine. After all, the decadal resolution radiocarbon calendar for the Old Kingdom dynasts was produced more than 15 years ago out of Oxcal, Mike D, and other publications. So I don't think these data sets are theoretical in any scientific usage of the term theory.
Thank you for this, for both of these remarks. What we didn't go into detail during this presentation was that the theory that we talked about was exactly what you mentioned. You know, the link between paleoclimatical events that definitely took place, and certain political events that definitely took place by means of historical chronology. And this is, in a nutshell, what we perceive as this theory, not the single pillars of this building, but the building itself. The single pillars, as you mentioned, the paleoclimatical data, etc., the political events that we knew of, these are facts. Yeah, if I paraphrase your reasoning exactly.
I think I misheard you. I thought you referred to it as theory.
No, it's probably just that we didn't make it clear from the beginning what we meant with theory. Sorry.
So I have to admit here, what a lot of people know, I'm actually a Middle Kingdom person who's kind of invaded your conference. So what do you think about these short reigns? Because this is also something in the Middle Kingdom that we deal with in the 13th dynasty. You have these kings turning over pretty quickly. And so what do you think about this turnover of the kings after Pepi II? Is there any idea of what's happening to them? Are they stepping back? Are they being knocked off, as we say in English, murdered? I don't know, whatever. Are they older people who die? Are they falling victim to the climate issues, maybe which caused famine or disease, or any ideas? Any theories?
I think that goes to the core of how does succession work in general. And of course, like if you have someone reigning for, let's say, 60 years, he turned out to be very old in the end. So even his children and the possible successors are rather old. Therefore, also increasing the likelihood of them dying of a natural death. But then you also have the case of, or the general question on, first of all, how does succession work in ancient Egypt, that we are not 100% always sure how that happened. Usually we think of primogeniture, but it could be also some other systems that we know from other monarchies very well. And second of all is the question of maybe they are kind of running out of possible successors at a certain point. And this can be linked to other events and also social events, but it doesn't necessarily have to. If we consider the 8th dynasty, for example, where we have a lot of the kings that, or not a lot, but some of them which might still be sons of Pepi II, this is interesting to see in itself, because we have a king who ruled for a very long time, and then we have one son, but then a brother of his, and then a brother of that one. So this is also kind of strange to think of, because considering normal, as we know it from, for example, European successions during the medieval times, we would think that the son of the son succeeds and not his brother. So there is kind of a break in the line. So either we have to reconsider our succession modes or traditions or customs, or there is somehow a lack of possible successors at that time, and what that may have been caused by, I have no idea. And something else, what you mentioned is, of course, besides natural deaths, we could also think of possible successors actually killing or assassinating their predecessors, which is something we can never outline, I think. And it's also something that would not be mentioned in the sources, or at least we would not think that we can see them there. So this all adds up, and probably I couldn't really answer your question.
Well, partly, I mean, if Pepi II reigns for a long time, his sons will not be young. Like the same situation now with King Charles. He came to the throne rather, I don't know how old he is exactly. He's pretty well in his 70s, I think. Yeah, and not entirely well. Hopefully he's okay. But, you know, so you have that kind of situation where you have a very long reign, and then the next reign will inevitably be shorter. And you do have, I think in France, you have examples of brother successions in the French royal.
I mean, we also have it for Egypt.
Middle Ages. So that can happen, but so you would get, but you would have the successors of Pepi II okay, we accept that they're old and they have short rains, but how does that carry through this whole longer period of the first intermediate period? And also the same thing in the 13th dynasty, where there's a few longer rains, but they're coming and going pretty fast. I realize that's not the topic of this conference, but...
I have a very quick question, but now I have a comment. At the end of the third intermediate period, when Pia came to Egypt from the south, you had 5 kings calling themselves the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. Could have been a situation like that. But my quick question for Professor Weiss is, these 200 data points that establish the 4.2 Ka-BP event as fact, not theory, which I accept, what is the time frame that those 200 data points give us? From when to when? What is the span of this so-called event?
From 4.2 to 3.9 Ka-BP.
So that's good millennium.
I'm sorry?
How many years is that? I'm sorry.
250.
Thank you. I got my PhD under you, Dr. Weiss, but I can't do that math.
Yeah. So,
okay, 250 years. That's.
Yeah.
I think that's a very useful thing to know.
Yeah. And in the terms of the Indian summer monsoon and the speleothem data, which resolve this period, that is both in eastern and western Indian summer monsoon domains on the Indian subcontinent, and also at the Indus Delta, the marine cores, those are all synchronously recorded, that is, from 4.2 to 3.9. But interestingly enough, with the increasing resolution of the speleothem data, which now is actually decadal, that is 10-year resolution.
So my question there is,
the resolution of that now indicates that it's possible to observe, as I mentioned in the article you haven't read yet that I published 3 years ago.
How do you know I haven't read
in that important article, I referred to the Indian subcontinent, the ISM data, which is not mine, which is published by several people at Cambridge and in India. And the resolution now allows us to perceive that it is, in fact, 3 sequential mega drought periods within the 300 years. That is, it's not one continuous span in the Indian summer monsoon data. 3 multi-decadal sequential periods. That is, a 30-year period followed by a 30-year period followed by a 30-year.
And how exactly do we know the first of those periods?
How exactly do we know it?
How exactly do we know it within a decade?
Yeah.
When it began?
Yeah.
Well, that's very useful. What? So that's exactly 4.2 Ka?
Yeah, more or less it's 4.2 is when it begins. I can refer you to the publications of these data. But the interesting quality of this is that it's not simply the Indian summer monsoon that is deflected at this period of time and then results in the reduction in Nile flow that is estimated to be 20 or 30%. The interesting phenomenon here is that, as I like to point out to my Mesopotamian colleagues, we are all observing, both in Mesopotamia and in Egypt, very small components of a global phenomenon. That we are staring in Mesopotamia at, for instance, a 180-kilometer long stretch of the Tigris and Euphrates. Big deal, 180 kilometers. That's like New York to Boston or less. But on the Nile, from Nubia to the Delta, a longer stretch. But in both of these situations, we are looking at very small components of a phenomenon that extended from Spain to China, and in the Western Hemisphere as well. The first intermediate period, which is literally synchronous with the Akkadian collapse in Mesopotamia. My Mesopotamian colleagues do not understand this. My Egyptology colleagues never heard of it, right? And apart from Mirak.
Well, that's why we're here.
And here's the rub, that my Spanish colleagues, where did he go? my Spanish colleagues, they don't understand that their Spanish archaeology colleagues have been analyzing the same situation in southern Iberia along the Mediterranean, the Argaric collapse. Oh, the Argaric collapse is precisely synchronous with all of this, as is the early Helladic III collapse in Greece, as is the collapse in the Levant, as is the collapse in Anatolia.
Well, Professor,
wildly, this actually extends all the way to Tibet and China. That is, the great big fat East Asian summer monsoon collapses at the same time as the Indian summer monsoon collapses or is deflected, at the same time that the mid-latitude westerlies are deflected or collapses. So from literally the Straits of Gibraltar to the East Mediterranean coast, to the Nile, across the Iranian plateau, to the Indian subcontinent, and to East Asia. These places are all suffering from the same monsoonal deflection or disturbance. Probably the monsoons were pushed southward at this time.
I accept all of that.
You don't have to accept it or reject it. It's out there.
No, I do accept it, but it helps us calibrate how this integrates with Egyptological data to know how long it happened and how exactly we know when the first of those sub-events started. It helps us calibrate with all these presentations and the Egyptological information.
I think
that was my only question.
Decadal at this point. And the only question is, how old was Pepe when he died? Or, do we really care? I mean, we do care? we care. Okay. We care.
Thank you for the speakers and for the discussion. Thank you.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, to this afternoon session, with the first part of which is going to be initiated by Aaron Gidding, speaking on his own behalf and on the behalf of Thomas Levy, his colleagues in the San Diego Center, University of California, and he will give his paper about the so-called 4.2 KBP climate event and the collapse of civilization in the Southern Levant. The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. So first, I just want to thank the organizers for inviting me and Tom to give this talk. I'm going to discuss what was titled the so-called 4.2 KBP climate event, specifically from the perspective of the Southern Levant. So it'll be a little bit different from what has been discussed up to this point, because I won't really talk a whole lot about Egypt, but I'll try to give some reference, or I will give some reference to how the archaeology within the Southern Levant connects to the Egyptian chronology, because that's primarily what I'm going to be sort of interested in talking about. Basically, this is going to be an integration of two different streams of research that Tom and I have done. One related to radiocarbon dating during the early Bronze Age, and then some more specific archaeological data about the copper-producing region of Fainan in southern Jordan and its relationship to the northern Negev and many of the sites that are the northern Negev. So I'm going to start by talking about some of the chronological issues of the early Bronze Age as it specifically applies to sort of the Southern Levant itself. And then I'm going to use that as a platform to talk about the work that we've been doing in Jordan and how the sort of work, especially in areas like Fainan, the sort of arid periphery, how the cadence of activity there doesn't necessarily entirely correlate specifically to the cadence of understanding of sort of changes in culture that exist in other parts of the Levant. And I think one of the sort of like this core sort of issue of chronology and culture is something that's been touched on already by some of the speakers and in some of the discussion as well, ends up being a really important one. And part of this is that there's a lot, especially when you're talking about desert archaeology or archaeology in a space where we don't have the benefits of text, there's a lot of different kinds of proxies that we end up using in order to understand the periodization of the archaeology that we're looking at. So one thing that you might look at, for instance, are ceramic typologies. You could look at lithics and use those as the basis for how you're talking about cultural change. But then there's also other things like radiocarbon isotopic dating, archaeomagnetic dating, and sort of many others. And each of those have their own resolutions and characterizations that make them either sort of better or worse depending on what you're trying to talk about. And actually, in this talk, I plan on leveraging sort of all of those to talk about how the archaeology of sort of some of these desert areas connects into the 4.2 KABP event. So quick, just kind of like the one graphic summary of the early Bronze Age in the Southern Levant and how it's sort of classically understood. Basically sometime around 3000 BCE, there is a quote unquote rise, an urbanization phase that, sort of creates what is ultimately sort of the current debate that exists around most archaeologists is sort of like, what is the nature of urbanization? And a lot of that is sort of, it's much more an issue of sort of, is this actually urban? Is this something that we can sort of talk about in the terms that we talk about, sort of modern urbanization processes and things like that? There's even some sort of questions about exactly when it happens and relative to other kinds of sites. And then you have a period of time where those sites that are quote unquote urban sort of persist. And then there's a period where those sites sort of disappear. And you have what is oftentimes called the Intermediate Bronze Age or the Early Bronze 4. And traditionally that was associated with a process of ruralization or pastoralism or something along those lines. And which is then succeeded by another process of urbanization. Now, what has been debated a lot in recent times is not sort of the general rubric of this idea that there is sort of a period of sort of agglomeratization of different sites, but when exactly that happens and when those sites disperse and sort of become less sort of prominent on the landscape. And the major way that that's been dealt with so far is through the use of radiocarbon. So radiocarbon dating within Levantine archaeology kind of has a bit of sort of a history of distrust. It was one of the areas where radiocarbon dating was sort of first applied without necessarily a lot of success. And part of that had to do with the kinds of sites that were actually sort of being tested on. The resolutions weren't really sort of up to snuff with what people wanted. And especially actually in the area that I'm going to focus on archaeologically and sort of some of the desert areas, there is a lot of different problems with sort of ultimately it has to do with the nature of radiocarbon dating itself, right? Old wood effects, questions of context, the ability to actually use it stratigraphically and things like that. But in the last 10 years, it has been used to great effect to completely kind of revolutionize the way that archaeologists understand the chronology of the early Bronze Age, especially in sort of an absolute way. So sort of getting away from these more relativistic terms and talking about it in much more specific ways. Traditional chronology, sort of as it aligns with Egypt, looks sort of something like this, where you have, in the early Bronze Age, you sort of have everything kind of, early Bronze 1, you have everything leading up to Dynasty 0. The early Bronze 2 traditionally lined up with Dynasties 1 through 3. The early Bronze 3 was basically sort of the major part of the Old Kingdom. And then the early Bronze 4 directly interfaced with the first intermediate period of Egypt. And a lot of this worked really well because obviously, the Levant and Egypt are directly next to each other. In theory, there should be a lot of interaction going on between the two regions. And you would imagine that the Levant, ultimately being a relative political backwater, was dependent on a larger state society in order to sort of like alter the way that things are happening economically, socially, and things along those lines. But in the last, well, in 2012 specifically, important new radiocarbon chronology was published, and it basically kind of threw out a lot of the ideas of that traditional chronology. And the primary thing that it did is it took that early Bronze 2 period that functionally sort of isolated the idea of there being sort of a first through third dynasty, the sort of the beginnings of urbanization being tied to the early dynasties of Egypt, and compress that into only a span of, depending on sort of who you talk to, 50 years, 100 years, something like that. Or even maybe it doesn't even exist, potentially, depending on your perspective. And then the early Bronze 3, the end of that period, instead of being in line with the first intermediate, early as 2500 BCE. So it completely goes out of line with the chronology of Egypt. And instead, the major chronology for the Southern Levant really beats its own drum that is distinct. One of the sort of the methodological problems that came out of that is this intermediate period, the early Bronze or the intermediate Bronze Age went from being a 2300 to 2000 BCE period to 2500 to 2000 BCE. So you have this long period where, in theory, there isn't a lot necessarily going on in the Southern Levant. And archaeologically, there also is this issue of how do you actually explain that? Just to kind of like quickly look a little bit more closely at the radiocarbon data that was used to sort of justify this, you can see that around 2500, this is from stratigraphic excavations, a very clear drop-off in sort of where the radiocarbon dates align, right on the line for 2500, and then there's a few sparse dates that sort of come afterwards. But generally speaking, the data that sort of supports this idea of the end of the early Bronze III happening at 2500 is kind of incontrovertible. That's really sort of what it is. And so just to kind of highlight this one more time, when we look at sort of the chronology, it sort of completely alters the way that we understand the relationship between what we would call the early Bronze III and the early Bronze IV and what's going on in Egypt. And ultimately, it's sort of period of collapse that happens in the Southern Levant is sort of happening while the Old Kingdom of Egypt is still sort of very much active. Then there's also this kind of like question of sort of how connected really is the area of the Southern Levant to what's going on in Egypt in terms of a larger interregional set of political interactions and things like that. And so this requires its own set of explanations. Now, that being said, and this is sort of like where sort of a lot of the discussion that I'm going to end up sort of talking about sort of comes from, there are some intrinsic problems in the way that this study was sort of conducted when you're thinking about the entirety of the Southern Levant. So the sites that were used for the creation of the chronology are the ones that are highlighted. So there's sites like Beit Yara, Tel Yarmouth was one of the key ones, Tel El-Meri. These are all sites that are in the area, by and large, that is sort of green, the areas where dry farming would have been possible year-round. Functionally, it's from stratified sites, right? If you're doing a large radiocarbon analysis using Bayesian analysis, it makes sense that the primary sites you're going to use are the ones that have long stratified histories that come from areas where farming would be allowed year-round, and not necessarily from the desert peripheries. The only site that sort of starts to enter into the periphery that was used as part of the construction of this chronology is the site of Arad, which sort of has a lot of problems actually in terms of the way that it was excavated, and even the dates that sort of were used as part of this process. There were some new ones that were taken that are generally good, but the historic ones from Arad are not necessarily that good. It's like one of these sites that, where early problems in radiocarbon were sort of appreciated for archaeological analysis within the Southern Levant. So given that there is this kind of focus that is on these areas to the north, one of the things that, sort of can say is that there is a specific kind of bias in this data, right? There's already sort of within it, you can sort of see like labeled on this map that there's a lot of sites or there's potentially a lot of activity that we'll talk about that happens in the arid periphery. And there's an implicit bias that sort of is introduced in the way that this chronology or this radiocarbon chronology that's really well accepted is focused on an area of the Southern Levant that doesn't necessarily apply for the whole region. By comparison, there have been sort of some attempts in the desert areas to do sort of similar kinds of dating projects. So this is from a publication by Uzi Avner, and this was an early attempt to try to quantify the number of radiocarbon dates at sites in the desert, along with their cultural periods, in order to sort of highlight some challenges to the way that people understood the occupation of the desert areas within the Southern Levant. In the desert or arid periphery, traditionally, the two periods that people associated most settlement to be with was the early Bronze IV and the early Bronze II. And by taking the radiocarbon dates and putting them 2300 BCE, Uzi was able to illustrate that, in fact, when you looked at the radiocarbon data from these different sites, most of the radiocarbon data actually came from a time period that people up until that point had assumed was basically unoccupied during that phase. But it sort of highlights, especially if we're sort of like thinking about the 4.2 kbp event, it also actually highlights where there is a drop-off that is much more in line with sort of a collapse around the end, or like the traditional end of the early Bronze 3, and leading into the early Bronze 4, so leading into that first intermediate period. And so even there's this kind of like actually methodologically problematic way, I'll just sort of say, like leading into it, there's some methodological problems with sort of the way that Uzi sort of does this, just in terms of the way that it's quantified. It does sort of start to highlight that there are some incongruities based on the data from the desert when you're doing this kind of large-scale sort of summation of the data compared to what we in other parts of the region. And so this led to a very different kind of, before I start talking about that, one of the things that sort of like happens in the background, or that's happening in the background of the archaeology of the desert, is that there also are archaeologists, first Ben Rothenberg and now Steve Rosen, who have championed the idea of sort of alternative chronologies to the ceramic chronology. So the idea of an early Bronze 1, 2, 3, 4, or intermediate Bronze Age is very much dependent on the idea of ceramic chronologies that's sort of tied to changes in the way that ceramics were being produced through time. But if you work in the desert, ceramics. And so there's this concept of the Timnian, the quote-unquote the Timnian complex. And so there are changes in the way that the lithics were being produced that are observable in the desert. And so there's this alternative set of ideas of sort of how the desert is dealing with its own sort of sociocultural milieu that is associated with changes in lithic technology as opposed to ceramic technology. So between sort of the data, the radiocarbon data from Uzi, and then also the lithic data that we have from people like Steve Rosen or Benno Rothenberg, there's sort of good reason to think about the chronology of the desert being in different ways different from what we understood to, or what we understand to be happening in other areas. And so one of the things that sort of I did, and have been sort of in the process of publishing right now, is a kind of meta study of radiocarbon data from the entirety of Southern Levant in order to sort of understand that. And this is based on something related to that graphic that I showed earlier. I'll show it again in a minute, of something called a sum probability distribution. And the sum probability distribution basically means I'm taking all the radiocarbon data from the Southern Levant, from the early Bronze Age, and actually a little bit from the Chalcolithic and the Middle Bronze Age in order to sort of level out the data a little bit, in order to sort of understand the variation and sort of like as a kind of a proxy for population. Okay, so some probability distribution is sort of used in different regions over sort of long periods of time to sort of use the variation in the amount of radiocarbon data available from different times as a proxy for other social things that are happening. Functionally, that's sort of what Uzi was doing here, but instead of sort of taking the totality of the data or the totality of the probabilities, he sort of had to bin it into sort of relatively small sections. Now, I will say that there are a lot of problems with some probability distribution for a bunch of different methodological reasons. One of the sort of potential biases is are certain kinds, and this is something that was addressed already in some of the talks, where there are some sites where you are likely to have more radiocarbon data than sort of others based on sort of what's happening in terms of funding or sort of other things that are happening in terms of how excavations actually happen. But at the same time, that may actually be a representation of the reality of sort of the data on the ground. There's also some idiosyncrasies associated with the calibration process. This isn't such a big deal for the early Bronze Age, but for other time periods, there may be plateaus or things like that that would have over-representations of certain time periods based on the way that radiocarbon is calibrated. And then there's if you're doing a larger scale sampling, taphonomic loss would be a consideration. And then there's also this idea, if we're talking about dates as data, how good a representation are dates as data depending on sort of where they're found. So if you have a site that is ultimately a smaller scale site compared to sort of a larger one, a large urban city, dates or do those radiocarbon samples actually represent the same thing. So there's a lot of caveats that are out there, but as I think you'll see, the data actually represents some pretty interesting trends that we'll explore in some more detail. And just kind of like actually where this idea came from, dates as data sort of really got its origination in archaeology in Peru. And so this method has been used for especially the pre-ceramic period in Peru in order to understand sort of variations. So you can see in the graph on the lower right, the variations in sort of relative quantities of radiocarbon from period to period as a way to understand oscillations in sort of occupation. So this is the data. This is sort of, if you take the raw sum probability distribution and sort of this is like literally all of the good radiocarbon data that was generally available. What you end up seeing is that there is a peak, a pronounced peak around 3000 BCE. And then from that, there is sort of a progressive decline in the overall sort of amount of sort of radiocarbon dates that, sort of exist. Now, one of the things that's sort of like worth noting is that there are some ways statistically that this is altered in order. So like if you have a site like Tel Yarmouth where it's like 10 dates from a 100-year band, instead only one of those dates is actually used as part of the sampling. There's some different things that were sort of being done in the background statistically in order to kind of level out the playing field for sites that are oversampled. But I didn't do it stratigraphically. What I actually would sort of like the next step in some of this is to sort of actually piece out the stratigraphy of some of those sites, and so that you have a little bit tighter resolution for some of those sites. Now, one of the things that you can then do is you can also statistically model this using some predictive models. So if we were to take an exponential growth model for how we might expect sort of the populations to change over time within the Southern Levant, one of the things that we can see are some places where there are major deviations from the expectation. So one of the places where we see an increase in sort of the amount of radiocarbon samples is around that 3000 spot, but notably for the purposes of this seminar, there also is a significant decrease that basically corresponds with 4.2 Ka BP, right? That's what the blue line on the right is. So you have sort of at the beginning of urbanization, when you're taking the entirely Southern Levant, you have a major sort of exponential growth, and then there is, sort of an exponential decrease that happens sort of towards the end. But one of the things that's sort of like interesting is this little wiggle here that is sort of what we'll actually sort of investigate a little bit in terms of its relationship to the potential biases of like radiocarbon data from areas that are from the settled area or from the area where you have higher amounts of rain versus the more arid peripheries. So if we separate the data accordingly, then what we end up actually seeing is that in that sort of period, so right as we understand the collapse to be happening in the rest of the Southern Levant, there is a small exponential increase in sort of radiocarbon data, specifically at 2500 BCE. So in the moment that we understand there to be sort of a period of collapse in the area that's sort of the wetter areas to the north, we actually have an increase in activity that's happening in the desert. So there is some kind of incongruity happening in terms of population densities or sort of the way that radiocarbon is actually sort of being discovered within the archaeological record. And this kind of carries on with other ways of doing this sort of test where this is a version where we're looking at changes in growth rates. And so in the desert, in sort of those earlier areas, when you look at sort of changes in growth rate, you have a general decrease happening before 5000 BP. And then whereas compared to the settled area, there's like a general increase. And again, you have that same kind of like marker of a major sort of growth spurt happening sometime after 2500 BCE functionally. Just to sort of, because I can sort of see where I am with time and how much I want to sort of cover, I'm going to skip over this only to sort of show that you can show this spatially as well. And so one of the things that we sort of see happening in specific periods of time is our major periods of growth in the desert areas to the south. So there are these sort of like two little spurts that happen, sort of one happening sort of associated with on the left that happens kind of around the early Bronze II that's sort of associated with these like red spots that are sort of here in the desert areas. But then again, it's even a more intense sort of relative period of growth happens in those same areas, again, associated with the same period of collapse that is otherwise happening in the areas to the north. So the general results from sort of like this sum probability distribution analysis is that, you know, sort of ultimately there is sort of like, it correlates well with the sort of the idea of a period of growth and sort of like happening sort of in this earlier phase, the way that Regev in her high chronology sort of models. But there's sort of like something else happening in sort of the desert areas that sort of needs to be addressed. And so, and the key thing is that the periods of population growth that we see in the desert areas actually matches the traditional chronology a little bit more closely, as opposed to matching sort of what's happening in sort of the area to the north as it's associated with the high chronology, as we'll sort of call it, or Regev's chronology. And that was represented here in this graphic. So one of the things that we sort of then need to sort of do and we need to sort of figure out is some kind of an explanation for sort of those changes. And sort of that's what we'll sort of look at the data from the sort of some of the stuff in Khirbet Hamrefdan, or sort of the areas, well, this keeps going on, sorry, excuse me. And some of the areas further to the south. So we're going to sort of address this area specifically. This is the area of the northern Negev and Feinan, and sort of this area where we have this other sort of like later period of intensity. All right, so some quick background on Feinan and sort of the area of sort of copper production. In general, the area of Feinan and the northern Negev is sort of the hyper-arid area of the southern Levant. And generally, sort of within the literature, that's sort of associated with what is oftentimes always sort of termed as a kind of a rural economy. And so generally speaking, sort of everything that sort of would be happening happens on a relatively small scale, especially compared to what's happening in the neighboring regions. The challenge with that is that ultimately sort of like this idea of sort of like what is rural and urban is not necessarily entirely sort of very well defined. And so one of the sort of like the sort of things that we'll sort of talk about with relation to copper is sort of how that potentially sort of interacts with things that are happening in Egypt, and how we understand the sort of the boom cycle that is teased at in the sum probability distribution, how that sort of plays into how we might understand a 4.2, like a relationship with the 4.2 kbp event. So where we're going to start is at a site called Khirbet Feinan, which was excavated by Tom and myself initially in 2011. As you can see from the mound at Khirbet Feinan, the primary occupation that's on the surface is actually a Byzantine settlement. That's what sort of all the rubble and everything that you see there is from. And so when excavations started at the site, the last thing we were actually expecting to find was anything from the early Bronze Age. But it turned out relatively shallow in sort of a specific area that we just happened to be excavating, just about 20 centimeters below the surface. There was clear evidence for an early Bronze Age occupation at the site, based on sort of the way that the architecture was developed within the site, but then of course also a lot of the artifacts that were found there. And one of the things that's sort of like notable about the site is that there's relatively limited evidence for metalworking. So we have this one artifact here that is probably a technical ceramic that would have likely been used for sort of helping to mold copper, but it's different from stuff that we see at other sort of more developed copper sites. And in general, this site is representative of what we would call the early Bronze II, or sort of the earliest phase of copper, or more sort of industrial copper working within the region of Feinan. There are a couple other sites, or there's there's two other sites that are associated with that sort of production process during this early phase. The major ones are a site called Khirbet Hamrefdan, which we'll talk about in much more detail in a minute, and another smaller site called Barka El Khitiya. And at both of those two sites, we have relatively limited evidence for copper production. So this is kind of in the earliest phase of sort of more sort of structured copper production within the region. There's a few sites that are sort of involved in that production process. The site Khirbet Hamrefdan ends up being the important one for understanding sort of the process of this copper production, because it is one of the only ones in the area that actually has multiple strata associated with copper production. It's a relatively small site. It's only 1.5 hectares, but it was built up on an Inselberg and was extraordinarily densely populated. One of the things that is sort of notable about the excavations is that they found multiple courtyards within the site where copper production was sort of happening, primarily in the middle stratum for the early Bronze Age, stratum 3. And that's sort of, it's sort of become sort of an important sort of hallmark for understanding generally what is going on in terms of copper production within the area of Fainan during the early Bronze Age. The buildings themselves, sort of during this main production phase, were separated by multiple alleyways, so you have this kind of like a minor urban plan. In addition to that, there's also huge quantities of metallurgical remains within the site. So compared to a site like Herbet Fainan, where we only found one small casting mold, during the main occupation at Herbet Hamrefdan, there's over 800 casting molds identified, multiple or hundreds of metal objects, and then literally tons of ceramic material associated with the site. And the primary radiocarbon dates for the occupation at Herbet Hamrefdan date within the range of what was traditionally the early Bronze 3, so that 2600 to 2300 BCE. And then it's assumed that the site actually was abandoned as a result of an earthquake. Here's a map that just shows sort of some of the early excavations, and every one of those dots that's within the map represents some kind of metallurgical artifact that was found. So you can kind of get an idea of the density of metallurgical artifacts that were found during the excavations of what was ultimately just a small section of the site. Here's an example of some of the copper artifacts that were actually found. So one of the key things that, and we'll talk about this some more relative to the Northern Negev, that were found there were all these ingots. There was a sort of one major ingot cache in addition to a couple other ingots found within the site. In addition to sort of things like this kind of like big bloom of copper, where it seems like as part of this earthquake, copper production was literally halted in a moment as they were producing something. The earthquake happened and things were kind of like left in situ because everything started collapsing around it. In addition to artifacts like the drawing here of some of the ingot molds that were used to produce sort of these ingots within the site. I'll just say that the ceramic repertoire of the site generally mirrors what is oftentimes called in the other parts of the Southern Levant, the early Bronze 4A, or sort of the earlier phase of that. So it kind of aligns it aligns in time with sort of the new chronology, sort of in the way that it's been kind of reconstituted. And here are some examples of these ceramics for those that are interested. And it also includes some of these sort of relatively impressive cooking pots. Here are some of the data that we can sort of like look at really quickly in terms of the way that the different strata are organized in terms of copper production within the site. So if we compare the earliest phase, so stratum 4 associated with Herbet Fainan, we can see that there's sort of relatively few metal production remains that are within the site. And then if we move on to stratum 3, there's a huge increase in the density of these metallurgical remains. And then in the subsequent sort of stratum 2, associated with sort of the terminal phase of the site, there are sort of considerably fewer. Just to kind of like reiterate what some of these things sort of like look like. So one of the other things that we found in situ were these kinds of like mini ingots, including this one, you can kind of make out on the one that just got blocked off in the upper left. There, those mini ingots were actually sort of in the process of being melted into something larger. We also have evidence for the production of larger weaponry, like this spearhead. And then again, there's the full repertoire of different kinds of molds that were being used within the site. So we have multiple kinds of ingot molds of different sizes and scales, and also in different sort of states of repair. And then there also are sort of things like, so these are ladyfingers. So these would have been elements of the furnaces that were used to actually sort of create some of these objects as part of the secondary smelting process. Now, to connect the main occupation of Khyber HaMrifdan to things that are going on in the northern Negev, one of the key elements are these ingots that were found at the site. So in the middle, you have the ingots that were found at Khyber HaMrifdan. On the left, you have ingots that were found at one of the sort of smaller sites in the north of the Negev called Ein Zik. And on the right, you have ingots that were found in the Hebron region. And generally speaking, the thing that sort of they all share is they all have this kind of like bow shape. But if you look really carefully at this, and I'll sort of talk about this in a slide, in a couple of slides, there are some sort of key differences. Despite sort of some of the sort of like form differences, one of the sort of things that we do know is that these ingots did definitely come from Fainan. So there has been a lead isotope analysis of the ingots. This was done back in the early 2000s or late 90s, early 2000s. And the lead isotope analysis links all of the ingots that were being produced or that were found in the northern Negev to production in the Fainan region. There's sort of these things cluster very nicely based on the lead isotope analysis. Now, that being said, within the site of Khyber HaMrifdan, we're sort of like one of the interesting elements to it is the metrology of sort of these ingots. And this ends up being sort of something in a publication that sort of I did 4 or 5 years ago now, spent some time sort of discussing sort of the implications of the metrology as it relates to the centralization of production. And what is sort of not entirely clear is that there is sort of some authority saying this is what an ingot should be, right? So if you look at the distribution of ingots within the site, you can see that this is basically just the lengths. There are significant differences in the lengths of ingots just within the site of Khyber HaMrifdan. There isn't necessarily sort of one idea. Like if we think about ingots in a traditional sense, we'd expect them to all be uniform, but there clearly isn't sort of like true uniformity. And then even beyond that, there isn't necessarily uniformity in terms of the way that they actually look. So the two examples that are drawn here, you can see that the ends of the ingots are actually very different. You have one that looks a little bit like a dog bone or something like that on the ends, whereas then you have another one that's like a fan. And so we see a few different kinds of forms of these ingots existing within the site. And this then actually tracks within the data that we have from sites in the northern Negev, where you have different levels of clustering in terms of the different sizes and then also the forms of these ingots. So one of the things that sort of like is potentially sort of like interesting about this copper production system that's happening during this sort of like phase of the early Bronze Age is that you have sort of a uniform idea for what an ingot sort of like generally look like, this idea of like a bar shape with a bow to it. But the actual metrology and the form and things like that isn't necessarily even. And so even though you have like a single source for these things, there isn't sort of a huge amount of uniformity in sort of the end product or sort of and how it's going out. And that an entire lecture could be then spent sort of talking about the details of that. And I don't necessarily sort of like want to go sort of too deep into it, but it sort of does have some ideas of sort of how we understand the nature of this copper trade and sort of who potentially would be the consumers of the copper from Fainan. So, sort of generally speaking, what it does sort of ultimately imply is that sort of during this sort of phase, we have sort of clear evidence for some kind of like fungible goods, that there is like an idea of fungibility in terms of sort of the production of these things. All the metal is definitely originating at the site of Khyber HaMrifdan on its way to sort of other places. And then the data that we have sort of based on the fact that all of the ingots that were found in the Negev, sort of suggests that that is sort of a transit zone leaving the area of Fainan and sort of going off to other places. The question is sort of then sort of like where are these metals going? Like who is actually the sort of like consumer of this? And there's been a few different suggestions of sort of where that could be. And this is where this chronological problem sort of becomes sort of a bigger issue. If this is happening, or since we know that this is happening in the terminal phase of occupation in the northern areas of the Southern Levant, is that necessarily actually the consumer of this copper? There are a few sites that persist sort of through that time, but is that sort of like the major consumer? Another option is potentially Egypt, which sort of has its own sort of like problems. I'm going to skip talking about that. I'll just really focus on the Egyptian connection. And so the Egyptian connection ends up being sort of an interesting one for sort of us working in Jordan, mostly because it gives us sort of some illustrations of sort of how some of these objects that are being created might have actually been used and sort of things like along those lines. And so one of the examples that we actually have from the Temple of Ti is sort of like this drawing of individuals using objects like ones that were found in Fainan in order to sort of carve ships as a kind of an adze. And I'll just show you, so like here's on the left, you have one of these adze type forms that was found at Khibr Hamrefdan. And you also actually have those forms being found in other parts of the northern part of the Southern Levant, specifically in Jordan, but then also from Merrick's excavations at Abu Sir. But that being said, I'll say like the one problem with this, and especially since Martin's here, there isn't, so far, none of the copper that's been sort of found in Egypt can be traced to Fainan. So unlike the reality that we have clear evidence that the copper in the transit area and sort of the Negev is definitely linked to Fainan, there isn't necessarily a direct link of copper objects found in Egypt to what's being produced in Fainan. So it's not entirely clear why or sort of how that is. So just to kind of like try to sort of wrap this up a bit, one of the things, this is the evidence for the earthquake. So one of the things that's actually sort of like worth noting about the site of Khibr Hamrefdan and this copper manufacturing process, right, is that the actual collapse of the site or sort of this major sort of end is assumed to have happened as a result of an earthquake, not necessarily specifically for sort of environmental collapse. But one of the things that's sort of worth noting is that after that earthquake, people don't necessarily move back into the site in the way that they did before. So potentially where you could sort of talk about the environmental influence is that the site, when it's reoccupied, has limited architecture, a much more limited ceramic repertoire, and the radiocarbon dates sort of like come from this period of the 4.2 kBP event. And the ceramic repertoire also changes. So if you recall what the ceramics looked like before, there's some new forms that are being introduced and things along those lines. So it's clearly kind of like a new phase of occupation. The one thing that I really want to sort of hammer in on as one last sort of point is sort of this archaeomagnetic dating survey. So one of the other things that sort of I've done with some other researchers is we've done some work then on the slags that were being produced at Khibr Hamrefdan and taking advantage of the fact that it's actually a stratified site. And so we looked at slags found at other ephemeral slag production sites in the up and down the Arava Valley in Israel. So we looked at first a site called Ashalim, which there's a picture of here, where there's clearly a lot of ritual going on associated with the copper production, and then a couple of small slag mounds at a site called Hatzeva and Ein Yahav. And one of the things that we ended up finding is that there's sort of some interesting clustering happening where the slag production at these sites in Israel is happening at different times. The slag production at Ashalim happens at an earlier phase that would be associated more with things that are sort of like the phase of primary occupation further to the north. And the slag production at these more ephemeral sites is happening at a later phase that we would associate with the collapse or sort of post the collapse of Khibr Hamrefdan. And so ultimately, and this is sort of where I'll come around to sort of starting to conclude, is that for copper production and sort of as a distinct sort of set of chronological concerns from what's going on in the areas to the north, we've kind of created this three-phase framework that's a little bit different from how we understand the framework of the larger early Bronze Age outside of the desert areas, where in the beginning there's this kind of dispersed set of copper production that is associated with Arad and Ashalim, and there's sort of other copper production sites that are further away from sort of the main copper production area. But then in the second phase, there's a centralization of copper production where all of a sudden, as you can kind of see in this map, there's a lot of mines that are being used and basically the only place where copper is actually sort of being produced within the Fainan region is at Khibr Hamrefdan. And then these other ephemeral sites where we end up finding only secondary product, like after it's been made, that's when we find the copper there. We don't see any smelting happening outside of the Fainan region. And then in that third phase associated with this data from the archaeomagnetic data, we start to see slag production and sort of copper refining happening outside of the region. And so we call this kind of like dispersed event. And so functionally, sort of how this ends up sort of working out is sort of a change in production systems as it relates to copper sort of within the desert. There's this kind of reorientation of production where sort of things do not operate as they once did. Let me just get to my conclusion slide. Ultimately, one of the things that we end up seeing is that, the copper industry within sort of the area of Fainan ultimately ended up becoming unsustainable during the early Bronze Age. We assume that's the reason why after the earthquake, this area ultimately is not sort of necessarily reoccupied again in any substantive way. In fact, after the dispersal of the early Bronze Fours, or when copper production ends at the end of the early Bronze Age, in general, the area doesn't produce copper again for another 1,000 years. That's the next period when there is sort of some major intensification of production within the area. And so you could argue that that change is influenced by environmental concerns, something like the 4.2 kbp event, where in general, the assumption is that there isn't necessarily a consumer base for copper from Fainan, and then sort of production systems move to other areas. So Cyprus becomes a more important place for a source of copper and things like that. Sort of ultimately, this sort of system sort of operates in a sort of a way that is fundamentally different from what we understand happening in other centers within sort of the larger Levantine area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very informative and thought-provoking paper. Questions in the audience?
Isn't it the case that Finkelstein and other Israeli archaeologists believe that the Negev copper production sites like Ein Zik were... I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I could hear you before, but...
Isn't it the case that Finkelstein and other Israeli archaeologists operating in the Negev believe that Ein Zik and other Negev copper sites were producing copper by and for the Old Kingdom pyramid building enterprise?
So not exactly. So sites like Ein Zik and some of these other sites where the ingots are found, one of the notable elements is that there's no actual material remains that would be associated with copper production. So for instance, there's no hammerstones, there's no anvils, there's nothing that you would use to actually make something. That's just where all you do is you find the ingots. So you find that sort of they're basically transit stops on the way. And so they are associated with, I think in the older chronology, they would have associated with sort of the Old Kingdom in a way, in part just because of the sort of the timing of some of it, but not really. Because of the way that the challenge is that like pre-Johanna Regev's study, they might have, but since that has been published, they kind of they threw the baby out with the bathwater in terms of the way that these things were kind of interpreted, and so all of that is sort of changed over. And the only now connection to the Old Kingdom now is actually sort of what we've been doing in Fainan and kind of recalibrating the dating of Fainan and some of these other sites in line with the Old Kingdom a little bit more precisely, since the relationship, is ended in a way.
The Regev-Barreto revolution dating the end of EB3 to 2500, which of course the Italians at Jericho refused to follow because their radiocarbon dates do not correspond to Regev-Barreto. But Felix, who was a great proponent of Regev-Barreto, I read just recently, has actually disclaimed all of that. Did you see that?
Actually, I haven't seen that paper, to be honest. I haven't seen it.
And said something on the order of, quote, in fact, there is no firm evidence for ending EB3 at 2500.
Yeah. Well, I think that gets back to sort of my initial critique of sort of the selectivity of sites. I mean, ultimately, I think the more data that comes out, the more regionalization that exists within the Levantine area, where there are sites that persist, and it becomes like every site has its own narrative, and trying to even that's fundamentally the argument of sort of what I'm sort of saying here is that in the desert we have our own narrative that separates itself from the Regev narrative.
I have one other comment, if I may.
Just one?
Just one. Just one. And that is, when Felix Hoffelmeier organized that conference in Chicago, I did note in my paper that a 500-year term period allows for almost anything to happen within it. And that Felix was actually postulating that because the period begins at 2500, all of the processes within it begin at 2500, which is actually not a very useful archaeological construct, if you follow me.
Yeah.
So that if you were to look at the radiocarbon dates for the abandonments within previous EB4, you would, as Elizabeth Barreto pointed out, find that the EB4 abandonments that are radiocarbon dated are 2200 BC. Sure. And they're not 2500 BC.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's sort of, I mean, the only beef is that these gaps that sort of all of a sudden are introduced and sort of like, I mean, I think, when Regev's paper first came out and sort of like this revolution, I mean, there's a lot of people discussing, well, so what do we do with this sudden gap in time and sort of how do you fill that gap all of a sudden? And it sort of gets back at what you're talking about, the Italian work at Jericho. And so there's also a lot of people who are working in Jordan who have pushed back on this in a similar fashion, where they're sort of like, well, we actually have continuity. And this is even like our work, is that there's sort of these other punctuated moments where there isn't necessarily the sort of like, you can fill the gaps. It's just, it's sort of changing perspectives, I guess.
Sorry, perhaps congratulations for your presentation. Perhaps I missed it, but have you found Egyptian material in those phases?
No, it's also like one of the other elements is there isn't clear Egyptian material that's sort of been found.
So two worlds living apartly.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, I mean, I'll just say that there's like sort of an interesting avenue of research is understanding the trade mechanisms of sort of where the trade is actually happening. And in all likelihood, it's not happening in a way, presumably, that would interface so that they would be absorbing Egyptian material for whatever reason. So, yeah. And if there is, it may just have fallen through the cracks or something like that.
So thank you very much for these answers also. And we now move to our second paper, still in the Levant, by Professor Karin Sowada from Macquarie University, Egypt and the Levant during the first intermediate period. So at least we are talking about first intermediate.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and can I thank the organisers for putting this marvellous event on, a very timely discussion, and I'm very pleased to be here to talk about Egypt in the Levant during the first intermediate period. My paper today is also given alongside Anna Latifa Mourad Sizek and Julian Cooper. We are the three of us writing a paper on exactly this topic at the moment, which is nearing completion. So this gives me an opportunity to air some of the matters that we're going to raise in the paper and seek some feedback. And obviously, I'll welcome your questions. So what I plan to do today is a summary of the evidence, in effect. I'm going to start with a brief discussion of the nature of trade and the networked region in the late contrasts with the situation in the first intermediate period and provides an interesting view on how things changed. Secondly, I'm going to briefly look at evidence of societal stress as a result of the 4.2 KABP event. Thirdly, we'll look at the evidence of exchange activity from the first intermediate period. And finally, I'll propose a model for networked polities, I should say, of the early Bronze millennium. So just by way of an opening statement about the role of international expeditions and elite patronage, let me just read through this. That foreign engagement, Egyptian foreign engagement, was a key element in the emergence of the Egyptian territorial state, kingship ideology, and expressions of royal power. State expeditions projected the power of the state abroad. It was also a tool of elite patronage by controlling access to wealth finance through the acquisition of prestige goods by the state. With the resources to control shipping networks, the king could direct external engagement, manage status competition and elite loyalties through access to and distribution of exotic commodities. And finally, the reign of Pepi II saw a continuation of state expeditions, but more prestigious goods, as in the volume of prestigious goods, ended up in the hands of elite officials by this time, indicating a loosening, in my view, of state control. So I'll just invite you to keep that statement in your head as we proceed with the rest of the paper. But of course, we start with chronology. I love chronology. Was very glad to hear Aaron's conversation about the high chronology. I was actually part of the Arcane group that helped put this chronology together. Back 15 plus years ago, and I was brought in to provide an Egyptian perspective to the chronological relationships between Egypt and the wider Levant. So I was part of the Southern Levant group. You can see here in the slide, SL, CL and NL stands for Southern Levant, Central Levant and Northern Levant. And although they didn't interface the Egyptian chronology per se with the project, for reasons that are best known to the organisers of the project, I had an opportunity at least to think about the relationship of the Egyptian chronology, both in historical terms and radiocarbon terms, and how that interfaced with the new chronology that was being developed. And you can see here under the SL column a visualisation of the chronology that was just presented to us in the previous paper, with how that long ESL, or should I say early Bronze Age 3 period, interfaces with the Egyptian chronology as shown, plus then that hiatus at 2500, which led to that long EB4. And you can see there how I've modelled what it might look. Now, I must say that you can see that there's a series of dotted line at the first intermediate period. And in all honesty, I suspect all of these horizontal lines that I put in this chart should also be dotted, given the dialogues that we're having around the length of kings' reigns and so forth. But certainly this was, at the time, a very wobbly line in the sand, the division between the Old Kingdom, the end of the Old Kingdom and the first intermediate period. But I think that matters have been clarified somewhat through the radiocarbon work that has been done by Anita Kilis, who will talk about that tomorrow, and also the rest of the work that she's done broadly on the Old Kingdom chronology. You'll see on the right also I've pegged some the Ebla destruction, which I'm going to talk about. Again, there's still is it 2300? Is it 2330 BC? Hard to know. Certainly on the basis of the carbon dates, the recalibrated carbon dates that we saw earlier presented to us, one would place it a little higher than 2300. But anyway, again, keep that particular date in mind as well. So, as part of a project that I was engaged in at Macquarie University, I took it upon myself to actually try and engage with the radiocarbon situation, and which I've been following very closely, and certainly as part of the Arcane project. Listening to the debates about the lifting the date of the EB3 up to, from in effect 2300 up to 2500 was a very interesting conversation to be party to, or at least to listen to. But what about the Old Kingdom chronology? I mean, the situation is that there are very few radiocarbon dates for the Old Kingdom. So, for example, the studies that were referred to earlier by Bronk, Ramsey and D that were published in Science in 2010 only had 9 radiocarbon dates for the whole of the Old Kingdom. Now, the reason for that is that study was based on legacy material, in effect, museum material that was linked with particular kings. Now, there was a lot of data for the pre-dynastic period, for the early dynastic period, and a lot more data for the second millennium BC. So it was a model that worked well for some periods, but not for others. And so the Old Kingdom really required a lot more work to provide solid underpinnings to that framework. So in the light of that, I worked with Anita. I knew she was doing some work on the chronology. She had this major project. So we got together and we actually decided to find the mummy of Zhao, the nomarch of one of the regions of Upper Egypt, to see if we could acquire some samples from his mummy to help contribute to the radiocarbon date situation. So that was we had a little expedition. We gathered a number of samples, as you see here, a wood sample and some textile samples directly from the wrappings. The textile samples with actually 3 separate textiles on his body. They weren't cut from the same piece of cloth, I should say. And so Anita was able to take this back to the French Institute and provide these radiocarbon assays for the death of Zhao. Now, again, the sampling strategy was very similar to the one that was done by Bronk, Ramsey and Dee with their big radiocarbon study published in Science. That is, taking samples from individuals that were associated with known kings. Now, as many of you will know, Zhao was the 3rd generation of a line of men who served the king at this particular time. We've heard about the long reign of Pepi II, and so a number of these family members largely served him at different points. But putting together, we looked not just at the radiocarbon dates, but we looked at the genealogy of the family, we looked at the archaeological data, and we looked at the bioarchaeology. So we were able, for example, to estimate that Zhao himself was a man who probably died around 55 to 60, maybe even 65, having served Pepi II for quite some time. So, and what's interesting about this, if you look at this calibration, these dates, in particular the black dates of the 3 textiles that are shown in the that are shown in the chart on the top left, you can see that these dates literally fall off a cliff at 2200 on the calibration curve on the right. So very, very good agreement with these 3 dates that the end of that certainly Zhao died at that period around 2200. In addition to that, there was evidence from his tomb in the form of an inscribed offering tablet, which had features on it which date to the very end of the Old Kingdom. And again, this is where Professor Kanawati's expertise was incredibly helpful around helping add archaeological material to these dates. So I think that what I want to say here is I think really for the first time we have some dates that actually help constrain the end of the Old Kingdom and by extension a probable start of the first intermediate period with that sort of hiatus of dynasties 7 and 8 prior to the sort of broader rise of the Heracleopolitan dynasty. So again, this will go into Anita's broader model of the Old Kingdom and enables us to, I think, say with some confidence that obviously more radiocarbon dates are always welcome, but I think this is a very, very good start to how we might see the length of that period. So with that preamble, I want to again set the background for the first intermediate period by examining this period in front of us of 2300. In the Mediterranean broadly, which is, of course, a time when Egypt's networks were very well established. I'm thinking of the time of Pepi I. So there's connections into Nubia, there's mining activity in the Sinai, there's activity out into the Western Desert, and, of course, we know about the activity of the Egyptian state in the Mediterranean. In fact, it's fair to say that this particular period, is one of the best documented periods in the 3rd millennium, if not the best documented period for outlining the networked region, how the region was broadly networked. Because we have evidence in more than one place. We've got evidence from Ebla in the north. We have both archaeological and textual evidence from Ebla. We have evidence from Byblos, a considerable amount of archaeological material. We have textual and archaeological evidence in Egypt for this same period, which is a very unique pattern of data that enables us to compare and contrast these different periods or these different regions, I should say, to build this bigger picture. So with that, I'm going to not go to Egypt first. I'm going to take us to Ebla and start with the Ebla texts, because these are one of the most important archives of texts for the whole of the 3rd millennium. Now, they were found in 1975-76 by Paolo Mattiai and his team team, and it represents 1,800 complete clay tablets plus fragments. So a very, very large archive of documents consisting of legal, administrative, economic, literary and ritual texts. Now, it's within those within those economic texts that we see the nature of the engagement of Ebla in the broader region. You can see here where it is located on the map. So these were found in Palace G, or area G of the palace, in a destruction level dated to 2330 to 2300 BC. So destruction level, we've got 1,800 tablets. My goodness, that's like an archaeologist's dream to find that sort of thing. But it does tell us it's been still the subject of study for quite a long time, and they're still being worked on by specialists. What it does tell us, however, is that the last ruler before the destruction was Ishar Damu, a contemporary of Pepi I. So then that's a very nice historical link, and we were shown earlier the travertine lid from Ebla, the burnt travertine lid from Ebla, which has the inscription of Pepi I, and that is very conveniently situated inside this destruction level, along with the other 200 plus stone vessels and fragments that were found in the destruction. So that is a very, very neat relative chronological marker that we have at Ebla to help us synchronise the chronologies. Now, recent research by Maria Biga and Piotr Steinkeller has examined the texts and presented by way of a major paper in the Journal of Cuneiform Studies the view that Egypt is actually represented by the word Duragassu in the texts, and Dulu represents Byblos. Now, I have read this article multiple times, and I do think that they have actually identified these key relationships that were actually invisible to scholars through who were working on the texts. So, and there's lots of reasons why. I mean, mainly because of the products going backwards and forwards are completely coeval with what this kind of exports that Egypt would be sending, and the sort of things that we know that they are receiving already from the Egyptian inscriptions. So a very, very important peg for us in terms of understanding the historical dynamic of trade relations in that region. I just want to step through for you what actually these texts tell us. Firstly, that Egypt and Byblos had a connection that was independent of Ebla. Now, we know that already from the Egyptian texts that mention Byblos. Secondly, that the same commodities exported by Egypt to Byblos are also exported to Ebla. So, and indeed, these texts actually mention the specific names of the commodities. Next, that we're told that Biblite merchants actually visited Egypt. So, friends, doesn't that put the famous scene of foreigners arriving on Sahura's mortuary temple in a completely different light? I mean, could well be Biblite emissaries coming to Egypt as per the Ebla text, even though it's obviously a little bit earlier than the date of the texts. They also tell us that Biblites travel to Ebla with products from Egypt as merchants. Okay, so they are going with products from Egypt and selling them to the Biblites. Next, that commodities from Egypt intended for Ebla also were carried by Biblite agents as emissaries. So, in fact, the goods arrived in Byblos from Egypt, and then the Biblites, as agents of the Egyptian state, carried these things to Ebla on behalf of the Egyptians. We also know that there is a representative, only one representative of Egypt who visits Ebla, but there may have been more, and there was one Eblite who went to visit Egypt as per the text. Now, have a look at this list on the left. On the right, I should say. The commodities in the text from Egypt included linen textiles, live animals, monkeys in the form of monkeys, hippo ivory and elephant ivory, exotic objects, gold and copper. And commodities going to Egypt was lapis lazuli, tin and silver, which is exactly what Ini tells us in his biographical inscription. So, but what is critical, I think, for how we understand what the future might have looked like is the presence of these people from polities in the region, the polities of Ibmar, I should say, who are thought perhaps to be semi-nomadic pastoralists, and Kakmium, another people group who assisted as merchants and agents between Byblos, Egypt and Ebla. So that, and we even know the names of some of these people in the text. Their names are actually mentioned. So again, that's a fresh dynamic to how these relationships are mediated through the whole region, with them basically going backwards and forwards with goods, selling things, and creating this broader dynamic. So just by way of locating where Bieger and Steinkeller think these people might be, you can see this map, Cadmium, which is on the coast, in the hills on the coast, just inside the coast, and Imbar, located in the desert regions to the northeast of Palmyra. So these people basically moving around. Imbar seems to be using caravans to move around. Cadmium, they have access to a pass, mountain pass to Ugarit, a port on the Mediterranean at that time, and enables us to see how these relationships must have worked. Because clearly this was a land network that was interfacing with either going overland, as indeed the Ibn group may well have been doing, down through to Damascus, and then across to Upper Galilee, past Hatzor, and then into the Southern Levant, and then a sea route via Ugarit, which would then potentially stop at other ports on the way. So let's go to Byblos. So we know obviously about the Egyptian trade with Byblos. There's primary evidence for this is stone vessels, Egyptian stone vessels. I think this relationship started quite early. There are actually early dynastic stone vessels in the corpus of material. Many of them obviously not in context, but I think this relationship had a very, very long history, which emerges well before the Old Kingdom. So the stone vessels at Byblos give us a sense of the nature of the royal trade. They are often inscribed with the names of kings, and again, this is same as this stone lid from Pepi I at Ebla. But again, the problem with this material is that much of it is found out of context. So owing to the excavation techniques of the excavators back in the day, 100 years ago, who excavated the site. So stratigraphically, the resolution is quite poor. And so one has to approach that data from a somewhat different perspective, unlike the Ebla material, which is very, very, very well stratified, datable, radiocarbon date. We've got radiocarbon dates for the destruction, and you've got a very large quantity of vessels, many of which date to the 6th dynasty, including the lovely bowl that you see here, which has parallels in late 6th dynasty funerary assemblages. So, many of you would know, obviously, about the nature of the relationship already, so I won't bat on too much about it. But in the end, the Egyptians also had this relationship during the Old Kingdom for over 350 years, and they were very embedded with the Biblites for this, and it was a very stable relationship that they enjoyed. So again, and there are, I think, reasons for that, but to the point where the kings, Pepi I and Pepi II, were almost certainly making offerings to having offerings made to them on behalf of the state and on behalf of themselves to the goddess Balak Gebal at the temple at Byblos, and possibly that goddess was also equated with the goddess Hathor in Egypt. So what we can say is, I think, as we look to Egypt, we see another piece of the puzzle. Now, these records are not as detailed as the massive corpus of text from Ebla, but this is a very important inscription many of you will be familiar with, that of in his travels, an official, the seal bearer of the god. He's representing the king, and he's serving Pepi I, Meron Ra, and Pepi II in the 6th dynasty. And he provides us with a very extensive list and perspective on what he does. So he's not just going to Byblos. Byblos is mentioned in this text, but he is going to other places as well. So there are 3 new toponyms that are in this inscription, in addition to Byblos, and he not only goes there once, he goes there multiple times. So again, he's going backwards and forwards. He's trading, he's taking goods. Egyptians aren't going to take an empty ship to Byblos. They're going to take something over with them, as we've seen. and then bring things back. And he does that more than once, and including the wider region into the reign of Pepi II. And here again is a list of some of his products: byblos ships, silver, lapis lazuli, tin lead, Safetch oil, and Asiatic men and women. The identity of Safetch oil is not known. We can't actually correlate it to a particular product. Some scholars think it's olive oil, others think it might be moringa oil, or it could be something, date palm oil or something from Egypt. But either way, its identity is not properly understood. And along with Margaret Serpico in the UK, she and I have been doing quite a lot of work on trying to understand what these residues were based on the corpus of imported combed ware jars in the Museum of Fine Arts. And it's not what you think, but that's a paper for another day. And obviously cargo ships are part of the mix, according to INI as well. So just very quickly, pottery is extensive, particularly for the late Old Kingdom. Combed ware jars are the ceramic transport jar par excellence, which we start seeing as early as the First Dynasty. We see these jars, but by the Old Kingdom, the combed ware jar is the sole trading vessel, imported vessel that we see coming from the region in Egypt. And again, thin section petrography has helped us to actually nail the location of where these jars come from, the region of Byblos to Tripoli, that coastal region. And indeed, that's, again, attests to the stable relationship of Egypt with this region, because the petrography is identical to from the Fourth Dynasty as it is for the Sixth Dynasty. And we've done extensive testing of ceramic samples to try and establish that. So again, it's very interesting how this relationship was just so stable through not just the products, but the ceramic material that was coming as well. So what can we say then about the networked region? Well, here's a couple of observations. In this period, we have multiple state and non-state actors networking the wider region, and that's before we even think about the Southern Levant and the copper networks of the Southern Levant. So involving, however, non-state collectives is a word that I've sort of tried to dream up to try and how do we describe these groups, representatives of these particular polities. So non-state collectives acting as intermediaries and agents, and also acting on their own account. So they're not just doing things for others, but they are buying and selling goods as well, according to the Ebler texts. We know that there's coastal shipping along the Levant linked with overland routes and networks, with Byblos still a key entrepot, coastal entrepot, but with multiple ports in the whole region. So Ashkelon, Sidon, Tyre, Beirut, Tripoli and Ugarit are all part of this broader sea-based trading network. And at each point with access to inland centres like the city of Megiddo, for example, or through the Homs Gap to Hama in the Syrian hinterland, and again then to Ebla in the north. And as part of that, the Ibmar caravans were using north-south land routes past Damascus, and as I said earlier, potentially going on further south to the southern Levant and maybe even into eastern Jordan. So quite a networked region, and who would have known that until that work of Maria Bieger and Piotr Steinkeller. So then let's now look at the next stage. So that's what the scene looked like, perhaps at its high point, one could say. But then we have, I wouldn't say catastrophe, but things change. So at Ebla, the Palace G destruction I mentioned with the dates there, a lot of debate in the literature about whether we're talking a destruction action by Sargon of Akkad, King Sargon of Akkad, or Naram Sin of Akkad. I'm not going to go into that debate. It could just simply be a big fire. But either way, there is a destruction, which caused a hiatus in settlement at Ebla, before then some occupation resumed at the site from the EB4B, known as the Tel Madik 2B2 phase. So there is a hiatus, it seems, and then a further occupation, which essentially continues then to the MB1. There was a continued, essentially, with that, if you take out that hiatus after destruction, a continued regional settlement activity. Secondly, Byblos, destruction of settlement phase K4, and then rebuilding in phases J1 to 2. And again, the material culture of this phase is much more aligned with the year before material culture that is present in the broader region. And what is interesting is that despite the fact that the excavation did not really construct a proper stratigraphic dig, this Maurice Dunant, who excavated there, did note that the 6th dynasty stone vessels were found below the destruction. So you can take that with a grain of salt if needed, but that is what he stated. Now, it's possible that this destruction was late in the reign of Pepi. We can't actually pin it into a particular chronological framework of the late Old Kingdom, but we do know that Egypt was trading in the late Old Kingdom, as we see from the vessels that are found in various tombs, and that, but where that happened is too hard to reckon. We also know that in the EB4 level, there is an Ur3 tablet, a clay tablet, which was found that actually mentioned the ruler of Byblos. So again, that is a very interesting sort of correlation, not so much with Egypt, but with Mesopotamia, but also indicates the nature or the fact that there is settlement activity happening at that time. So for Egypt, of course, we've heard about multifactored collapse, spoken of today already. So I think there was a destabilisation caused by succession issues. There's, of course, we know about the decentralised authority, the regional role of the regional nomarchs emerging, the death of Pepi followed by the 7th and 8th dynasties, very short, maybe only 30 years, with a breakdown of central authority. And what, of course, we do know is the deteriorating climate, low Niles, increasing aridity, and I want to say evidence of unsettled weather, which I'm going to show you a little bit of in a moment. There was a continuation of foreign trade, but more products were in the hands of senior officials, as I mentioned earlier, loosening royal control over the products of expeditions. And problems with the movement of people was also a big issue for the Egyptians as well. So those are just some of the factors that, in my view, were a key part of the dynamic, which obviously included the 4.2 Ka BP event. So deteriorating climate, an example. Back in 1996, I worked with Professor Kanawati in Egypt. He dug the tomb of Inu Min in the Teti Cemetery, which was a tomb that had quite a lot of grave goods still in the tomb. Inu Min actually served Pepi I. He was made vizier of Pepi right at the end of his life, it seems. It's the only place where Pepi's name appears is inside the coffin, inscribed on the interior of the coffin. But here's what a weather event, an extreme weather event, looks like. So you can see the section of the shaft, which shows the sand, a sand level and a mud fill over the top, which was in effect a series of laminated events caused by a massive rainstorm. And you can see here in the bottom slide, it's over 1 metre deep. It reaches right up to the ceiling of the tomb. And in the slide above, you can see the difference between the surface, the mud sitting on the surface of this sand, which in fact covered the rest of the tomb down to the floor level. Now, what is interesting about this is that the Poles found the same weather event in their excavations at Saqqara. And we had a dialogue about this over 10 years ago when papers were published on this event. But and I'm not saying that this is specific evidence of 4.2 Ka, but what it does indicate is the unsettled conditions of Egypt at the time. So, I mean, this would have been, a rainstorm like this would have been a terrifying thing for Egyptians. Things melted. I mean, you can see the mud brick wall that was inside the shaft literally melted. And so that would have called into question the authority of the king over the forces of chaos, and or the rulers generally over the forces of chaos. So here we have deteriorating climate, extreme weather, movement of people into the Southern Levant. We see here Way of Horus and there Eliezer Oren back in the 1990s and the 1980s did a survey and found Egyptian Old Kingdom 6th dynasty pottery alongside early Bronze Age 4 material dotted along the Way of Horus, indicating the movement of people from the Southern Levant across northern Sinai and actually coming up close to the edges of the zone that was regarded as Egyptian territory. So we have we've got the archaeological evidence to demonstrate that. Although this was survey material, it is I think quite unique, a quite unique corpus. And then I'll mention the increased quantity of imported goods. So, and here are 3 examples. Late Old Kingdom elites have greater access or control to exotic products. Now, the reason I say that is because in the early Old Kingdom, the 4th dynasty and the 5th dynasty, there's way less imported pottery in the tombs at Giza in particular, and I want to say also Abusir. So even for family members of the king, people, they had 1 jar or 2 jars, these jars that were given as presents, in my view, by the king to favoured courtiers and family members. Now, again, research we've done on this with Wilma Wedderstrom, I was glad to hear her name mentioned earlier today, and Margaret Serpico, indicate, if you look archaeologically at this corpus, that all of these jars were actually unsealed and probably empty, or maybe had token contents inside. We could see very little in the way of contents. It took us very hard to get a sample. So small number of jars in the 4th dynasty. By the 6th dynasty, the elites have got a lot of vessels. I mean, look at this, 23 to 25 comb jars at Abydos. This is Abydos, not the Memphis capital zone, of Weni and his family, buried with them. And you can see here this long line of fragments and complete, semi-complete vessels. 10 comb jars from the Kwa complex in the reign of Pepi II. And you can see here, if you look very closely where those labels are, 5 jars from a 6th dynasty tomb dated to Pepi II at Giza. So the huge quantities of jars. And the only way that, it's like, why suddenly are there all these vessels in these elite tombs, and especially in the south? Well, the only way that one could really explain that is by recognising that at this point, the regional governors, the elites, had greater control over the products of what was coming from the foreign expeditions brought in. In fact, Weni's tomb had 6 vessels in it that were clearly made by the same person. The same potter had made these jars. The clay was the same, the firing, surface finish, even the pot marks looked like somebody's signature across all 6 of these vessels. So this, I think, is a very good proxy for yes, foreign expeditions continuing, but what happened with the products when they got back to Egypt was another matter altogether. So where these elites had much greater control over the access to them. So no longer was the king, handing them out at will, but there was obviously a process of negotiation with the elite cadres of the time. So let's move to the first intermediate period data. I know you've probably, this is the title of my paper. I was going to get to this topic eventually. But again, there's a lot of problems here, okay? So going into dating, context and provenience. So firstly, we don't have any inscriptions describing foreign expeditions. Secondly, dating FIP materials can be very difficult. If you look at the literature, is it FIP, is it late FIP, is it 11th dynasty? There's lots of caveats around how we actually even date some of the material that might be foreign. The internal historical and relative chronology lacks well-dated anchors. Well, we have one now by way of our radiocarbon dates for the beginning of the first intermediate period. There are very few radiocarbon dates for the FIP as well. That's a problem. Information about raw materials in excavation reports is often imprecise. So wood, okay, what kind of wood? Is it cedar? Is it pine? Is it acacia? Etc. Very hard in the old reports to work through that. Contextual information is precise or lacking. You Google any museum website and Google first intermediate period coffin, and you may not know where it even comes from. So is it even, again, that comes to the dating problem. Raw materials or artefacts may be reused or heirlooms from an earlier period. That is also a problem. Especially precious materials were reused. At Byblos, certainly some of the material or indeed the Pepi II, the Pepi I jar may not be coeval with his reign. So I have views on that as well. But also items, when they arrived in Egypt, that can be doubtful. When did certain things arrive? So lots of problems. And William Ward's book from 1971 is still the main publication on this stuff. So a lot of work to be done. Anyone want to come and do a PhD with me on this in Sydney? Just send me an email and I'll happily push all the data that I've collected over to you to work on and try and understand this a bit more carefully. So I'm going to step through a couple of things. First and foremost, I want to go back to Kubit Tel Hawa tomb 110. belonging to Setkar, which has already been mentioned, who was overseer of the foreign lands. Now, in this tomb, and Julian Cooper is responsible for having put this together, a false door that does not belong to Setkar, but probably belongs to a relative. And it has a biography with toponyms and products, dates to the 9th or 10th dynasty as per El Maedel, which is a coeval with the North Syrian EB4. It mentions the House of Keti, we've heard that already, the royal residence of King Waqar Ra Keti at Heracleopolis. So let's go to that text. Now, here is a picture of the false door, and you can see the toponym that I'm going to discuss highlighted in red. Julian has provided also a D-stretch image of the text, so you can see how desperately damaged it is, and will be and the paper itself will try and unpack this in a little more detail. Here's a translation and transliteration of the relevant text, and I'll read it out. I went southwards towards Tarseti and Elephantine, and then I discovered the deliveries coming from Yam while everything was coming from Medja. I brought myrrh from Byblos, Jebel Byblos, gold and copper from the gods' land, incense of Yam, ebony from Wetanet, from Nab, there's a big hiatus there, and monkeys, meerkats from Zarchu were brought to me. I also sent it to the house dominion of Keti. So this new toponym is, you see here in the inscription. And I just want to briefly make some observations here. It's heavily damaged. There's no indication of a journey. So this inscription is not saying I did X, Y, Z. It's a list of jumbled toponyms, so they're not in any sort of particular order. It mentions this toponym, Nab, which may be triconsonantal, as suggested by Julian. And the traded resource of this is unknown. Is it tin, silver, lapis lazuli? It's too hard to read. And it is possibly a summary of Sektar's efforts as overseer of the foreign lands. So the goods, what this tells us, however, is that these goods were received or delivered. They weren't obtained by the individuals themselves. And the place name itself matches that of Narab in northern Syria, which is known from the annals of Tutmosis III, Ugaritic texts, Akkadian, Aramaic, and a modern place name. Now, when you Google Narab in Syria, you actually find that there are two Narabs, which I'll go to the map here, located here. Aleppo, there's one southeast of Aleppo, which is an actual archaeological site, with no early Bronze Age having been excavated on that site, I have to say, but it is still an archaeological site. And northwest of Ebla, about 10 kilometres from Ebla, is another site called Narab. So I want you to park that. That's a very interesting dynamic because it actually tells us something about the trade relations. They're not actually going to get things. They are having things brought to them and delivered. So if again, the textual material for this, you're going to know it pretty well. I think there's an inscription from Koptos with these classic list of imported artefacts that come on these foreign expeditions. A title, the Great One of the Department of Myrrh from Heracleopolis, which is well known. There's a wooden door mentioned in the tomb of Anktifi made of ash wood, which of course is the word for cedar. We have a false door of Ankhef, which is a possible title of overseer of the Amu. And then again, the constructions of Merikara and the admonitions of Ipuwer, dates are contested. Some, you all know the debate about this. Maybe it's first intermediate period recollections, maybe it's a latest text, but it's not the same as having, hard archaeological data on the ground or an inscription that one can date to the period of the first intermediate period. Look, for the first intermediate period itself, there's very little in the way of evidence. Very little in the way of imported pottery. I could only find one sherd or one piece of imported pottery in the excavations reports that I looked at. There are cedar coffins, maybe small cedar objects, possibly a small quantity of silver, but remains to be clarified. And there's metal weaponry and lapis lazuli bead Kom el Hisson, but again, the date of that material is also contested. It may be Middle Bronze Age 1B, no, Middle Bronze Age 1, I should say. Just some examples of what these FIP objects look like. Interestingly, have a look at this. Here's that potsherd I was mentioning before, published by Bettina Bader. The coffin on the top is a veneer of cedar. So again, we're talking small pieces, offcuts, objects that can be recycled rather than pristine imports brought in by a foreign expedition, and the cedar coffin of Peri Seneb as well. So small in quantity. This is by no means an exhaustive corpus I should say. Requires a lot more work, but these are perhaps the better known pieces from this period and this time. I want to very briefly mention Aegean silver here, because this opens up from at the very beginning of the Old Kingdom, the 4th dynasty, the possibility of extensive down-the-line networks with the Aegean. This was published last in 2023, silver analysis from the bracelets of Head of Heres, and which pushes back how we understand that these dynamics may well have developed over the period of the 3rd millennium. But what I found interesting about that finding was that on Crete itself, there are a lot of Egyptian stone vessels from the 6th dynasty. Now, this is not the first intermediate period, I realise, but there is clearly a connection that is occurring, which then probably mediated through Byblos. One can imagine Ugarit, ships leaving across the Mediterranean, across the southern coast of Turkey, which were bringing materials from far-flung places. I'm not by any means suggesting that Egypt was doing this directly, but clearly there was a network which brought Egyptian materials to far-flung regions like the Aegean, which in effect builds on the perhaps a very long-lasting network of exchange in raw materials and small items. And to top it off, this seems like a very unprepossessing slide to finish on, but for the first intermediate period, there is material in Crete, and here is one, a scarab, which has got a parallel at a cow in Badari. But there is more. But I just wanted to say that this a trade in trinkets around the region like this was likely part of that trading dynamic. So, just in conclusion, textual and archaeological evidence shows that expeditions obviously continue into the reign of Pepi II. We don't know for how long, but the state expeditions cease with the decline of the Old Kingdom state. As we've seen from the presentation. Now, the cessation of royal patronage loosens obligations of elites to the king and reinforces their independence and the decentralisation of power. For the FIP, there is no apparent state expeditions, but it's low-level trade with little evidence for imported prestige goods. But again, the period is quite poorly understood from that perspective. But what I do want to say is this, that the withdrawal of the Egyptian state from Levantine trade likely resulted in the continuation of private Levantine merchant activity and commodity acquisition by Egyptian elites of the first intermediate period, but on a smaller scale. So I think these networks that were developed in the late Old Kingdom that I've explained to you from the beginning, why would independent merchants and polities, having established these networks, knowing what to do, where to get the goods, how to move it around, why would that cease simply because of the 4.2 event? So I think that is the kind of trade network that the people of the first intermediate period are dealing with, which is likely an exchange right across the eastern part of the Mediterranean, but at a much reduced scale, given the stresses that communities were facing at with the 4.2 event at that period. So with that, I want to say thank you and welcome any questions or observations.
Thank you very much, Professor Sowada. Unfortunately, we're a little bit short of time, so if there is only one irrepressible question, then the rest will be maybe over the coffee break. One quick question, yes.
Karin, thank you very much for the very interesting paper. I just have a question about, you mentioned that you are undertaking a new analysis of the residues in the museums. What does it show you? You mentioned something surprising?
Well, it is very surprising. Well, we literally had to use a scanning electron microscope to see what some of these residues were. There were pollens embedded in the ceramic sherds that we were working with, for example, which helped us to see potentially what sort of plants or plant materials might have been in the jars. But I think I don't want to preempt the paper that we're writing, but one thinks and one has an idea that these jars were all full of a single product, but in fact, what we've realised is that the jars were reused in Egypt more than once, and in fact, the data from Professor Barta's excavations helped us see that very clearly. So they came to Egypt with something in them. The contents were used, but these jars are large and they are very sturdy. You're not going to throw them on a rubbish heap. You're going to keep using them and reusing them until they fall apart of their own accord or they end up in a tomb. So it's very hard to actually understand what the original contents were. We just can't see. It's not so easy to see. But what we are seeing is what the last use of the jar was, which was largely in Egypt. So you'll have to wait for the paper, but it's a very complex archaeological story. And then, of course, you've got the interventions in modern times, modern excavations. Back in Ryson's day, they would have cleaned up the vessels for photography. They would have tipped out whatever was in them and maybe washed them out as well. And they come to the Museum of Fine Arts and then they get treated by conservators. So it's a lot of interventions which have clouded the story. But thanks for that question.
Yeah, that's what was my second question, because a lot of times there was conservation treatment, and that usually the chemical reaction can be very different. So are you able to somehow reverse the process of the conservation, or you just have to, yeah?
Not really. We've just got to try and scrape something from the vessel that will be clean enough to get a good result. Yeah, thank you for that question.
So thank you very much once again. And now we have a coffee break for about 20 minutes. See you then. Thank you very much. So we are now taking our second session for this afternoon. So the paper is given by Alexandre Loktionov, who is with us, and he worked with two economists from the University of Bologna, as far as I understood, Amin Gholami and Carmine Guerriero, and they are going to present changes in ancient Egyptian judicial prosopography around the time of the Old Kingdom collapse.
So the first thing I would like to say, really, before I go any further, is that I am certainly not an economist. I am a more or less conventional Egyptologist. I work on judicial prosopography, long-term changes in it from the Old to the Middle Kingdom and even New Kingdom. So a lot of the very kind of technical economic analysis and climatic analysis that we are going to go into in this paper, I will diligently present it based on the collaborative efforts of all of us. But if you wish to ask technical questions on the quantitative and economic side of the picture, then I warn you in advance that some of my responses are going to be rather on the basic side. The prosopography, very happy to talk about. The economic analysis, really, Carmine and Amin are much more expert on that than I am. And I have left their emails on the screen. So please do go ahead and get in touch with them if you have questions in these areas. I'm sure they would be delighted to hear from you, and they are, of course, passing on their apologies for not being able to be at this event. They would very much like to, and it is just a matter of circumstance that they cannot be here, and so you're left with me. The first question that I'd really like to discuss is, why do different societies adopt a more or less centralized legal order to achieve the same goal of maximizing the citizens' welfare, which is really, I think, a key question of comparative law. And the monumental comparative law literature has analyzed this question by focusing mainly on the post-colonial period and comparing countries to which the centralized civil law model was transplanted and to those that received the decentralized common law system. Now, the obvious drawback of this approach is, however, that colonization has shaped not only the diffusion of differently centralized legal orders, but also the spread of differently inclusive political orders, globalized the economy, and triggered epochal migration waves. So to take into account such diverse and impactful confounding factors, a recent literature has focused on the legal system of ancient societies, and notably Mesopotamia, to test theories of legal evolution on a more pristine historical experiment. This paper combines some of the intuition of this literature with recent research on the changes occurring in the ancient Egyptian justice system around the collapse of the Old Kingdom. So this is really my work, and emphasizes the role of climate change in determining both the inclusiveness of the political process and the decentralization of the legal order. So to illustrate, the end of the Old Kingdom has already been termed as the time of the emergence of the first lawyers, if you like, seeing a shift from a society where justice was dispensed by relatively unspecialized central officials towards a society where justice increasingly became the preserve of a more specialized set of practitioners. So this is the work of my PhD dissertation back from 2019 and various follow-up pieces which I have published since. This is actually from one of the chapters that I have published on this topic, which I'm happy to discuss more later, which essentially talks about a merging of two distinct judicial traditions, one kind of very formalized and based on a tightly defined administrative core, and a second one which is more provincialized. So while indeed in the Old Kingdom the political process was highly centralized around Memphis, and public officials also adjudicated cases, as shown by their Weja Medu and Sejem titles. These are two title types which I have worked on a lot and which we can discuss more later. But during the first intermediate period, by contrast, this distinction between the administrative core at Memphis and the outlying provincial capitals, the nomes, began to fade. As mechanisms of wealth redistribution into the center failed, or at least became less effective, in part due to the worsening climatic conditions, provincial areas began to retain more wealth and more political autonomy, so that centralized lawmaking and adjudication therein might have become heavily distorted to favor particular local interests and obtain resources from the periphery. The public good preferred by local populations became increasingly specific. Now, public good, I'm using this in a kind of very economic-based context here. Consistent with our theoretical framework, so this is work recently produced by Guerriero et al. 2025, this period witnessed the rise of local judges, or at least local specialized legal officials, with evidence being strongest for the southern nomes of Upper Egypt. To illustrate, these polities became better able to train up their own administrative and legal officials. So, for example, the case of Ankhtifi, which I know Ankhtifi has already come up earlier on in some of today's conversations. And literacy rates in the provincial centers likely went up too. Now, similar dynamics also endure into the Middle Kingdom. I've just brought up some graphs here which I think illustrate some of that. So when the emphasis on local officials in provincial centers rose, so these officials had far fewer titles. The very long title strings characteristic of the Old Kingdom start to disappear, and they're of lower rank, and many appear to be specialists focusing on justice, or at least justice-related elements only, and would likely have been embedded within their local communities. So the terms Wejamedu and Sejem, so clearly distinct in the Old Kingdom and probably originally denoting distinct processes of deciding cases and hearing them, actually they become merged in the Middle Kingdom with everything becoming referred to as Sejem. And these Sejem officials very often have short title strings. They encompass a very wide range of activities, but these activities are all of a nature associated with adjudication in a way that you do not get in the Old Kingdom. So this change points to a simplification of the justice system on one level, but also to a much greater degree of professionalization, standardization, and decentralization. If you do Sejem, all of justice is kind of now encompassed within the Sejem, and there are now people who are doing this Sejem. In the Old Kingdom, you've got two concepts. You've got Sejem and Wejamedu, but the people who are engaged in them are also doing a whole lot of other stuff. So these similar and relatively simple judicial processes, Sejem processes, could now be carried out across the whole country in the Middle Kingdom in a manner which is at odds, really, with the Old Kingdom. And that is work which largely builds on my PhD and subsequent pieces. So the remainder of this paper, that was kind of by way of background, I suppose, is organized as follows. We present in the first section a theoretical framework shedding light on the rational incentives guiding legal evolution. Next, we provide a preliminary test of the resulting empirical implications based on a sample of 34 capitals of the main Egyptian provinces, which we observe for each half century between around about 2900 BC, insofar as we can, and 1750 BC. Finally, we close by discussing in section 4 the relationship between the Egyptian and the coeval Mesopotamian case, and by proposing in the final section some avenues for future research. So starting with the theoretical framework. While designing the legal order, the key social goal is, at least according to a seminal work by Giannaioli and Schleifer of 2007, is to maximize the well-being of citizens heterogeneous in their preferences over different legal rules. Crucially, these preferences shape the decisions of the adjudicating courts and those of the legislator, which are all ultimately part of the population. Since, however, the selection of judges and local rulers is uncertain, society really cares about limiting as much as possible the bias of the law, i.e. the distance between the prevailing legal rule and the optimal law mediating among the rules preferred by each of the social groups. And this leads to some uncertainty. A centralized legal order, such as that which revolved around courts directly selected by the pharaoh and residing in Memphis during the first part of the Old Kingdom, and a decentralized legal order like the one that emerged mostly in Upper Egypt at the end of the Old Kingdom and was dominated by more local courts, handled this task in very different ways. While the centralized solution must be optimal for an economy in which the heterogeneous norms preferences can be mediated by a central ruler seen as broadly beneficial to them, so the pharaoh, the decentralized solution comes in handy when adverse production shocks make it more likely that the central legislator might heavily distort the law to favor more extreme local interests and obtain resources, extract resources from the periphery, and when the public good preferred by the local population is sufficiently specific, where that public good of local people might not fully tally with what the pharaoh wants from them. As discussed later on, the 2300 to 2100 BC string of droughts and low Nile floods pushes the pharaohs of the late Old Kingdom and the first intermediate period to acquiesce to a larger fiscal autonomy of the provinces, hit the hardest by climate shocks. So this is work being developed by my colleague Amin Gholami. This discontinuity allows locally selected governors to shift the allocation of tax revenues towards the provision of the public goods preferred by the provincial non-elites, so irrigation projects, defensive walls, risk sharing, instead of grand projects such as pyramids and other monuments, which might be seen to be of limited practical public purpose if you're sitting in a province, while favoring instead the rise of locally selected and trained courts. So to construct our sample, we focus on the panel of the 34 capitals of the nomes that were mostly populated over the 2900 to 1750 BC period, and we consider the 24 half-centuries within this temporal span as our time periods. While the names of these capitals and the corresponding present-day archaeological sites are reported in the figure that we can see here, and you can see that their locations are displayed. There are two key constraints that have guided this methodology. First, the polities that we select need to display sufficient settlement continuity, and they don't always do that. And secondly, there are ongoing limits in understanding the institutional evolution that is associated with the topic at hand. So, figure 1, the image, I should say, on the screen, shows that there are, in fact, 8 nomes whose capitals are mostly unpopulated over the sample period because of their distance to the Nile. Crucially, our results are qualitatively similar when we include the information available for these capitals. And then the institutional evolution, as I was saying, of the period preceding the invention of the hieroglyphic writing is, of course, still poorly understood, whereas the post-1715 BC ascendancy of the Hyksos population in the Nile Delta and Middle Egypt obscures the evolution of the single provinces further. So there are all kinds of limitations to this economics-driven model that my colleagues are proposing. I'm very much aware of them, but I think it's still worth having a go. So here we are employing the low chronology as proposed by Horn et al. From 2019, and combining king lists with carbon-14 evidence. And this, on that basis, it is instead possible to, we hope, come up with a way of linking the historical and archaeological data and therefore minimize measurement errors. So as indicators of judicial activity, this is the area that I'm much more confident on. We follow my analysis from 2019, and we focus on dummies, picking 2 specific prosopographic markers commonly found in Egyptian titles. So Wejamedu, dividing words, and Sechem, hearing, or at least on one of them. So as we can see, Wejamedu, after the end of the Old Kingdom, largely comes out of the picture. Now, while we acknowledge that the Egyptian justice system cannot and should not be simplified down to just these 2 concepts, we do consider them to be the most prominent indicators of judicial activity in the period, and together they provide a sufficiently large data set, at least for an initial body of work. The source of our 3 dummies are all published attestations, as we can see, of the 2 titles, from the start of the Old Kingdom to the end of the Middle Kingdom, as obtained from standard Egyptological prosopographic corpora, and obviously, also online resources that we would now be using, like Thesaurus Linguae Egyptii and so on. The data was tabulated to include the attestations themselves, their age, and their provenance. Regarding the inclusiveness of the political process, which in our model corresponds to some measure of fiscal autonomy, we follow Benati et al. 2022. So again, a kind of economics-based approach. And we build on the events in a 40-year window around each period to construct a dummy for fiscally autonomous nomes, so political institutions. The fiscally autonomous nomes appear within the 7th dynasty and were administered by either a local ruler or a nomarch, so typically, Heritep Aa, great overlord of the nome. More generally, political institutions can also be seen as a direct measure of political decentralization and or as an inverse proxy for jurisdictional hierarchy. So there is a summary of the variables employed in this methodology here on the screen. Again, developed very much by my economist colleagues. Now, finally, to gauge the environmental factors key to the domestication of cereal grains, which were the most diffused crops, and determining the link between climate change and Egyptian society's, so to speak, well-being, we build on broad botanical evidence showing that wheat and barley farming is favored by a more suitable land, needs a temperature ranging between 5 and 37 degrees Celsius, suffers from water scarcity, but the vast majority, about 80% of the anomalies in its yield, are mainly explained by the combined effect of temperature and rainfall. Since present-day land suitability data are by construction unable to properly capture the historical soil capacity to retain and supply nutrients and water, so again, recent work by Benati 2022 and Benati and Guerriero 24, we then focus on the following two proxies. First, we consider the provenance patterns of the Nile sediments as a time-varying and capital invariant proxy for the Nile flow level. And this choice is quite appropriate, since 95% of the sediments derive from the Ethiopian highlands via the Blue Nile, which drains a catchment area with Cenozoic volcanic rocks with low 87 SR, 86 SR ratios. Hence, their observation is indicative of larger sedimentation of the terrains coming from the Ethiopian highlands and thus of a limited Nile flow. Ultimately, we rely on the normalized to range between 0 and 1, 87 SR to 86 SR ratio, averaged over the previous half-century and collected from the Manzala Lagoon by Krom et al. 2002. So that's the SR ratio. And second, we build on Jacobi et al. 2013, and we calculate the Palmer Drought Severity Index, PDSI, by mixing temperature, rainfall, latitude, and available water storage capacity, all averaged over the previous half-century. Operationally, we collect the water storage capacity from the dataset developed by FAO at the 30 arc-second spatial resolution. This feature is defined as the millimeter over meter of water available for use by plants that a soil can store and is a function of exogenous dimensions such as soil texture and crop rooting depth. We get, instead, the climate data directly from Armstrong et al. 2019, which simulate them for each month between 60,000 and 0 BP, so 1950, and the Northern Hemisphere at a 0.5 degree spatial resolution. The PDSI ranges between 10, so extreme drought, between -10, I should say, extreme droughts, and 10 extremely wet conditions, equal 0 if the soil moisture is what we might term normal, and different from its single components is an inverse measure of the severity of droughts, i.e. periods over which the supply of soil moisture fails to meet its demand. Then the PDSI, like the abundance of the Nile inundation, is a key driver of both yield anomalies and the efficiencies of harvest storage, as proposed by Nicholson and Shaw in 2000 and Redmond in 2002. So while the figures on screen reveal that the mix of low Nile flows and intermediate droughts of the 2300 to 2100 BC period hit more heavily Upper Egypt and was followed here by a rise in the presence of local legal officials, multivariate analysis across multiple factors is somewhat more convincing. So if we look now at the left figure here, so this on-screen reports the significant, at 1%, there is a partial correlation between the presence of a, what one might term a court or, judges, legal officials, which we are using as our proxy for, at least to some extent, inclusive local political institutions, conditional on all unobserved determinants of legal variation at the nome level, so the SR ratio and PDSI. This piece of evidence suggests that there is strong statistical evidence that decentralization of the legal order was related to a rise in the autonomy of the southern nomes. Turning to the mechanisms of these institutional discontinuities, the right graph on screen depicts the statistically and marginally significant at 10% negative correlation between judges and SR ratio, conditional on all unobserved determinants of legal variation at the nome level, political institutions and PDSI. This second piece of evidence, then, entails that it is statistically likely that the 4.2 kiloyear BP aridification event was a key driver of the need of the pharaoh to relinquish power to the southern nomes to foster cooperation in farming. As advanced by Gholami et al. In 2025, this discontinuity allowed locally selected governors to shift the allocation of tax revenues towards the provision of public goods preferred by the provincial maybe non-elites or at least provincial individuals of comparatively low rank. Furthermore, as discussed previously, it favored the rise of locally selected and trained courts, who further convinced the local population to cooperate under the shadow of rules closer to their preferences and better able to adapt to climate change specific to their context. Now, just to think a little bit about the external validity of some of this. We compare the finding of our analysis with analysis discussed for the coeval Mesopotamian sample by Guerriero et al. In ongoing work of this year, in their upcoming paper entitled Primordial Legal Origins. So in that work, which is also concerned with the late 3rd millennium BC, it is demonstrated that against the background of the increasing diffusion of Akkadian speakers among the Sumerian population, Akkadian rulers left southern polities to native rulers and governed the north via governors assisted by local elites. That contributed to the rise of primordial common law, as characterized by binding kings and local rulers' case law in the periphery, lack of appeal before the king, an equitable or at any rate a consistent judgment, evidence prepared by, in the Mesopotamian setting, a royal mashkim, and oral proceedings. So we see similar processes of greater local level legal specialization and complexity coming about as a result of the decentralization of how the state itself was run. This obviously relates back to climate, which was a key factor in determining whether or not the state might need to decentralize in the first place, and if so, how much. In this regard, the Egyptian example appears to have much in common with the findings from the Mesopotamian setting. So now to draw some conclusions. We have sought to illustrate the following points in this paper. Obviously, some of them are the products of my work, some of them are much more statistical and economic in nature, and as I say, you would need to go to Amin and Carmine for further explanation on these. But broadly, firstly, the administration of ancient Egyptian law went through a period of both greater specialization and decentralization during and after the period of the Old Kingdom collapse. Secondly, that quantitative statistical methods from economics can be used to supplement traditional Egyptological prosopographic analysis of complex data to yield more compelling conclusions, or at any rate conclusions of applicability to wider studies in economics and to disciplines beyond what one might conceive of as conventional Egyptology. And thirdly, that at least at first glance, the processes at work in Egypt and in Mesopotamia appear to be very similar. Both develop more complex and specialized legal processes, just as state fragmentation sets in. So with regards then to some further research, there are numerous possible avenues for expanding this project and thereby obtaining more comprehensive data. One obvious route would be to extend the prosopographic approach, looking at other common titles with significant judicial undertones, so these might be things like Ra Nechen, Imira, Waput, or even very senior titles like Chati. What norms are these found in? How much does their distribution change over time? One would broadly expect results here to fit what we have already seen for Wejamedu and Sejem, but verifying that explicitly would be a step forward. Another approach would be instead to look at institutions. So bodies like the Jajat, the Kenbet, and the Hutweret 6. Of course, the Hutwerets are very much Old Kingdom features that they go out of use when you move forward into the Middle Kingdom. The Jajat and the Kenbet retain prominence, and certainly in the case of the Kenbet get more prominent with time. Some trends here are, as I've just said, already known in general terms, but quantitative statistical analysis here would help to delineate more firmly the nature of these changes. A third approach might be to go by nome. Look at case studies of what kinds of title and or judicial institution occur in one particular nome over the time of the late Old Kingdom, the first intermediate period, and indeed the early Middle Kingdom. So going through that period of the Old Kingdom collapse and what ultimately follows. In any case, we can see that the potential for further research here is certainly plentiful, that it involves some complex negotiations between practitioners in the field of Egyptology and those in the field of economics, that there are some bridges which maybe still need to be crossed to get everybody to fully understand each other and to be on the same page, but that this is a work in progress which I believe can yield some very interesting results if we persevere long enough. So with that, I would just like to thank the Origins group, which is the project based at the University of Bologna, but decentralized across a very wide range of universities, in Italy, Britain, Germany, the US, even one in Moscow, who are able to pursue this work together. And we are very grateful to the Italian government as well for its funding of the scheme. So with that, I am very grateful to everybody for your attention today, and I open to questions.
Thank you very much. Lots of things to think about. Questions from the audience?
Thank you for this very interesting paper. I have just some questions about how do you choose exactly these institutions to say that they are juridical somehow, because Jajat is not just administrative. Even Sejm we found Sejm titles linked to temple administration, food administration, not the juridical administration. Even Kenebet is administrative, is not just, and Hut Uret 6, even not.
How do I do that? So this is a great question. This is a question with which I wrestled for essentially the entirety of my PhD, and so the kind of boring answer is to say, go read that. I think the sort of shorter answer to that is that you have to look at the slightly wider context in which people are operating. So where is your Sejm person located? What else are they doing? So in the Old Kingdom, for instance, it is relatively common for somebody, for a practitioner of Sejm to be also involved in the Hut Weret, to maybe have titles connected to Wejamedu, to be, in some cases they say, I went down to carry out Sejm, if you go back to Weni, even. So you have that. Coming into the Middle Kingdom, what you see is a lot of people who are, you have these shorter title strings associated with seals in particular. There is a change in the material nature of your evidence. The contexts of these are, I agree, broadly administrative, and it is very often difficult to tell if this person, say they are part of a judgeat, are they engaged in just justice or justice and a lot of other administration. But what they are no longer engaged in, or at least what they are not talking about, is having 20 other temple priesthoods in the way that they are frequently having in the Old Kingdom. So of course you're right that Sejm is about a lot more than justice, and probably in the Old Kingdom Wejamedu is as well. But what you can't tell from the evidence is that somebody, is somebody doing Sejm alongside a whole load of other stuff, or are they doing Sejm and seem to be only doing Sejm? The other factor, of course, linked to this is that Sejm, certainly in the New Kingdom, if you go that late, Sejm very often means just a servant, a Sejmu or Sejm Ash, a one who hears. And these are not people of high status at all. These are not typically people with whom you would probably associate having a seal, let's say. quite an ornate seal. If someone is a one who hears, and kind of obeyer of commands, would they have their own ability to seal documents? What sort of context do you seal documents in? If you seal something, then presumably that is for some measure of legal validity, right? So these are the kinds of debates that we are having. This is how we are going about creating that data set. It is, of course, a work in progress.
Yeah, just another question about if you are able in this statistical work to separate among sources kind of support where you find your titles. I mean, finding a same title in a sealing is not the same significance on a stela as the owner.
Of course.
Of that is, yeah. But is it something that is included in this kind of?
It's something which is included in my own work, say during my PhD and what I have published afterwards. It is not something we have been able to do so far with the economist colleagues. So at the moment, this project is still kind of operating at a more general level, where we are sort of saying, well, maybe this is not quite the totality of SEGEM. I mean, we obviously try to exclude SEGEM that is wholly irrelevant or seems to be unconnected to the judicial context. But at the moment, in terms of are we working with SEGEM from a sealing, or are we working with SEGEM from an Imira SEGEM et Nebet title on a tomb wall? At the moment, this is not yet a distinction that we are drawing in the sort of basal analysis that we have done. Of course, this is also, I think, an opportune moment for me to stress that this has been an incredibly challenging project to work on. And I don't mean this in a critical way, I actually mean this in a good way. But the methodologies employed by my colleagues in economics are very often entirely foreign to myself as a more or less kind of classically trained Egyptologist. And conversely, the methodologies which I employ as a traditional Egyptologist are almost entirely foreign to them. And this can lead to situations even such as this paper, where we have worked hard to try and smoothen the edges and to reduce some of these conceptual difficulties. But there can be this tendency to go over from Egyptology that they don't really fully follow to areas of statistical analysis that I don't really fully follow. And finding that middle ground is proving tough. Now, one of the things that we are doing, not least because the funding for this from the Italian government is thankfully very generous, is that the Origins group is hiring a team of postdocs that will actually become operational towards the end of the year. We're thinking probably October, November, and that will allow a greater research staff to work on some of these issues on a full-time basis, and to obtain training in those areas of the multidisciplinary analysis where they are weaker. So I think we are getting there. It is a work in progress. This paper is very much a first step. And we are really grateful that you've taken the time to listen to what we've come up with so far, and for your comments.
It's a little bit of along the same lines of what Andrea was just pointing out, which is you're talking about titles on a very tiny object versus a stela or a tomb, and I have to say I frankly did not follow all of the statistical analysis. That's just not my my base. But if you look at how we see titles, even in the Old Kingdom, accepting the fact that maybe the title strings are longer, they're also not unitary. So Karin was, I think it was Karin, I don't know, my brain has melted a little bit, was in her talk talking about one title that appears only on a coffin, but you don't see it in the rest of the tomb. Was that right? You had, that was part of your talk? Yes? No, who was talking about the title?
That guy who became a vizier really late.
Yeah, somebody who had a vizier title and it was very late. Wasn't that true? Yeah. No, you weren't talking about titles, but so they're not static. The titles are accumulated, and maybe a person had certain functions, and then they would include those functions on their tomb, but maybe they're not doing those things anymore, and then you have something very late. And for the people who were here last week, the very first talk that we heard many days ago was Dr. Hani El-Taib, who was talking about the tomb of Hatshepsut in Saqqara. And there are, I don't know, he has like 30 or 40 titles, but they're not all together. They're not all in the same place. Some of them he has a very large and complicated tomb. Some of them are in the burial chamber, as far as I remember. Some of them are in different parts of the tomb. So I would just, for me, I'm also with Andrea, just wondering about looking at these very small objects where you just don't have the space. You know, how reflective is that of a longer career? And you know, what else do you know about those people? Because Egyptian names unfortunately tend to repeat. I mean, we have lots of Nefers and, you know, Rahoteps and all those kinds of things. So you don't know, you have a seal of somebody with a common name, what other evidence you might have, and you can't really connect those two people from different objects.
It is the same problem in network analysis, because this kind of data are not very easy to manage in this sense. Even after years, we are trying, or people are trying to do so.
So maybe we can give the mic back to our speaker. The answers. Thank you.
No. So first of all, of course, I completely agree that these points are very apt. I thank you very much for raising them. I think one of the ways in which you can tackle that is by hopefully having a data set that is sufficiently broad, so simply having a sufficiently large number of attestations. The way that you eliminate bias associated with, say, a single Hapax legomenon title found on, one coffin, which occurs nowhere else, is, well, if you have very many titles across your whole data set, and you see that this one title is clearly an outlier in some very unusual context, well, statistically that title would need to be discounted. Most of the titles that we are dealing with Old Kingdom material, things like Imira Hutweret 6, Imira Wejamedu, these sorts of things, these are not really titles in that category. These are titles that are widely attested. They're attested in a range of settings, and that's, I don't think, particularly controversial. The second point about the comparison between something on a seal and something on a tomb wall, of course, is valid. But the very fact that the nature of the evidence changes so much is indicative of something, right? That if in the Old Kingdom your evidence for Sejam is coming from tomb walls, so people who are choosing to associate themselves with Sejam, what they are producing is ornate tombs, big tombs with extensive title strings. And if in the Middle Kingdom there is no evidence for that, then they're not producing that, or at least this has not survived. And instead, what you are finding is evidence on seals, which you're not getting for the Old Kingdom. Sure, I agree that this creates many complexities because you're not comparing like with like, but the very observation that it's not like with like, the very observation that you've gone from big tomb as your evidential output to no evidence of that in a tomb setting at all, to a seal, right? That a gem as part of 50 other things in a funerary setting, which may have very limited reflection on their daily life. A Middle Kingdom official has gone on in history as engaging in Sejam with nothing in the tomb, and instead with a very kind of practical object which, sealing with it. That they were sealing documents with it, that this had legal or administrative, legal, whatever you want to call it. It had clout, it had function in that sense. So this is, as I say, this is not perfect, but this points to an evolutionary dynamic, which I think on the whole broadly supports the hypothesis that you're moving towards a more functionalist kind of system, where SEGEM becomes something that you do, something that you transact, something with which you seal, rather than something that you just sort of have on a tomb somewhere. I agree. It's not a perfect methodology. Of course it isn't. Frankly, I'm not sure that there is a perfect one right now. But I do think that it is at least leading to conversations which are worth having, to articles which are coming out, and we want to keep trying and getting better.
You should indeed. Thank you very much. So thank you for your paper. I'm afraid we have no time now for the question online, but we will give the email address to the people interested. So now we are welcoming our last speaker of the day, Richard Bussmann from University of Cologne, talking about collapse, and there's some hope, resilience, a social history of the 422K event in ancient Egypt. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, to the organizers of the conference. I think it's a very good idea to come back and talk about a topic that has been in the room ever since, I suppose, or it feels like. But of course, there are new data, there are new interpretive models to discuss environmental change, climate change, and the collapse of the Old Kingdom. I think it's also good to keep in conversation between archaeologists and colleagues from the natural sciences, because the logics of the two are not always identical. And on the extreme side, we might have environmental determinism, where the description of climatic change explains all the rest that happens. And on the other hand, we might have anthropocentric visions of the past, where human beings are the ones solely that take decisions, and the environment is pushed to the background as a stage, perhaps. And of course, the question, as always, is how does the one relate to the other? So the question is not only was there climate change 2200 BC, but what kind of climate change, how intense was it, where was it? Then in the social realm, who were the actors, what were the responses? And all these kinds of questions remain absolutely vital and difficult to answer. So I'd like to look at some of those. I was struck by these two maps in a book published in 2015 on the 4.2K event by Meller. And I'm unable to assess source critically what happens outside Egypt here. But what I do find surprising is that in all areas of North Africa and Western Eurasia, there seems to be extreme collapse. So on the left-hand side, we see a map before the event, and on the right-hand side, we see a map after the event, or during the event, perhaps. So 2200 and 2000 BC, this is the rough date. And whether or not it's true what we see in those other areas, what is instructive about Egypt is that it returns almost to what it was in the Old Kingdom. So there is the maps suggest a great stability of Egypt, whereas in other areas of this large world region, there seems to have been more fragility. Fragility is a term that I borrow from Norman Joffe and his book in 2019, where the basic argument says that states, be they ancient, be they modern, are always fragile. The collapse of any such state requires just as much explanation as the unification or periods of stability. So neither of them is natural. And this is an important comment to understand, to have an ideological, a stance for an ideological critique of state leaders who want to make the state appear natural. So they're naturalizing the state. So these are also questions that I found interesting for a discussion about collapse and resilience. Looking at climate data in Egypt, I suppose many of you will know this sequence of maps published in 2006 by my colleagues in Köln, actually. Cooper still in Köln, Kröpelin now has moved on. But this is about the climate change in Northeast Africa and an attempt to map the migration of the monsoon belt, the southward migration of the monsoon belt in the early and mid-Holocene period. And what we see in the, so this is the maps begin around 8,500 BC. They cover what we would call the Neolithic, and they end somewhere in the early Bronze Age in Egypt, 3,500 BC. And the maps are highly suggestive. So what seems to be the case is the wet phase has facilitated life in what is today a hyper-arid environment, the Sahara Desert. And then with the southward migration of the monsoon, people were forced either into the Nile Valley or to smaller resorts such as the oasis. And further in the south, life in the desert was still better possible even after 3,500 BC. And there's certainly a truth to this interpretation, but of course it is not at all logic or automatic that something like a state or a civilization emerged in Egypt. And also, before I come to my next slide, the period between 3,500 BC and 2,200 BC has seen a rather stable climate in Egypt, but dramatic change, socially speaking. So we see the emergence of central places. These are eclipsed by a territorial state, the invention of writing, and administrative institutions developing. So nothing of this comes directly out of the maps. So this is, I think, an important caveat to think about the interrelationship of climate and social change. Other areas in Africa were also affected by the climate change. These are the climate zones of Africa today. And the monsoon belt continued migrating further south after 3,500 BC and also began to affect Upper Nubia. In Upper Nubia, we have in the second millennium BC the C group, we have the Kerma culture, and then even later we see the Napatan state and the Meroitic state in the Roman period. So in none of these areas we see the emergence of something that we call a state. We would call them a complex society perhaps, but we don't see writing. The territory is far smaller than in Egypt. So this again demonstrates that there is no automatism from climate change to the rise of civilization. And even in West Africa, we have similar developments. In the Titchit tradition in West Africa, this developed in the course of the second millennium BC, and Robert McIntosh has argued that we see here an urban society emerging, but without a state. So this again is also difficult to see stratification, but it's a different answer to climate change than what we see in Egypt, and the same is also true for Djenné in the Niger Delta in the first millennium BC. Now, the 4.2 Ka event might have been an event of a different scale and also a rather rapid change. And here I'm grateful to Harvey Weiss for sending me his paper published in 2022. I engaged with the map. I suppose we will hear more about this tomorrow, so I'm afraid of maybe misinterpreting the map. But what I took from this map is that we have here several. So first of all, there is something about the geography of this event. So which areas were affected and which were perhaps less affected. If we concentrate on the yellow, red, and blue points, we see the blue points in Upper Egypt, First Intermediate Period sites. They seem to flourish. Then we see abandoned First Intermediate Period sites, the red dots and the delta, and also in the Levant. The yellow points are of a much younger date, 1877 CE. So these were places where a low flood was recorded. My interpretation of this, the impression I got from this map is that I think the conclusion has also been drawn in the paper, that Lower Egypt and Middle Egypt were affected to a higher degree by drought and by low Nile floods than Upper Egypt was. So that was my interpretation of this, and we could extend the argument also to Upper Nubia, to Lower Nubia, for instance, which also starts flourishing in the First Intermediate Period. So that's, I think, an important conclusion, to break this event into more geographic, into smaller locales. Where did it happen? So I found that conclusion very interesting. And the second one, that was also my understanding, is that it wasn't in fact one big event. It might have been shorter events, 2, 3, 4 decades, several of them in a row. So this also has an impact on our interpretation of this event. It's not one event and suddenly there was collapse. And of course, we also need to think about the order, the social order post-collapse. So it wasn't just chaos, but Egypt transformed into a different type of society. But if it was shorter events, then the question would also be locally how farmers would adopt to the changes. So if there's 1 year of a low Nile flood, and then there might be a second one, farmers might also have changed their strategies. So irrigation could have been practiced and these kinds of things. So that's why I thought this was a rather important contribution to the debate. Now I would like to focus on the side where I work, where we also have First Intermediate Period material, and some thoughts come out of the evidence that we have so far. The site is called Habenu in ancient Egypt. Zawit Sultan is the modern village. Habenu was the capital of the 16th Upper Egyptian nome, located in Middle Egypt, south of the modern city of El Minya, and very likely the pharaonic predecessor of El Minya. El Minya, the modern city, seems to start growing in the Christian era, but I think this still is under discussion. In any case, the site where we work looks like this. We have, I use the electronic pointer. So this is the main site covered by Greco-Roman settlement debris. This part of the site is hardly investigated. It's now a team from Leiden University with whom we've established a cooperation for the Roman remains. Without going really into the detail of the site, what is of interest for our period are the rock tombs, of course. As in many other provincial capitals, courtiers were sent into the provinces. At least for Zawit Sultan, I find this very likely. In other cases, there might have been a grown structure, and local leaders became nomarchs and so forth. That's not my discussion here today. But the rock tombs of the late Old Kingdom here, 6th dynasty of Jüngling, are well known, and you know such kinds of imagery. In the center, of course, is the tomb owner, Jüngling, with his wife and children. And there are, of course, many other individuals also depending on Junes. When we talk about the first intermediate period, it is more or less accepted that that this period gave greater agency to the elite individuals in provincial Egypt. Greater agency, if agency is understood as a greater range of options to behave and to play out their power. And this, I think, is also interestingly, there's also wealth in the provinces. So while the first intermediate period dates later than this image, I just use this image as a proxy, so to speak, that local elites in the first intermediate period continued existing, and there was also wealth and wealth collection. Just the distribution of wealth was a different one than from in the Old Kingdom. So it's not only the existence of wealth and drought, but it's the question of how the drought was organized and also how it was represented in visual and written discourse. There are lots of people depicted in this tomb. One of our questions at the site is, who were these individuals? So apart from the nomarchs, where do we find the rest of the society? And of course, also, when we come to the first intermediate period, the question is, what happens to all these people? On the one hand, we can argue that all of what we see here is a matter of discourse. This is just copy-paste of the imagery from the courtly cemeteries in Saqqara, Giza, and so forth, into the provinces. The quality of the reliefs here is really extremely high. It's now it's destroyed, but Lepsius recorded it. It is also, it was very well preserved. So the imagery, different from the Kubba del Hawa, for instance, is quite extensive. So certainly these reliefs were made by someone who knew of the techniques and also the themes of courtly elites. So all of this could be a matter of discourse, and this doesn't depict reality. This would be one extreme position. The other extreme would be that all these individuals were somewhere living and were buried in Zawid Sultan, and this is why they were depicted. Of course, it is possible that the two things approached each other over time. So these images might have been imported to Zawid Sultan, and a reality in Zawid Sultan was gradually interpreted against such imagery. So it's never so easy to draw very clear lines. But I would like to take you now to our work of these individuals. Where are such people buried in Zawid Sultan? Our work is focused on an area that hasn't been excavated before, so there have been extensive excavations also earlier, which I don't go into the detail here. So we focus on this rather pristine area. This year actually was the first year that we had permission for a geomagnetic survey. We worked at these sites over here, what I call the upper trench, the middle trench, and here is the lower trench. And I'd like to show you the evidence as we progress from the desert escarpment down the slope. I should say that many of you will have more experience of using geomagnetic data, but in our case, so far, our experience has been they are much more difficult to interpret than we thought and hoped. Some structures, subsurface structures, are very clear. For instance, this could be a part of a temple complex here, which you don't see on the surface, but very clear in the magnetometry, perhaps of the New Kingdom. And in our area, our cemetery here, there are a variety of anomalies, black points, black dots, of which we hope that these would be shafts filled with fired pottery. The evidence is more difficult to interpret, so we hoped for shafts, and it turned out that many, I think we excavated 3 of those black dots in great hopes. They turned out to be rather recent fireplaces, so malesh. So we have to try, but still, of course, we hope with the magnetometry to get a clearer sense of the entire structure of this area. So what we have excavated so far are a couple of shafts in the upper trench, we gave them T numbers, tomb numbers, but it seems to be the case that some of them actually belong to one individual tomb with multiple shafts, T4, 5, 21 and 22. And I show you the burial chambers of T21 and T22 with the human remains. Here we see the burial chamber of tomb 21 of the late Old Kingdom, early First Intermediate period. The date of this depends on one complete pot that was that we found in this walled-up part of the burial chamber. So the datation certainly is a little bit shaky yet. But Katharina is helping with the pottery, among others, from this tomb. Yeah, here we find a male individual buried in stretched position in a wooden coffin, decayed wooden coffin. Compared to Abu Zir, for instance, you will notice the poor quality of the underground. It takes a long time to excavate these burial chambers because stones keep falling down, meaning that if any stone falls down from the ceiling, it would destroy the human remains. So this slows down the work considerably. Also talking about collapse and so forth, we are talking about systemic change, systems that collapse, systems that rise. I'm a little bit more on the side of the people. I think the systems are also important, but people are also important. And this individual, for instance, was buried with a lot of linen, and much of the linen, different types of linen, finer linen wrapped outside, rougher linen for the inside wrapping of parts of the bodies. And there was a lot of linen also in the mandible area, either because this was just waste or it was already something like the beginning of what later become the mummy masks, where the focus is on the mouth because of the opening of the mouth ritual. So to make a longer story short. But there's also qualitative, what I want to say is there are also qualitative arguments to make about what collapse might have meant to people. The opposite burial chamber is very similar in style. And here we find the remains of an inscription. Unfortunately, this is the best preserved part of the inscription. Of course, you would hope for a title or a name, and what we have is very likely the remains of an offering formula. So this very likely is, after Hatshepsut, the name of Anubis Inpu, which is preserved. So while prosopographically speaking, this might not be particularly exciting, we are here in a segment of the population that had access to writing. Another burial close by is also interesting, again, from a qualitative point of view. Look at these blue things over here. So we don't have any burial chamber here. The individual was buried on the shaft, on the floor of the shaft. And here we found strung faience beads and other types of beads, very shiny. If you work here, you basically have to do with collapsed bricks and sand and dust. And these faience beads are really shiny, they really stick out. So quite interesting material, and this is very well known from late Old Kingdom and First Intermediate period burials, such as at Kawil Kebir, for instance, and also, of course, from Dakhla Oasis. And in the sieving procedure, we also retrieved a whole range of amulets. Very small amulets, up to 1 centimeters large, or small, I should say, and they depict the kinds of things that we do know from other sides. A falcon, this presumably a crocodile, an ujat eye, a male individual, a child, and so forth. So this a child here. Again, we are here not in the top rank of the nomics or so. We are perhaps a little bit below the rank of the nomics, but certainly these individuals were also equipped with quite shiny and, in this context, exceptional objects. Moving down the slope, we come to the middle trench, and the middle trench was already used in the early Old Kingdom. I deleted my slides of a very beautiful burial of the early Old Kingdom. This one was in fact an undisturbed burial of the early Old Kingdom with stone vessels, really beautiful, maybe a different talk. For the first intermediate period, I'd like to focus on this ensemble here, two tombs, Tomb 8 and Tomb 8, Tomb 8 and Tomb 20. Two individuals were buried here, an upper and what appeared as a lower burial. We only understood in this season that this individual actually belongs to a different shaft, located shaft 20 or Tomb 20. So this individual, the digging of the shaft terminated when they bumped into this earlier burial. Well, burial chamber is a rather euphemistic expression. It's a burial cave, perhaps, these individuals. And these tombs are significant because of the pottery. So a range of pots of shapes that are quite well, that find good parallels elsewhere in Seidelmeyer's sequence of Kaul Kebir. So these would date to phase 2A, maybe even 2B, which is the early, even to mid-first intermediate period. And we are, of course, happy and lucky that we have here this rather conclusive evidence and the complete vessels. So for dating purposes and our discussion here, this is certainly significant. There was also a larger storage vessel, which I don't show here, that also is chronologically significant. And then finally, moving down to the lower trench, this looks entirely different. We have here the burial ground of the non-elite population. These are very simple subsurface burials. The individuals were buried in all sorts of containers. Some of them were placed in coffin containers, some of them in mud containers. Sometimes just a series of mud bricks was placed around the burial. The superstructure might have been these rock circles. So Bart van Teunen excavated those in Nueirat and Del Bersha, and we have them also here now in Zawit Sultan, but they're fairly simple, as you can see here also from our pictures. And the date of these burials is not always easy to establish because there is very few pottery within the burials. In between the burials, most of the pottery that we have collected is early Old Kingdom. That would also fit the burial position, the strongly contracted bodies. It is not yet entirely clear whether this burial position was continuously used throughout the Old Kingdom, where the upper echelons of society might have changed the burial position and the lower ranks didn't. We don't know this yet, but we hope, of course, to extend with future projects these excavations that are I think quite important because we don't have thousands of such cemeteries, non-elite and comparatively low-ranking cemeteries in Egypt. And of course, our anthropologists here, Dr. Afaf Wahba and a former student from Cologne, Pierre Lorenz, also investigate the bones. I think for the history of the first intermediate period, it will be important also to understand what the lived realities were, diets, all the various diseases that we can see here and that have been identified, various degenerative diseases in the bag. This is the a bone of the thumb. And we've only just started with this kind of analysis. We also hope for more ADNA analysis in labs in Cairo. There seems to have been some movement. So this will be, I think, significant for all of us. So what is the outcome of this site? Our provisional model of the social topography of the late Old Kingdom, which slightly also extends into the first intermediate period. We would have a local elite and the rock buried in the rock tombs. We have the dependent elites buried in these complex multiple shaft mastabas. We'd have something like a middle class, the double mastaba tomb 8, 9 and tomb 20. and the nonylid segment of the society buried in the very unfavorable location of the site where there was a risk of, for the tombs to be inundated by the annual flood. This is not necessarily the result and what we were aiming for. We know that cemeteries in Egypt were organized like this. Just in most cases, think of Beni Hassan, for instance. Usually we only have these two groups and we don't have those. So this is why I think it is important not only to speculate that the lower ranking population was buried somewhere, but actually to have empirical evidence. So for the future, for us, it's not only the question of whether we can draw neat lines between social classes and social groups, which we all know is an abstraction. Lived reality is much more complex. So one of our focal questions will be on the kinds of social relationships that were established in the material culture. Are there clusters of tombs? In the non-elite segment of the population, were they buried relative to each other? Were they facing each other? These kinds of questions. Yeah, I think for the first intermediate period, then of course, I think a discussion we need to have is what happens to all these people. So it's not only about governors having greater agency, but our individuals buried here, what about them? So how are they organized? We don't have the question from this side. There is some speculation from other sides, patron-client relationships being strengthened across the country. It might not have been the same solution everywhere in the country. We have already heard about differences of social organization in Upper Egypt, Middle Egypt, and the Delta. So there might have been site-specific solutions, this is the prospect for this site. A second point I'd like to introduce very briefly is the paleo-landscape and settlement of Zawid Sultan, which will also be important, though here it's a little bit more difficult to reach into the periods that we are interested in this conference. So one of the major monuments at the site is this small step pyramid of the early Old Kingdom of the 3rd to 4th dynasties. Well, this is the assumed date. Again, complications, footnotes later. This is how the remains of the pyramid look like today. And we were interested, so the excavator, Raymond Weil, said that he excavated the pyramid down to the naked bedrock. So there is no adjacent stratigraphy to the pyramid. The only thing that we do have is the stratigraphy below the pyramid. And we have started excavating two of the corners, these two corners, and we rediscovered the pre-dynastic cemetery M, as Raymond Weil called it, a pre-dynastic cemetery that he described but published very poorly. So it's actually great to have the burials in situ. I only show two examples that relate directly to the pyramid. One is the tomb 1 of a female individual, and you can see how the foundations of the pyramid crashed the body of this woman, perhaps buried together with an infant, a little bit unclear yet. So very likely the pyramid was built, so the foundations of the corner were dug as deep as the horizon of the cemetery. I come back to this in a minute, just in 2025, so fresh from the Masterine, is another burial, really beautiful child burial here, with wrapped in a mat, papyrus mat, we believe, with a shell. Also here, this is the other corner. Again, the corner, the foundation blocks just reach down to the cemetery, not deeper. What we were interested in is where is actually the bedrock on which the pyramid rests. What has been the paleo landscape? And I assumed that we would only find 2 or maybe 3 layers of a foundation below the corner of the pyramid. But then we had a chance to dig a little bit deeper, and it went deeper, deeper, deeper. And this is eventually the outcome of this investigation. So we see here now the lower layer of the casing blocks of the pyramid, walking from the local east to local west. and the bedrock drops significantly, I assumed, we knew this here from an earlier excavation, I assumed a continuation like this, but actually here we found a completely different environment. The dark layers, this is hard, compacted mud without any anthropogenic material as far as we can tell. We weren't expecting these results, so we were a little bit unclear how to proceed. We didn't take any samples. We refilled the trench, the test trench, but we hope, of course, to return also with specialists, with geoscientists to help us with the sampling and also dating of these layers. Perhaps they go back to the mid-Holocene humid phase. I mean, this would be our interpretation. However, what it also means for our investigation here in the first intermediate period, I believe from this side it will be difficult to find any settlement evidence because the settlement of the to measure climate change because the settled area is located here. We dug as the Taftish asked us, we dug a couple of test trenches here in the tree area, and these three were significant because in those layers, the grey ashy layers here at the bottom, they yielded pottery of the early Old Kingdom. So pottery that dates from the early Old Kingdom, perhaps even early 4th dynasty, but running also into the 5th dynasty. Well, my first working hypothesis is that it might relate to the erection or maintenance of the pyramid. So in the reign of Huni, or perhaps even more likely Snefru, the pyramid was built, and we might see here a production place or even a settlement. We haven't found any architecture associated to the pottery, but we now get a sense of the level of the settlement of the early Old Kingdom. Again, for the first intermediate period, I'm not so optimistic here at the side, but it was too tempting to show the evidence to not mention it to bring it to your attention. So in the early Old Kingdom, we'd have this kind of spatial arrangement at the side, and in the late Old Kingdom and first intermediate period, it would change slightly. But I hope with these slides to have shown at least the potential of the site to potential, but also problems to address questions of climate change and social organization. In the final part of my talk, I'd like to address, if briefly, collapse and resilience. I'd like to come back to this map. Now, I would add Habenu to the map as a site of the early first intermediate period as a cemetery site. And then, of course, looking at cemetery sites, there are many in Middle Egypt, and most of them cluster around the where we assume the nome capitals were located. So these are either tombs of the nomarchs or slightly lower ranging tombs. So these data are basically taken from Stefan Seidelmeyer's analysis of the first intermediate period cemeteries in Egypt. And of course, each case is problematic, the dating and so forth, and the recording hasn't been systematic. But I would say that Middle Egypt was continued to be populated in the first intermediate period. However, that doesn't mean that the changes in Upper Egypt were different from in Middle Egypt. In Upper Egypt, Nadine Möller and Grégory Marois have suggested for two sites, Dendera and Edfu, that there was settlement growth in the first intermediate period. The evidence is also a bit difficult. So in Edfu, it basically rests on the datation of the town enclosure walls, as you can see here. But I still believe that there is a good point to make that the city extended in the first intermediate period. In Dendra, too, an extramural, as they call it, an extramural settlement developed in the first intermediate period. And in Elephantine, too, we see a growth of the town, partially also made possible due to a drop of the Nile floods. The two islands were connected in the course of the first intermediate period. So this is the western island and this is the eastern island. And in the course of the first intermediate period, the Nile floods seem to have dropped and made it possible to build the town on top of this. This actually is the town of the late Middle Kingdom and second intermediate period. But we would also assume here in Elephantine there has been settlement growth. I find this significant because intuitively we might think if the state is centralized, it's powerful, the cities are flourishing. What we might actually see here is that it was in periods of weak centralized control that the towns were growing and flourishing. This is partially in line, I would say, with what Karin suggested earlier, that in the first intermediate period, Levantine merchants at least continued trading. I think also for the previous talk, similarly, that we see a complexification of the legal system in the first intermediate period. This is what I got from the talk. So it might have been that the centralized state, of course, facilitates many practices and structures, but it also constrains others. So in a period of climatic stress, it might have been that the centralized state shrank, it became a truncated state around Memphis, and the centers, especially in Upper Egypt, started flourishing. I find this also interesting to when we look at Lower Nubia. There too, the C group begins and has the first, the revival of the A group, however you phrase it, happens in the first intermediate period. So it's in this time of a weak Egyptian state that regional polities suddenly have a greater agency, just as the towns and the town leaders, the nomics in Upper Egypt. Another significant development is, and here I go back to my PhD research, is the development of the local shrines in Egypt. And we see, this is now a question of resilience, we see that those temples where we can date them with more or less precision, they continued from the late Old Kingdom into the Middle Kingdom. The problem is that in the Middle Kingdom, many of those temples were leveled, so exactly the kinds of levels that we need in the first intermediate period are destroyed or fragile. But there is great continuity in the Temple of Sated on Elephantine Island. And this institution was, of course, also closely linked to the nomics. So the temples were the power basis of the nomics, because the nomics were the overseers of priests of those local temples. Again, it might differ from side to side. I'm drawing here now, I'm trying to draw a model that, then later has to be, of course, localized. There's not only in terms of resilience, a comment to make, but also in terms of a qualitative change in the early Middle Kingdom. So the royal interest and investment in those temples increases significantly. It's not just the building of temples, but also here Mentuhotep II is depicted between the local goddess Sated and the dynastic god Mentu. He's even called beloved of Sated, beloved of this very unimportant, let's say, well, we could discuss this, but this is something you don't see in the Old Kingdom at all. So this is a new relationship between the kings of the Middle Kingdom and the local temples, partially because these kings come from a provincial milieu and they take over the practices and the habits of the nomics and build them into the Middle Kingdom kingship. And even clearer, under Sesostris I, we see a whole building program here throughout Egypt, including also on Elephantine Island. And so we see here both, one slide, we see here two things happening at the same time. We see a growth of towns in the first intermediate period. We see a stability and even an ever-increasing importance of those local temples. And Elephantine is one of the few sites where we can follow up developments over a longer period of time. The temple, first of Sated and later of Khnum, if we go through this slide here, both of them grow significantly, as we believe the town does. And the key argument I would like to put forward here is that the two developments are related to each other. So temples are institutions of larger communities than tombs are. So I would say that temple religion is something more typical of urbanized societies than the royal funerary cult was in the Old Kingdom, where urbanism looked very different from the Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom. So this interrelationship between the growth of temples, the temples as a resilient institution even throughout change, supporting also local leaders in the first intermediate period. So I see a relationship between the development of temples and the increased urban growth of Egypt in the Bronze Age. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Richard, for this very rich talk and the results of your work in Zawiat al-Maitin. Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, thank you very much for your talk. My question is, I think you try to point it out, but I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly, that in a way, the crisis of the collapse of the Old Kingdom and the centralized state contributed to the presence of later the Middle Kingdom rulers in the provinces. Would you say that? Or that they felt the need to be more present in these areas that flourished in the first intermediate period?
I would describe the Middle Kingdom kings or Middle Kingdom kingship, especially in the first half of the Middle Kingdom, as an amalgam of Old Kingdom traditions and the nomarchical culture of the first intermediate period. And I think these two are merged, and the habit, very broadly speaking, the Old Kingdom kings were court-focused. They were primarily interested in developing the courtly community and so forth. The Middle Kingdom kings have a different understanding of what those local communities are and what those temples mean for the social organization of local communities. And this is where I make the connection, so the amalgam.
Thank you for your talk, Richard. I thought it was a great contribution. I've always wondered... Well, I've wondered for several years whether we're misusing the word state in the origins of the state. I mean, it's a noun, it almost seems like a thing, but I almost prefer to think of the word in its other meaning. It's a condition. And I like what Karin Sowada said about networks, which are interregional. But, really what we're dealing with are networks. And along the lines of this thinking, I've wondered for a long time whether in the intermediate periods we're seeing a socioeconomic texture that was always there, but it's hidden behind the veil of royalty. That really what we think of as now, obviously the Great Pyramid is a countervailing fact to what I'm saying, as are the great Nubian forts, But I wonder to what extent the state as we understand it as the noun central authorities was parasitic on an order that was largely self-generating and to some extent self-regulating. And the best that the central authorities could do, the royal house in the early Old Kingdom, was put a new spin on it. And obviously they could do that. So in terms of collapse, it's not like everybody dies or we wouldn't have a Middle Kingdom, would we? And,
I suppose
Harvey has
everyone
dealt with
dies
this
at
kind
some point,
of reaction before. The socioeconomic order continues, and in fact, as you have said, with the withdrawal of central authority, which is a very real thing, some of the towns may have even expanded, which is an interesting idea. And so it's almost, if I may use a very crude analogy, like a phase transition between different conditions of, say, H2O. So the elementary particles don't change when it goes from gas to liquid to ice. It's almost like the webs or networks of patronage pull the Egyptian polity together in what we recognize as the state in the first sense of the word, but it's really just a new condition of the networks of patronage and trade and so on. So I just thought I would offer that because I think a lot of what you're saying agrees with that. And
yeah, thank you for this comment. I very much agree on the critique of the state. I think we are used to using the state, the word state, because it's convenient. So, but I also would describe. I have taken this from medieval history, what we call the state as a network of elite individuals, and it's very difficult to know how deeply they penetrated the bottom of society. So. They may, in short periods and in specific places, they might have, for labor organization, Gibelline papyri, for instance, the state, the administration, was able to penetrate deeply for a short time into the lives, but maybe something like a routine taxation or the deliveries, how high they might have been a more long-lasting effect also on the organization at the bottom of society. I think another point is the fractal house of your title about Egypt as a complex adaptive system. So the scaling up, scaling down of the state. I also would agree that there are certain constants that run throughout Egyptian history. I would add that Egypt also doesn't collapse into how it was before. So Egypt in the first intermediate period is different from it was in the early dynastic period or in the second intermediate period. So there has also been change on the at least discourse and representation. The text and the visuals have changed. Yeah, I mean, I would basically agree on this notion. Yeah, thank you.
Just one brief comment and then a question, if I may. Yeah, maybe too long, but you will endure, I suppose. There are expressions which make many people freak out when we say collapse. Many people say, what collapse? There was no collapse. Of course there was no collapse, because many people just take over without any deeper thinking. The concept we associate, for instance, with the mass extinction 66 million years ago, dinosaurs, etc. So, and I mean, you made a very nice case that they continued as usual, but on a much lower scale or level of complexity. So that's important to acknowledge. They didn't die out during the last regnal year of Pepi II. They just, you have the pyramid of Pepi II, and after that you have nothing. I will refer to one novel by Ernest Hemingway, when one friend asked another one how he went bankrupt, and he says, oh, first step by step, and then all of a sudden. And I mean, that applies to the end of the Old Kingdom as well, because it lasted at least for 2 centuries. But you, and we know it, you work in a very, very important area of the 3rd millennium, because there is this small pyramid. And we know that these pyramids were built by Snofru, maybe in areas that had either a significant religious importance and or agricultural or economic significance. So, and you are there since 2018, 2019?
Yeah, excavations since 22 and very brief short surveys before.
Surveys and so have you been able to identify maybe some new data relating to the particular importance, not only of the site, but the wider area you are in right now?
I mean, all the dating that we do is based on the pottery, basically. So we haven't used any hard data, so to speak, but it's certainly something that we can, or we wish to build in our future strategy. For the pyramid specifically, I suppose the fine dating that we'd like to have, whether it's Huni or Snefru, I suppose that comes perhaps down to the historical model that you would like to apply. I thought perhaps we can collect pottery from the mortar between the stones, but most of this is eroded. And also it was built over by a Roman town. It wasn't visible 100 years ago. So there's also a lot of mixing up. Inside the pyramid, I haven't shown this, inside the pyramid, there's no burial chamber, but there is something that an Italian colleague who was working with us said, oh, this is a cistern. So I'm a little bit puzzled by this feature. I don't think it helps really with dating. I think it almost is a later thing. When the pyramid had been abandoned, it was reused in maybe Roman times for something else or so, and they used it as a structure and built something inside. So all of this complicates the dating of the pyramid. The rest of the dating is basically the kind of material that I've shown. It's basically pottery typology.
So I think there are no more questions, and we are done for today. Thank you very much to our last speaker. Thanks to all of you for attending and asking such interesting questions, and see you tomorrow.